I don't think I can. But Og Mandino is one of my favorite leaders of all time, and he's such an incredible storyteller. I think this is the beginning of something magical with everybody here. The stories that you share in the lives you're going to touch is unbelievable. So do me one favor, you guys, smile into the camera for all my friends right here. I've got about 4 or 5 different devices running right now. Because the definite major purpose today is, if you're watching, please, Kendra, please download, number 1, download a copy of the book for yourself. Number 2, read it, and give us a 5-star review. If you're not going to give us a 5-star review, please don't give us a review at all. Wait till you have a story that deserves a 5-star review, because if you give us anything less than a 5, right? I've got a military brat here, not a brat, but I have somebody here on this call that's from the military. We'll track you down. I'm just kidding. So,
are you though? I'm not. I'm coming after you.
Review it, and please, like, can you think of 1 or 2 friends today that you could gift, these stories to, that can maybe perhaps bring more love, more joy, more peace, more abundance, to their lives as well. So that's my message today. I want to thank Kelly again for this opportunity, and Jay and everybody that's on here, because without you guys, this would not even be possible. And for the folks who are watching, this is your opportunity to participate as well. You don't necessarily have to write a story, right? Because I'll promise you, when you read the stories, some of you will see the stories, like you'll see the same stories inside of you, and how it's going to inspire and uplift you as well. So thank you, everyone. I can't wait till we're #1 international bestseller today.
Absolutely. And I am just putting in the comments, everyone, I'm posting our Amazon Canada links, our Amazon US link, Amazon UK, Amazon Mexico. So the direct links are coming up. There was a bit of a hiccup here, but I'm resolving it right now. So I'm so glad that we have more faces that have joined us. Gordon and Jay, thank you so much for chiming in. Uthaya, Arumagam, our other co-author, Robert Valdez. Good morning, Andy. Alberlan, this is fantastic. Yes. You guys are so amazing. This is going to be so easy. It's always so easy to promote and spotlight all of you. But we heard first from Erika Aguilar. And Erika, we may come back to you because it wasn't connecting live on Facebook. I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to hear from you as well. So I know that we'll be hanging out for a long time today.
Oh, yes.
Pamela, welcome. Good morning to you. How are you? How are you feeling? Congratulations to you. Day of the launch. To all of those of you watching, Pamela is an amazing entrepreneur. She is a woman who just is so passionate about really helping every individual see that there is a way for them to change their environment, their circumstances, and empower them through a number of opportunities. And she is a mother of 2 very beautiful girls. She's dynamite. So Pamela, take it away. Let everybody know a bit more about who you are, why for you, don't give all the details away to all of the authors. We want everyone to go grab their book, because we are needing everyone's help to hit #1 international best-selling status. Woo! Pamela, have at it. Let them know who you are and a bit about, why was it important for you to share your story and continue on your journey of empowering others in what they do and how they show up.
Good morning, Kelly. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I feel like I tossed and turned all night in excitement for today. This is literally a dream come true for me. So thank you to all of the co-authors and the co-founders and everyone that worked so hard to make this possible, because you're making many dreams come true yourselves. What I do and what I'm about is I'm a business coach, an entrepreneur, an inspirational speaker, and a direct sales leader who is finally a published author. And that's dreamy for me. Growing up reading, I always wondered what it would feel like, and I guess this is it. Here we are. And so I'm really excited about the book launching, and about all of the stories that everyone has shared about their version of landing success in their lives. I live a life where I believe you can achieve anything you dream as long as you break it into achievable goals. So I have built my life on that, and I'm trying very hard to teach my children the same thing. Some days I feel like I'm pulling my hair out.
Something will stick though. We all know this. So thank goodness at least somewhere down the line, something will stick.
I really hope so sometimes. It's like when they're not quite understanding that, like, mommy works for herself and mommy has the flexibility of being there for them and being on the field trips pre-COVID. And even today, having the flexibility of my daughter's classes learning about careers, and they were looking for parent volunteers that were able to go on and speak about what they do. I have the flexibility to hop on the live with her and do that with their class, where a lot of parents don't have that flexibility. They may now because of COVID, and we have extra circumstances that are interfering with people's lives and how everybody is functioning, and causing everyone to transition the way that they do business now. However, I've built my life on having the flexibility to be their mom first, and be able to work my business around, or my businesses around their schedules as well as mine. So I strongly believe that everyone can achieve financial and time freedom. If you dream it, you can do it. And if you inspire others, then you get to sparkle. So my philosophy is I want to touch everyone positively. You touch everyone's lives for a reason. I want it to be a positive impact. So if this story is going to allow me to touch lives across the world, how dreamy is that? That's dreamy to me. That's dreamy to me. Like, I remember traversing some of what I've gone through in my life and wondering, am I the only person that's ever gone through this? Holy man, does this stuff really happen? But no, the more you read, the more the more you pick up a book and you start to read and you invest in your self-development, you start to learn that everybody traverses a mountain. Everybody's climbing a mountain to get somewhere. Everybody's mountain may be different, and the terrain may be a little bit different here, there, or everywhere, but everybody's got a mountain. So why not share it with the world so that others can feel that they're not alone in what they're traversing? And that,
why do you feel that it's so important for individuals to not feel like they're alone in what they're traversing? Why does that matter?
Because alone is such a lonely, dark place. Everything is more fun when you have people that you can share what you're going through with. When you have people that are not necessarily doing exactly what you're doing, but like-minded individuals who are cheering you along. Hey, you've got this. If you see inspiration in reading someone's story and not feeling alone, you officially feel like you've connected to someone, somewhere, that you have motivation and inspiration to continue carrying on and doing what you need to do to get up that mountain. Sometimes when you feel alone, it can be a deep, dark, lonely place, and it makes you want to hole up and stop moving altogether. But that's not an option.
Kelly, are we allowed to say something while our co-authors are also talking?
Yes.
Absolutely, Elliot. Hop on in. Cleoni, welcome. Thanks for jumping in. I know we've got you at 10:30 here. So Elliot, yeah, by all means, jump in.
Pamela, talking about mountains, and everyone's got their own mountain to climb and the relevance of that, it reminded me of a story that I heard. It's a beautiful story. If I could just take a minute or two to share it with you.
Yeah.
A man was burdened down by all the troubles he was going through, all the adversities, all the hardships, and the mountain that he had to climb, and the path on the side of the mountain was getting narrower and narrower, and he'd had enough, and he thought, that's it, I've had enough, I'm going to throw myself off, I've had enough, I'm going to end it all. And he took a step forward to jump off the side of the mountain. In that moment, whoosh, big being of light in front of him, its presence, it sort of just pushed him back against the mountain. And a voice came from this being of light, said, "What's the matter, my son?" He said, I can't go on. He already felt a bit silly saying that, because he felt so much love coming from this being of light. I can't go on, I'm going to end it all. He said, well, what's the matter? He said, this mountain I'm climbing, it's too big, it's too long, it's too hard. I can't do it. Everyone has to climb a mountain, my son. Yeah, but this one, why this one? I've had enough. Okay, come with me, said the being of light. Whoosh, off they went. And they're up and they're away and they're looking down and then they're traveling towards a big, huge entrance, and they come through the entrance and there's mountains everywhere. And the being of light says to the man, going to make an exception in your case, my son. You can choose whichever mountain you want to climb, but choose carefully because you won't be able to change again. Yeah, and call me when you've made your decision. He looks around. Big mountains, little mountains, fat mountains, thin mountains, skinny mountains, all kinds of mountains. He looks around, but he keeps on getting drawn to one particular mountain. He thinks, there's something about that mountain, and he's drawn to it, and then he decides, yeah, that's the one for me. And he calls, he says, I'm ready. Whoosh, being of light at his side. Again, he says, have you chosen, my son? Yes, I have. Which one have you chosen? That mountain over there. And the being of light said, oh, you can have that mountain. You can have that mountain. That one's for you. He said, really? He said, yes, said the being of light. That's the mountain that you just left.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful, Elliot.
Yeah. That was. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I absolutely love that because everybody does have a mountain to climb.
And it's of our own making, isn't it? You know?
It really is. It really is. And you meet people for reasons and you come in contact with people. There's always a reason why you come into contact with that person. There's a reason why I was introduced to Gordon. There was, there's a reason I have met the individuals I've met while traversing that mountain. I do strongly believe that. And if someone picks up our book and reads any of our stories and we're able to help them continue climbing those mountains because we inspire them, that's really the end goal here.
It's a good end goal, I would say. It impacts lives. And again, to those of you just tuning in, Kelly Chiasson here, Landed for Success. We are launching our first book, Untold Stories. And what we're doing is we are spending time with all 18, yes, you heard that right, 18 incredible individuals who have, over the last months, have put their heart into putting one of their experiences in their lives into pages, into a book to gift to every reader. This is incredible. We want you to, we need you. We want you. We're asking for favors. We're pulling out all the stops.
Yes.
Please go to Amazon. There's Amazon US, Amazon Canada, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK, direct links right in the post for quick access. Jump in there, download, grab your copy of Untold Stories, and every order of Untold Stories will help these incredible people move closer and closer to #1 international bestseller status, which is exactly what we're looking to do here today. But we do need the help of all of you that are joining us live and that will maybe catch some of this on the replay, but we need everybody's help. And as we move on, let's see, Pamela, thank you so much. Let's jump over to Akil. How are you this morning?
Amazing. I think before I go, I think Gordon was going to say something. Gordon, is it something you want to say before I jump in?
Thank you, Akil. The fact that Kelly just picked you, I wanted you guys to know that in my humble opinion, Akil is the modern day version of the richest man in Babylon. So if you guys want to create financial wealth, reach out to Akil. What I was going to say real quick, you guys, was I just got this message, and I think Netflix's algorithm is down because everybody's watching your lives right now.
Woo!
But please, like, keep on tag, share with your friends right now. If you guys can, that'd be great. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon.
These are going to be great
Kelly,
updates. Yeah, go ahead, Akil.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's amazing. I think first of all, thank you for Jay Gordon and you and rest of the authors to make this happen. It wouldn't be Akil's stories. It's a collective story, untold stories of each and every one of us. I know it's not easy for everyone during the pandemic time to get things over and do the editing, do the writing and getting things over. It's not easy, but we all pulled through it. Congratulations, everyone. And again, thank you for Gordon, Jay, and you to push me out to get things done. Also, especially for Linsey as well. I think the couple of things come to my mind today is, of course, I couldn't sleep last night as well. I see one other thing is that's I think the common thing for everyone, I guess, is really good feeling of a sense of accomplishment of getting one milestone done. And the more important part, when it's come to the book, but I really see I love books. I think when I'm going to buy a book in chapters in the past, like in the pre-COVID situations, I was thinking, oh, this book is $40. Should I buy it? And then I said, if I go to lunch and I spend maybe more than that or with someone, but the book I'm going to buy is not only give me the information, but it's also give me my children or whoever want to read it, they're going to get the information as well. So I look at it as an investment. So the book is an investment. So this is a special book because you all know that success leaves clues. And we have the landed success stories. It's not only one success, you get 18 success. So when you buy something one and you're getting 18 different stories and many other stories that come with it. So I think if you're following the believing that success leaves clues, I think here you find 18 different success stories right there. I think, and also being really loved to, I see that Landed for Success, how you are trying to establish the, helping that in the community and digital media, you're taking over some of the areas. So I'm really love to be part of the first book. That's the privilege to be part of it. It's the right time in the right place. And I think the more things continue to come, and I know you guys are working really hard. So the more things going to come along. One thing I think I need to do is one part today is I'm going to read the rest of the other stories. I started reading the stories, but I'm really going to read other people's stories as well, get to know more and want to collaborate with other authors as well. So that's my to-do list. But, I'm really excited and thank you for all the support what you're doing and the audience and everybody. And we're looking forward to the next chapters. Yes.
Akil, that's amazing. And you're so very welcome. I don't know how any of us wouldn't feel just really welcome and proud and just privileged to be working with each and every one of you. And Akil, for those of you watching and for the co-authors that haven't had the pleasure of meeting Akil, he is a phenomenal gentleman. You're an amazing husband, you're an amazing father, an amazing entrepreneur, and your story is, people are going to love your story. They're going to love all the stories, all the experiences here. You can't, I just don't see how any reader isn't going to just love being gifted with all of you sharing who you are and the strength that are in these stories that have grown you into who you are today, and inspire them to feel like, okay, I got this, I can do this. Maybe I can't relate to that, but I can create a whole list of adjectives about this individual that they had to have pulled out of the woodwork in order to like get through it, so I can too. And maybe, I think it was Carlos, one of our other authors, Carlos Ramos Quiñones, we were talking about options. All of you are sharing experiences, and it might provide options for people where they hadn't thought of different opportunities that's available to them, but they may think of that once they read your stories. I hadn't thought about that as an avenue I could, take on, and maybe they will. So thank you, Akil.
Yeah.
Cleoni, I know that with your active schedule, we are sitting right close at 4 minutes past the 10:30 here. All right, lovely. For those of you, this young woman is an amazing mama. She's an amazing entrepreneur. She really takes advocating for individuals with mental health to the next level. The capacity at which she shows up in her spaces and creating new spaces for individuals to really just be able to be welcomed just because of who they are, and not have be ashamed about it, and feel like they can take on the world because they have these fantastic aspects and characters of who they are, and how brilliantly they've been put together when they were brought here to this world. So Cleoni, you're the music of my life. I love all of you. I love all of you. Everyone's gonna hear, God, she really loves those authors. Yes, I really do. So Cleoni, take it away. You are not new to being a published author, and just let everybody here, know who you are and why you wanted to expand your mission here with Untold Stories.
Well, thank you very much for the intro, Kelly. As some people know, this is my third book, so I'm very excited. Yay! My third book that I've done, in the books, I always talk about my journey with mental health, and how I've gotten from point A to B, A to Z. And I'm also a podcast host, where I have a podcast where I talk about the resilient stories of people with mental health challenges. And I'm also a mental health advocate and speaker. And I chose to be a part of Nanda for Success because it was a great opportunity to expand my audience, to be able to reach more people about sharing my story with mental health, and helping to let people know that despite their illnesses, that they can actually do great things, and that they don't have to be held captive because of having a mental health challenge. And I thought it was going to be a humbling experience for me, because why not share my story with other people who have also gone through their own challenges. And when I've been reading through the book and I'm learning about the different stories I read through, about people who've had challenges, but despite it, they have been able to surpass and do great things. And, I was reading through Akil's story and Lucy's story and Erika's story. And I just been reading through different stories, and Gordon's stories, and it was just very inspiring. So I just want to encourage anyone who hasn't gotten the book yet, definitely get the book, because you will be inspired, because there's 18 different walks of life. And to be in a space with 18 different walks of life, that's amazing, like an amazing opportunity just to be able to connect with other people who, you will be able to connect with this book. You'll be able to connect with so many different different walks of life, I guess, because everyone has a story, and why not share it? So was my reason. That's my why.
I like it. Why not share it? And because there's a lot of parents on here as well. We are all amazing parents. The sharing is caring. Listen, that doesn't hold to just when you're, helping your small humans make better decisions, or, inviting decisions. It works as adults, and it's true. Sharing is caring. And 18 authors, 18 stories. Check the post. The direct links are in there for Amazon UK, Amazon Mexico, Amazon Canada, Amazon US. Grab your copy. We need your help. We're asking for a huge favor. If you could please just hop on in there, snag your own copy, maybe perhaps on the sharing is caring side of things, get one and gift it to somebody else that you care about. One thing, Cleoni, you and I have talked about this before, someone somewhere has been asking for the stories that are in this book. Definitely. And the thing is it's amazing what we know about individuals in our space and what we may not know. And what we don't know is their whole life's journey, and how one of the stories that are in here, could it touch their heart in a way that they've not ever expressed to us. I venture to say, perhaps that's a possibility. And if that's a possibility, then that's worth gifting to somebody that you know, and maybe someone you don't know. I love it. Cleoni, woo!
Woo!
All right, music of my life, lady. So do you want to give a little medley before we move on to another author? I mean, we haven't had it yet this morning, but let's keep it 100. You're kind of great at doing that.
All right, I guess I'll.
Or at least I love it. Will you please do it for me?
All right, I will sing what I sung a few days ago because I just love that song.
Okay.
All right. It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon. I can go to space. With the air, I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Woo!
Yes.
I messed it up a little bit, but I got it.
I love it. And I'll tell you that's it. Like my face will, my face is gonna hurt. By the end of the day, I'm gonna be like, oh my God, my mouth and my whole face, because like my smiling muscles or whatever is happening there, they're gonna be super tired, which is kind of interesting because I smile all the time. My husband will back that up. But it's like you get a piece, how often do you get to participate in a first book launch, participate in being one of the individuals that can, help a group of incredible individuals hit #1 international best-selling status simply by going to Amazon and downloading and grabbing your own copy of Untold Stories by Landed for Success. And then you get to hear them sing. You get to feel like you're personally knowing them, and you can reach out to these incredible people. I mean, they're amazing. They're mentors, they're coaches, they're speakers. You know, what kind of events do you have coming up? Maybe whatever you're doing professionally, there's room for synergistic collaborations. I'm telling you, it's the opportunities of plugging in here with all of us today is just, there's no parameters, no limitations to what you can do getting to know all of us here today. And I want to give a shout out to all of you catching us. There is an immense amount of gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's hop over here. Well, I mentioned there was a pond, Elliot. Yes, Mr. Elliot Hiller. Okay, you lovely ladies and gentlemen, this fantastic gentleman. I just love you, Elliot. Such a pleasure to have really gotten to know you. You are a longtime friend of one of our co-founders, Mr. Gordon. So you are a family gentleman. You are an amazing entrepreneur. You are a global inspirational master, I would say, to so many people in all the ways that you show up to help people grow into their best versions of themselves, providing, opportunities and experiences and spaces for people to really take their lives in a different turn, in many different ways. I just love listening to you, whether it's through your stories or your philosophical advice and suggestions. You have a lot to share, and with good reason. And so I'm so excited to have you here as part of this collaboration. I'm excited for people to get to know a bit more of who Mr. Elliot Hiller is, and thank you. So take it away, Elliot. Share with everybody, let them know who you are and why for you, all the extensive years you have behind you, from on stage, from in intimate spaces. Why is it important for you to share a bit about who you are to the world in another way? Because you're also involved with, there's so many things. I could go on and on about every author. I'll stop now, sorry. Okay, Elliot, you go.
Kelly, first of all, thanks to you for the great job you've done over months, over a long period of time now. You've always got that upbeat energy, that smile. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for that introduction. The next time anyone, anywhere, gives me any kind of criticism or what did you say, I'm just going to get out that little clip of you introducing me and I'm going to say, what, hey, watch this for a little while, hey?
Do it. Send them my way.
Then you might speak to me a little bit different, you know? Thanks for that, Kelly.
It's my pleasure.
You sure know how to make someone feel good, Kelly.
Well, I mean it. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Absolutely.
Thank you. I know that. And that's important. You're such an authentic person. That's really important. And so why did I take part in this project? Not just because my dear friend, the worldwide #1 best connector of people who I know, Mr. Gordon So, invited me to do it and told me what it was about. But picking up on what Pamela said before, you know, we've all got something to share and you don't know how you're going to touch somebody. I'm used to standing on the stage and doing trainings. I've done my own seminars, personal development. I worked in addiction therapy for many, many years. So but a lot of clients, I've seen a lot of people go through that kind of therapy. And I like it when there's a team behind it. You see, when you're on your own, on that stage talking to people or holding the seminar, the weekend seminar, it's a lot of responsibility you've got riding on your shoulders to speak to all those people. And yeah, and when there's more of you, then you can relax and write your story knowing, hey, there's 18 of us. And if my particular chapter touches someone, great. But there's also 17 other people. And I'm very, very sure that the reader is going to pick up something from somewhere from one of all those authors. And if it's me, great. And if it's Pamela, then it's great. And if it's Erika, it's great. And if it's Cleoni, great. Doesn't matter. Just get in there. And we'll all be reaching different people. And that's what it's all about. So I love the collaboration. I love the shared responsibility. I love the shared gift of being able to share. Because one of the things that we have to be aware of, and that I believe younger people are less and less aware of, is that first of all, we've all got gifts, talents, and abilities. Secondly, the biggest pain in life is having your gifts, talents, and abilities and not being able to develop them. And thirdly, after that, once you've developed or you are developing your gifts, talents, and abilities, it's your responsibility to share them. What are you going to do with them if you're not sharing them? You know, how are we going to make this world a better place to live in if we're not sharing our gifts, talents, and abilities? How are we going to make this planet more safe and sound for future generations, environmentally speaking, if we're not all doing our little bit, sharing our gifts, talents, and abilities? And now, gifts, talents, and abilities are not to compare from one person to the other, because just as we've all got our own mountain to climb, and each mountain is an individual one, we've all got our own gifts, talents, and abilities. And some of them might overlap and be similar with other people, yes, but in the end, they're all very much our own individual gifts, talents, and abilities in this package, in this unique package that is you, in this unique, wonderful person that is you. So don't compare to other people. If you've got a lot, if you've got a little, it's not about the size. It's about what you do with it. And one little drop of love shared can be so effective. So never undermine yourself, never talk yourself down, never belittle yourself, never, you know, hide your light away in some dark corner, tucked away so it's lighting up that corner but nothing else and it's only there for you. That's not what light is about. Light and love is about being shared. And that's why I think this book is so important. This whole initiative that you and Gordon and Jay and the others have created here is so important, because this is the start of something that will go on for a long while, of people being able to share. Be careful when you ask me a question, Kelly. I might give you a long answer.
I love all your answers. I'll never get tired of all your answers, but it's, I love what you say. And there's, I think I think it's fair to say that all of us listening can all resonate exactly with what Elliot shared. And, you know, it's not, my parents would tell me growing up, you know, you're not serving the world if you show up small, you know, but show up big, but everyone's big is different. I happen to talk a lot, and I've been how I am, I've been since I was little. So it's, you know, for, you know, someone who's a bit quieter, that's, you know, showing up in their big way is not necessarily needing to change from being a softer spoken individual, but a softer spoken individual who is really serving to the best of who they are and how we lift up others. So I always appreciate the reminders of showing up and in a big way, because if it's in a small way, it's not serving the world. And that world, whether it's our immediate circle or it expands to your stage, your global stage, the same.
Because the thing is this, Kelly, that you just made a very good point. What's small? Who's judging the small? You know, we are the ones judging, I've only got a small contribution, or I don't have much to say. We're the ones judging that. We don't know what effect our words are going to have on someone else. We don't know what one little gesture, one smile, one act of kindness, one word at the right time is going to have for an effect on the other person and perhaps change their lives. Listen, when I was working in the addiction therapy, we had a married couple with us. And this story I'm about to tell you now is about not knowing the effect that our words can have. Yeah. And there was a married couple, I'll call them John and Judith. Yeah. And they were both heroin addicts, and they had a son, Simon. And they were with us in therapy, the two of them, with their son, because we had this long-term live-in situation, so children could be there as well. And John didn't make it, broke off the therapy, went away, had a relapse, overdosed, died, departed this world. Judith went into a big, deep depression, didn't feel she could stay in our clinic where she'd been with John for so long, and went off home to her parents. And she phoned me up about 2 or 3 months later, and we had a long talk, and she was going to commit suicide. She couldn't carry on. Yeah. And we had a talk, and then she suddenly, there was a long silence, she said, okay. And she hung up. Yeah. And that was it. And I lost touch. Didn't hear from her for many years. About 8 or 9 years ago, there was a big reunion, yeah, a 30-year anniversary of the founding of the clinic. And by that time, I wasn't living in Germany anymore, where I'd lived for 28 years. I moved to Malta in 2005, thanks to my network marketing business. And anyway, went over to Germany, went to the reunion. Lovely afternoon, so many people who I'd worked with. I got this tap on my shoulder, I turned round. Judith. We fell into each other's arms, started crying, I don't know why. She said to me, do you know that you saved my life? And I said, no, I didn't know. How did I do that? She said, you remember that phone conversation that we had? I said, yes. She said, at one point, when I said I was going to leave it all and everything, I said to her, but Judith, no one strokes Simon's head so lovingly like you do. And that was the moment when there was a long silence, and she said, okay, and hung up. And that was it, yeah? Listen, I felt good because I'd done something good a long time ago without knowing it. That is not a remedy now that you're always going to repeat when a mother of a young child phones you up and says she's thinking of committing suicide. I don't know how often that happens to people in the call, maybe not so often. Yeah, but you know, from the moment, from your heart, speak to these people, because you don't know what effect your words will have. I said lots of things to her during that 1.5 hour conversation, but it was that one thing that suddenly got to her. Yeah. So coming back to that point, Don't judge yourself as being small. Don't judge yourself as being unimportant. You are important, every single person, because you can say something to someone. You can be there for someone at the right time. You can give them a hug. You can give them a look. You can give them something to eat. You can do something, and that's big. That's not only big, that's huge. That's not small, it's huge.
Agreed. And it goes back to, you know, we're the ones that decide what's big and what's small. And who are we to decide what's big and what's small? Because we don't know how we touch other people's hearts. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Robert, how are you? You're coming in at 11 o'clock here, a few minutes beforehand, but you're chiming in. It is like really, it's early morning over there in Cali. You're joining us from the beautiful West Coast of the US. How are you?
I'm very, very good. Yes. Good morning to everyone watching. And just about almost 8 o'clock here in Southern California. No sun today. It's just gray and gloomy. So I wish I could give you some sun, but not today.
Listen, we're having fantastic sun here in Toronto. How about I send a little bit your way?
Yes, please. Yes. But we're sending lots of sunshine with this book today. So I hope everyone gets their copy.
I'm telling you, and for those of you, the links for the direct links for quick access here, so you can grab your copy, help us help all of the authors hit #1 international bestseller status. You're dying to go. I know you are. So just get there, get over there, hop into Amazon, grab your copy, download your book, gift it to yourself, gift it to people you know, and you can get excited about how, you know, being part of a phenomenal platform, you know, who's launching their first book, and help these authors hit #1 international bestseller status. And so then years down the road, when the platform has really just exceptionally grown, as we've continued to do over the last 15 plus months, you'll be able to say, oh, when they're talking about, remember when we launched our first book, and you'll say, oh, I had a little piece in that. Yeah, why not? You know, I believe in treating. I'm a fan of treating myself. So you might as well do the same. And then, you know, it has the gift that, what is it, the pay it forward. That's how you pay it forward. You grab yourself a copy. And how does it pay forward? Well, you get to continue to be gifted with the stories and the experiences. I know that you'll end up sharing it with someone you know. And then all the authors get to benefit from your participation, which is incredible. So appreciating every single favor that is going to be taking place today. Rob Lawrence. Okay, this lovely gentleman. Hello, sir. I just love you. All the love across the miles to you sitting on the West Coast there. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, you're in for a treat as well. Rob is an amazing, he's an amazing human being. He has incredible stories. He and I have gotten to know each other over the last year, and he is my brother from another mother. But more than that, he's a son, he is a brother, he is an uncle, he is a cousin. He and his husband are phenomenal entrepreneurs. They have a very, very successful custom building business in California. They've got a lot of exciting things coming down the plate for them. But he is really, Rob, you're so invested in really being a channel of inspiration and what can be to everyone that knows you. And I know how thoughtful you are with how you're choosing to continue to share your story in collaborative projects, what kind of impact that's going to have on the youth that are directly connected to you, your younger nieces and nephews, and to individuals that don't know you. I know that's important as well, but just fantastic. So proud to have you as part of this collaboration as well. Let everybody know he's got great energy. You're going to love him too. I'm telling you, you can't not love everybody in this project. They're amazing. So Rob, take it away. Why for you was it so important to continue to expand how you're impacting lives simply through sharing your story and putting it in a book that people will have a physical thing that will last and last and last?
Yes, thank you, Kelly. First of all, thank you and good morning to everyone watching. This project, this is my second book launch. I'm so blessed. So this project is so important for me because, you know, I'm 45 years old, and looking back at my life now, there's so many different chapters in my life, and the stories are not, they're not done. And, you know, until I'm gone from this universe, the stories will keep coming out. And I think it's so important to just share the stories with other people, because if they're learning lessons in life, you know, maybe somebody can learn from our story and say, oh, that person did that, so maybe I shouldn't do that, or he did that and it worked, so maybe I should do that. You know, I've always been touched by stories and books in my life, so why not be part of that, that history of getting books out there and getting stories, inspiring, motivating, and empowering people. For me, it's just so important because I think it was Pamela earlier that said it's so difficult to be in those dark spaces. And I think for me, writing has helped me with my past. For those that are, you know, new to me and don't know me, I'm a 2-time cancer survivor. I had a stem cell transplant in 2017, and I could have given up so easily on life and I could have been depressed. I could have played the victim and felt sorry for myself. But the power of my mind and that moment to live for life was so much stronger than me succumbing to that disease. So when I survived cancer twice with the stem cell transplant, life started over for me. I was like, oh God, I have another, like 2 more chances at life. So I'm going to continue on this journey, sharing my passion for life and share just the tidbits of my story on how I became successful. And it doesn't always have to be about a business or money. You know, those are blessings along the way. When we're aligned with our goals, and I'm aligned with my goals, I'm aligned with all these amazing authors here. This is just up my alley. I love connecting with people. I love connecting with people. I love speaking with people. I love listening to people because I love to learn from them and use the tools that they may have, and I can use those tools in my life. And I get to set the new example for my nieces and nephews, like Kelly had said. I get to set a new bar. They get to say, hey, Uncle Robert is like an author. So it's not only like they get to go to college and they get to be an athlete, they also get to choose to write a story someday if they want to. And they get to see that example through Uncle Robert. So to me, that's like a gift in itself for me to give to my family and to the world and to my friends. And Gordon said earlier, we want those 5-star reviews. We really do. And I shared with Kelly yesterday, all of us authors being vulnerable, that's 5 stars alone, because we're sitting here writing our story, being vulnerable, and that alone deserves 5 stars. So in your heart, you know, get that book, give us an amazing 5-star review, but tell us, give us feedback. What did you learn from the stories? What did you learn from Erika's story, from Pamela, from Eric? It's so good to get that feedback with those 5 stars. And just to give you a little bit, like in my chapter, without giving the story away, I was able to reflect and learn how I define success. It took me a while in life to get there, but there have been so many milestones in my life where I was successful. And maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago, I didn't see that because I wasn't sure which journey and which road I was on in life. Now that I look back, I said, I was in the right place at the right time and I was successful. And it just keeps going and it won't stop. I'm just so blessed to work with amazing co-authors. We put the intention out there to be number 1 and we will be number 1. So I believe in the power of the mind, just energy, good energy, positive people. You know, I can talk forever. You know that, Kelly. So you can interject and ask me another question because I'll keep going. I think all of us like to talk, which is why we wrote. We like to write. We like to speak, and that's why we're authors, right?
Yes, and it's understanding the power that stories have, and acknowledging how empowering it is to be a reason for someone somewhere that they are going to connect. They're going to feel like they're not alone. They're going to be inspired. They're going to be in awe. They're going to just be able to connect on some level with something that you shared. So there's tremendous strength and tremendous gratitude in that. And I know that all of you, share that. Every author in this collaborative project, Untold Stories, shares that. And that makes it extra beautiful. But I mean, really, think about it. I mean, we've all had stories there's so many stories. We all have them. But there's always a handful of stories, depending on the experience that you're jogging down memory lane with, that caused you to shift a little in your heart, shift a little in your mindset, shift a little in how you make decisions, shift how you, shift in how you show up, shift in how, for Erika and I, how we're raising our 4 amazing kids. My 14-year-old is down here on a break or whatever, and he heard me say that. He's here on the side, peripherally going, as I said that. They know it's tell our kids this. Yeah. But it's we all know these stories that we remember how we felt when someone spoke to us in a certain way, when someone chose to treat us in a certain way. Yes. And that's it. And so it does impact how we then absorb that into who we are and how we continue to grow.
Absolutely. I think, I shared with you yesterday or maybe last week how for me as a writer, getting my story out there, when I start getting teary-eyed as I'm writing, because I'm going down memory lane and I'm looking at my life, and when I still have those raw emotions, I know that that's the story to write about, because it's so passionate and so alive in my spirit still. So I had shared with Kelly too, I was writing and then I deleted or threw one page away because I wasn't connected to that story of that page, and I started again. And then my emotions came out. They were very raw emotions, and I said, this is a story that I need to write because it's still alive from 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. And I'm so blessed now to connect with people through the written word, and they can feel my spirit and the passion through those words. So to touch people's lives today from this book and here on out, I'm just so blessed. That is my purpose in life, is to continue to share my passion in my journey of life to help others and touch their lives as well. Just so blessed to work with, so blessed for Gordon and Jay and for Kelly and for all the authors. It's an amazing day today. It's no sunshine in California, but there's sunshine with this book. So just so excited.
It's all an attitude and a choice.
Absolutely. Full of attitude, full of gratitude. Absolutely.
I love it.
Is there a third book in you?
There is. I'm working on another project. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, there is. More information will be coming out. What's
Rob,
that?
could you do me a favor? Could you hold your right hand, your wrist up towards the camera? Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yes. Very nice.
Okay.
Very nice.
Wow.
Oh, what is
Telling
that
you.
mean?
Everyone has brothers, and a brother from another mother, sisters from another mister. We're all connected. I love that. And Uthaya, you hopped in there. So I was actually going to ask the same thing, but go ahead, Uthaya. Ask these gentlemen exactly what you just said.
So both have brown and a black. So does it mean something? The bangles, right? The
Rob, after you, Rob.
So let's see. They're basically crystals. There's different crystals for different healing properties. Some for anxiety, some for stress, some for attracting positive energy and removing any kind of negative energy, because energy is all about negative and positive ions, and it's real. I always give an example to my friends. It's like two magnets. You put two magnets together, the opposite, and they won't attract. You feel that they repel. You can't see the energy, but you can feel it. And it's the same thing through anything in life. You may not see that energy, but it's there. And the magnet is the best example I can, give to a child. And so these different crystals have different meanings to repel certain things, to attract love, stress, anxiety, remove those things. Yes. So there's a lot of different ones, but yeah, it's all about like crystal healing and grounding yourself. For those that don't know, like my mother, her family is Native American Indian and Mexican. And it's important to be barefoot outside on the grass because you're grounding to the universe, to the earth, which has a lot of healing properties. And the soles of the feet are the biggest pores where we absorb that natural raw energy from the earth. And you'll notice in winter, a lot of people get sick with the flu because we have boots, we have shoes, and we're not outside. And in the summertime, a lot of more people are barefoot or in sandals, and you're connecting to the earth. That's why you don't have the flu in the summertime. But in the colder months, everybody gets sick. You know, it's just all about grounding. And the crystals have those properties as well.
Thank you.
Yes. You're
I love it. I'm telling you, you guys, you can't go wrong plugging into these incredible people, navigating how they're participating, where they're participating. They're amazing. And I invite all of you. I mean, as you've gotten to hear from some of our authors so far this morning, they're not intimidating. They're like you and I, very comfortable individuals that really have a passion for life and for people and for the power of stories. I love it all day long. So Rob, thank you so much. Andy, yours and Uthaya, well, you guys are welcome. I love this morning. Eric, let's see here. So, Uthaya, I want to hop to you. I want to ask you, how's your timing? Because I know you've got those kids doing remote schooling. So do we need to spotlight you now, or how's your timing?
That's okay. I'll go next. Yeah, sorry, Rob was explaining and then my Wi-Fi went down because I have 3 kids now, all in their own room, and now online schooling going on. Now I'm in the 4th room and Wi-Fi is so busy and glitching. I guess I missed last part of the Rob's conversation, sorry. So
That's
yeah,
okay.
so I will maybe in a couple of minutes, because
Perfect.
it might go again, this Wi-Fi might drop me one more time, I guess.
No worries.
Yeah.
We'll come
After
back.
that.
It's beautiful to see you, and I'm so excited. So congratulations, and we'll hop over to Eric. Eric, she is home. Hello, hun. I get
Hello,
to call
everybody.
him. I mean, everyone else can call him hun too. Feel free.
I answer
I'm
to that and other stuff.
What? Oh my God, what's the other stuff, honey?
You have all sorts of names for me.
Oh no, but they're not naughty names. Don't let people think that.
Eric, Kelly wants to know if you took the trash out.
No, I have what's called 4 kids, and that's been delegated a long time ago. I haven't taken out the trash in, I'd say, over a year, so we're doing good.
We are doing good. Yeah, that's it's so great when you have like the smaller humans. They're so good for so many things, and that is one of them. Delegating household items that are no longer are they our concern? They're not really our concern. But to those of you, yeah, they're doing great. To those of you, I have the pleasure of introducing you to my husband. This is a good thing. I love you dearly, but more than that, this gentleman, we have been together over 22 years, but he is a phenomenal gentleman. He was, oh my God, I'll cry from all the stories, but now I'm crying because I'm so happy for my husband telling his story. But you were phenomenal from when I met you.
Let it out.
And from when I met him, but
likewise,
how he shows up professionally is how he shows up personally, and he's done that for years, from day one. His love of life, his love of people, his passion for just loving what he does and being the best at it, and understanding the strengths that go into that have afforded us a fantastic lifestyle together as husband and wife. It has afforded us many privileges in how we raise our 4 amazing kids. It has taken us, given us experiences of living from coast to coast in the US. Now we're up here in Canada. His career has taken him all over the map. And the experience that he chose to share in this story, I'm not going to talk in detail about it, but this was something he had such a deep connection with when we met, that he would share aspects of it. He has brought that up over the years, and I know that it has a lot to do with him being the best man in the world, and the best husband, and the best father. And so it is personal, but I am very excited that the whole world gets to be introduced to a piece of the amazing person that you are, Eric, and everyone that meets you and has met you for years recognizes you for how you show up in life, and the what you bring to the table in every connection that you make professionally and personally. And that's amazing. So I'm so excited for you to be sharing your story with the world. That's a fantastic gift. And so I'm going to let you talk to everybody. I don't know what it is you haven't done, but one thing is put your story into, you've written for articles, you've written for this and that, but why did you care? Even though I was like, oh, but it's so good for you it fits. But regardless of what I said, why did you decide that it was a good fit for you to share this specific memory that you have that has had such a tremendous impact in your life?
Well, that's an awesome intro, by the way. Let me know if I have to walk across the house to give you a hug, just to.
I'll let you do it when you're done.
But
Erica's like, get over there.
That's very, it's a humbling intro, and I'll try to contain the ego. But yeah, as you know, you had to twist my arm a little bit for this, because I'm not a serial author. There's some authors here with us that have done this before and have good experience, who are very good at sharing their stories and so on. It's not one of my fortes, but this was a lot of fun. I appreciate you bringing this up and making this possible for me and everyone else here on the team and our group of authors. So it's been an exciting ride. And the story that I share, and I know you don't want the spoiler alerts to go out, but it really has to do with my experience in the military. It really not being gung-ho, not making a military career out of this. I decided to challenge myself at one point, because that there's 2 types of challenges, right? The ones that you choose and you plan on, and then the ones that are just sent your way regardless. And this was actually one that I purposefully chose, and it surprised everybody, because again, there's no, I've got a little bit of military in our extended family, but not enough to make a GI Joe out of myself. But this was a challenge I thought was the timing was right to do something crazy, and I did, and it changed my life, literally. The things that I learned in my short, few years in there, really, I learned things that I apply to everything that I do, almost everything that I do. Certainly, raising the kids, there's my approach is always a little more of a tough love type of approach. And I learned a lot of those habits in the military, and how to build a team and how to build yourself, how to get the best performance out of the people around you, the people that at work that work for you, or again, the best performance out of yourself. And it's been, I'm no expert at any of this that I share, but I've recognized things over the years, and I've enjoyed sharing it in this short story. All these stories are short and easy to read, and in just a few moments, you can learn a lot from someone else's experience, and it can change your life in a little way or in a big way, or maybe not at all. And it's just a fun read to learn about other people's stories. So I've always thought that there's 2 types of stories that people can share with you. The ones that you relate to, really well, that I lived exactly that or something similar. I got through it this way, and then I read that Rob or Erika or Cleoni, they've gone through a similar situation with different results or in a different way, and they got better results, or what whatever that might be. Or they're the type of stories that you don't relate to, and that, I never experienced anything like that. I thought my life was tough, but then I read about someone else's stories, and wow, that is true adversity. And there's some of these stories in this book that are going to be interesting for me from that perspective. I gravitate towards those types of stories. I don't want to necessarily read about myself through other people. I want to read about their different experiences, and you get different perspectives, and it's a lot of fun.
For you, Han, why do you think that you have there's such a gravitation toward that? Your experience in the military, I don't know. I mean, you've just gravitated toward what you've taken from that in really almost everything you do. Why? Why do you think that is?
Well, I maybe a little bit pertaining to what I just mentioned, gravitating towards different stories. I feel like that's one chapter of my life that might be a little bit different than most people that I work with or that I know. We certainly, when we lived in the States, you and I with the kids, we did meet a lot of people with that had careers in the military, and they learned a lot. But here, it's outside of that. I don't know too many people who had that type of experience, and I thought that it'd be something that I could share that might be a little bit new to everybody else. And if you learn a couple things just by my perspective, whether you agree or not with my approach to certain things, that's okay. It's a different perspective, and you can learn a little bit from those different stories. And that's where I find that even just in conversations with people that we know and our friends and my coworkers, and even right here at home with the kids, back in the day when everyone's got those types of stories that you feel, I did experience something very different than what others did, and I'd like to share that with you. And you don't have to spend the years of adverse, mental torture that I went through when I was experiencing that to understand it a little bit, and maybe seeing things through someone else's eyes makes you maybe appreciate things a little bit different, or approach things a little bit differently. And it's I think I thought that there'd be a little bit more benefit in digging into something that might be a little different. So it's been fun.
I love it. And there's to your point of seeing something through a different lens, there's a number of the authors that we've discussed that at different times. It's come up, when you, through someone else's story and through someone else's experience, the gift of seeing people through a different lens, which, their experiences through a different lens. And there's, I don't know, there's just, I think just gives you a natural appreciation for humanity that is different as everyone, as we physically are, or even, the geographic distance, we're really very, very similar. And there's so much in the world that connects us all as one. And that is, I think, I know for a number of us authors on here, traveling and really participating in what it is to be a good citizen in the world. What does that look like? Well, it looks like, hearing other people's stories, really tuning in when other people are sharing their experiences, and seeing how other people in other places and other situations manage those feelings and manage their strengths, and how are they growing through this? What happens when they come out on the other side? It's phenomenal. So thank you so much, and congratulations to you, Han. Again, to all of you, published author, today is the launching day. Mr. Gordon So, our other co-founder, Mr. Jeyakanthan, we are here because these incredible gentlemen have brought to fruition the platform Landed for Success. This is the platform for aspiring and established entrepreneurs and businessmen and businesswomen alike to come and take what they're doing personally and professionally to the next level. And an aspect of doing that is making sure that everybody has different avenues and capacities in which they can participate and grow. And our co-authorship here is no exception. It's fantastic. And our first book, Untold Stories, is a big deal. These two gentlemen have been friends for well over a decade. They've been figuring out, okay, we got to come together at some point. So now for over 15 months, they've had more than that. I was asked to come in and invited in to come and help with the expansion of it where it is now to date in the last 15 months. But make no mistake, they had quite a bit of time going into that prior to anybody else coming in. And it's through your two gentlemen's vision that we are here today and launching Untold Stories. So for all of you, please go to the post. It's also in the comments. We have your quick links to Amazon Canada, Amazon UK, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico. So you can jump in there, grab and gift yourself a copy of our Untold Stories, gift it to somebody else, and every order helps us, helps Gordon, Jay, and myself get our authors closer to reaching that #1 international bestseller status, which is, like Rob said, the fact that they chose to share their story in a book and get that out there is like 5-star worthy in and of itself. And I am in total agreement. It's so fun. So far, we've heard from Erika Aguilar. We've heard from Mr. Gordon So, Mr. Jeyakanthan, Mr. Elliot Hiller, Cleoni Crawford, Mr. Rob Lawrence, Miss Pamela Geiger, Mr. Akil Balachandran. It's very, very fun. You get to hear from the same people a couple different times. Everyone's gonna have different things to share and new authors sharing. So let's see, Andy, Alberlan, and Uthaya, before I hop to you two, Jay and Gordon, let's do a co-founder check-in. What? All right, gentlemen, how are we? This is like super fun to do these check-ins because our co-founders, just for the record, so you all know, we have Jay and Gordon who are like tracking like the stats and where we, what the growth looks like for our international bestseller status and the engagement. Gordon has got, it doesn't stop. I'm telling you, these gentlemen have helped hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people become international bestselling authors. No one does it better. They are, Gordon's a master connector. Jay is too. These gentlemen have it all together. So let's, who do we want to start with?
Let me go, Kelly. Like before,
okay.
I have some stats. I wanted to give a round of applause for our Kelly, our author lead, who's been phenomenal over this week. Thank you, Kelly. Like your energy, like we always say, if we can bottle it and sell it and land it for success, we will be multimillionaires in a day.
Thank you, Jay. It's a pleasure. I love this space.
Thank you. Having said that, I wanted to give you a couple of stats because from the IT background, I can tell you not only our team that you see visually behind the scenes under Uma Radhakrishnan and Raya, there are 7 marketing professionals working behind the scenes, sharing and posting it on LinkedIn, Facebook groups, all over the place. This is just for our, not only for our authors, the reach that we are reaching is, we actually boosted our event post, which has reached over 100,000 people on Facebook alone. So while this is happening, Gordon called me and said, Jay, I found out a hack, let's do this. So right now, in our event page, the Facebook Live that we are happening right now, it's going on our event page. Not only that, on Instagram, I will send you guys the stats later. We will be, by end of today, we are 45K away from reaching 500,000 reach on Instagram. Again, it's a sponsored post. I just wanted to say we wanted to try something different. I know there's a team of people behind the scenes working, the story, we wanted to give the authors and your stories the recognition that they need. And we are doing as best as we can with the resources we have in order to be found and take it to the social media. So I just wanted to wrap it up by saying, you guys continue sharing your story. There's a team working behind the scenes to getting all those things happening. So that's why you will see me on and off because we are doing managing other things as well. So I'll leave you with that, Kelly.
Well, I appreciate it, Jay, and you are so right. And that is, for those of you, it's kind of to the point, Jay has talked about this. Gordon has actually, all of you authors have mentioned this at different times. You know, when we see individuals at the, you know, at the top of their game, or at, you know, right at the end, you're like, oh yeah, where did this come from? You know, who's working behind the scenes? What did that journey look like leading up to that? And the fact is there is everybody involved, our authors, our co-founders, certainly our amazing editor, Miss Linsey Fischer, and Uma and Rhea, and the incredible team that Gordon and Jay have pulled together for to help with the behind the scenes marketing and the branding and the sharing and the everything to do with that. We, you know, the authors have their role, everybody has their role, but we could not be here today without everybody collectively coming together and really working together to pull this off. And so that it is really important, and I love that. And that's just it. It's, you know, Cleoni, you've mentioned it, Rob, everybody has. You know, it's, yes, we're here at the launch day. This is fantastic. But there is a lot of work that has gone up to now, and there is a lot of work right now going on behind the scenes. You see the authors, you'll see me from time to time looking down. I'm not like writing love notes to myself. However, I suggest it. Why not? You guys, we should all write love notes to ourselves. But currently, I'm choosing to to post, and I'm choosing, and I'm sending messages of our Amazon quick links to people that I know, inviting them to plug into our live Facebook event here and order their own copy and to share with others. You can go to the post. You can like hold your finger and touch it. If you're not sure how to copy, look, I'm like, do that. Touch the screen, let it highlight and copy, and go and paste it to everyone and their mother and their mother's mother. That's what I'm doing. You see Gordon, I mean, we were listening to our incredible authors. Meanwhile, Jay's like, what, Gordon, you have a hack? Sweet, I'm on it. So like, this is what they're doing. And you see some of our authors looking down. This is what they're doing. So please feel free, join us. You know, monkey see, monkey do. Look down, start sharing. Sharing is caring. We want to hit #1 international bestseller status. We need your help. Do us a huge favor. Hop into the link of your choice, grab yourself a copy, gift it to whomever else you can. Ask them to do the same. And Gordon, I'm excited for your update too, because you've got interviews, you've got stuff rocking and rolling. How are things currently right now from your side of things?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've like Erika, I'm drinking coffee now. No.
Cheers.
So it's just incredible. It's surreal, isn't it? Isn't it? And, you know, Erika, I'm looking at Erika, you know, we're thanking so many people, and Erika's been like a mainstay in support, not just with our book, but with our lifetime members inside Landed for Success. If you don't know about the benefits of becoming a lifetime member, talk to one of our members, talk to Kelly, talk to, you know, Erika. So there's so many people that are supporting right now. And so Jay and myself and Kelly, miss anyone's name, you guys know who you are. Right. So it's not by design that we're trying to leave out any names at all. But what's really neat is there's a couple of categories. We'll announce it later during the day. There's a couple of categories where we've already hit #1 categories in Amazon new hot releases in Canada, right? Several categories. And it's kind of neat because one of the categories right now, we're in #3. Okay. And you got Mr. Jeff Bezos in #2. And last week, I remember seeing Jeff Bezos #1, and we were like 9, and then 8, and then 7, and then back down to 15, and then back and forth. And then finally, we were at #3, and I got excited, and there was Jeff Bezos #1 and #2. I'm scratching my head, you know, like Kelly was talking about a monkey for a minute. I'm scratching my head thinking, how can this even be fair? Like Jeff Bezos owns the company, right? Amazon, like, can we check his stats? Like, we actually know he's actually #1, but he's #1 and #2, right? And sure enough, eventually, with everyone's support and effort, we're #1 in that category. So it's kind of a nice feeling. Not that we could ever compare ourselves to Amazon or Jeff Bezos, but isn't it a great feeling for a moment in time to say my book that I'm part of, like Rob says, like, that we bear like our authenticity. It's bravery to write your story. And now it's #1 beside Jeff Bezos, right? There's categories where, you know, individuals like my hero, like Anthony Robbins, where, you know, he right beside him, we're number one. Isn't that incredible? Who wrote Atomic Habits, Kelly?
James Clear, yes.
James Clear. There's books where we're number one ahead of Atomic Habits. Does that make sense? Right? And, you know, my friend JB has put together, I think, 12 or 14 number one international bestsellers now. Her next book is actually with Les Brown. And last time we did a launch, we couldn't get to number one because she was number one and we were number two. And we jokingly both said to each other, the next time we launch a book, let's check with each other to make sure we don't launch on the same date. Right? But it was kind of neat because we were bouncing back and forth, number one, number two, number one, number two. So she reached out the other day and said, Gordon, I saw your post. I'm so glad that you're launching like on, what are we today? I can't even tell time anymore. We're the 12th.
May 11th.
May 11th. And she said, we're launching next week and the week after. Right? So we're not competing against each other. And there's no competition, you guys. Right? There's like, think about this. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of books on Amazon. And our authors right here are in the top freaking 100. In like bestseller and hot new releases. Yeah, Rob, right? It's time to celebrate. There's categories that, I don't know, Rob, like, I don't know, like the Canadians are doing a good job. I love our cousins down in the South. Like there's categories right now where like 15 and 21 in the US. So if you guys are friends in the US, my friend Robert Hollis, thank you. Robert just purchased a copy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right? Robert Hollis. I think Robert's got a few friends. I hope he can share with a couple of friends. Randy Goodman, my friend Randy Goodman says she just bought a copy. So thank everybody. Somebody said, well, I don't have a Kindle reader. Get one. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to have a Kindle reader to buy a copy. Okay, so I bought my copy and I can read it on Amazon. The good news is if you do have a Kindle reader, not a Kindle reader, a Kindle Unlimited account, you can download it for free. Okay, somebody said they're waiting for a soft copy, like an actual copy to hold in their hands. That's good too. But if you could do us a huge favor, buy an e-copy today as well, like Pamela, right? Like help out Pamela. Like buy now, buy now. Here's a bit of a good news. Jay, Kelly, can we make this announcement? You know, we're all about success, transformation and success, right? So if anyone you know who purchases an e-copy, like a Kindle book today, send us the receipt. Okay, post the receipt somewhere, send the receipt to the author, send it to info@landofforsuccess.com, and we'll send you as a gift from us a e-copy. Okay, so you can go download a copy of the 17 Principles of Success from the Science of Getting Rich. Okay. I mean, that's an incredible book. It's, you know, two of my favorite books is The Science of Getting Rich and Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. But if you support the authors today, you buy a copy of the Kindle book, Land for Success, just send us the proof of receipt and we'll make sure that you get a link where you can download a copy of The Science of Getting Rich. Just one quick story, Kelly. You know, my friend Elliot, I love, well, actually, I got a question for Andy first. Andy, if I was up a tree and I was falling off, would you catch me?
Like his dog?
That's kind of like a private question, right? I'm stuck in a tree and I'm falling, Andy, would you catch me?
I'll do my very best, Gordon.
I'm not that heavy, right? But you know, the friendships that we create here, it's incredible, right? Jay and I is one example. I remember visiting Paris for the very first time. I had never been there. My daughter was going to school there. You know, my kids live all around the world. So we decided we would actually meet in Paris as a family. And I was so excited. Would you guys be excited? Paris? I really want to know if Madeline's house was real or not, right? And I woke up that next morning. I got so excited. I got into their underground subway. I don't know what's called there. I turned a corner and all I heard was snap. I literally felt like I got shot by a gun. That's how painful it was. And I didn't know it at the time, but I tore my ACL. I was in pain for 2 weeks, and I show up to then I had to show up to England, London, England, just so I could have breakfast with my good friend Elliot, so he could help me to stop feeling sorry for myself. It's incredible, right? That the friendships that we make. I can't wait till the border allows us to visit the US. I can't wait till we can travel, because we would have, if COVID wasn't an issue right now, like we're still in a lockdown till May 20th here in Toronto, right? So talk about resilience. Can you imagine this launch right now? It's live, it's in person. There's 200-300 people in the room celebrating. The authors are signing books to a point where you have writer's cramp. Would that be a good feeling? Like Elliot in Malta. Elliot is so humble about his success. Wait till you guys get to meet Elliot a bit. Everyone that's in here, right? He's got a program called the Likability Factor. In my opinion, it's the modern day version of how to win friends and influence people. And I know he knows how to do that, because I remember a time when I hit the top position in a company in North America. I felt pretty good about myself until I met Elliot, who was the #1 producer in the company in Europe. He has built massive leadership teams all around the world. How would you like to get a few moments of his time? And so inside Lander for Success, every author, every speaker that you see here, eventually some of them will be part of our Master Lives and Mastermind, not just their book, but opportunity to help you grow yourself personally, right? So just using Elliot as an example, that Likability Factor program, that's going to be available soon for Lander for Success community. So whether you are part of our growing following, if you're not following us on Instagram, Vistagram, and Datagram, right? I just use Facebook because that's all I know. But that group, that 16.3 thousand, we're adding a couple of zeros behind that. That's a promise. And then for the ones who are serious, like the authors here, inside our membership area, right? Because they say if you don't pay attention. Would you agree? So the ones that do pay to become a member, and if you truly want to improve your relationships, let's not even talk about money for a minute. Let's just put the money aside for a minute. There are individuals in this group who have made 6, 7+ figure incomes. You can meet some of those individuals. Akil introduced me to a 29-year-old who said to me, Mr. So, I just sold my second startup. And I'm thinking, what? I don't even know what I was thinking. I was thinking like $500, $5,000, 50 grand, $500,000. I wasn't thinking that much. When he said, I sold my second startup, and Jay was there. He introduced me to these guys, $30 million with the second startup. I pretended like I wasn't excited, right? As he was telling me that. And the second thing he said to me was, if you know anyone who's interested in a startup and may need a little bit of help, I may be interested in making an investment if they have the right product or the right business. And I'm only sharing this with you, not to brag about Lander for Success as a community. I want to brag about our authors in the community that this is the access that you have now. Okay, so take advantage of the access, read the author's story. And if you relate to an author, reach out to them, have real conversations with them. Okay, that's what I want to encourage you to do. I think I took a little more than I should have with time here, but I am so excited, right? With Lander for Success, Volume 1, Untold Stories. And I can see one day this launch, maybe we'll have it in Malta. Wouldn't it be great, Elliot, instead of us on Zoom together, how many of you would like to actually do this book launch live in Malta, right? Or we go to California and we go to a beautiful winery in California. Who would like to come with us? And we have a beautiful launch there. We celebrate life together. This is Lander for Success. So I hope you guys come along. But for today, it's really simple, right? Do us a huge favor. Help each one of us, our authors. Right? If it's your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your aunt, your best friend, buy a copy of Lander for Success. Like for $2.99. I mean, I have not been able to go out and buy Starbucks for a year now. You know how many $2.99 I've saved by not going out, right? So you can help each and every one of us here realize our dreams so we can actually impact more, create influence, impact more people today. So thank you for this opportunity.
Gordon, you described that so well. I'm sitting here thinking, I got to join. And then suddenly I realized, oh, hey, I'm already a member. You did it so.
That's amazing, Elliot.
Oh, you're the best, Gordon. You're the best.
Yeah.
So
Can you imagine
things.
membership in the UK and Europe, Elliot?
Yeah.
Planet for Success community in Europe. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, amazing.
We have somebody in Dubai who just bought one of our books the other day. He was telling me he just did a speaking engagement in India for 10,000 people. How many of you here are authors, or people who are watching that are authors, would like to go speak in front of a group of 10,000 people? Right? Like they just flew Tony Robbins' son, into Dubai to speak. How would you like to go and speak in Dubai? So, Kelly put up her hand, but Kelly is, and Erika, they're part of the team that's going to decide who's going to go and who's not going to go to Dubai with us to speak. Is that amazing? Like, anyways, I'm going to stop talking because I won't, because today is about the authors and your stories, right? Like Cleoni, the #1 mental health wellness advocate, in my opinion, on the planet, right? So there's so much talent in our group and people that really care. It's incredible.
It is incredible.
Gordon, did you just say that Kelly and Erika are part of the team that decides who gets to go to Dubai? Did you say that?
Yeah.
Elliot, you're in.
You did. Oh, Kelly and Erika, I just wanted to tell you, by the way, how impressed I am with what you're doing and think you're such wonderful people.
Yeah. Elliot, do you remember Chantel? You met Chantel for the first time in Toronto.
Wonderful person. What a lovely aura. Lovely aura.
You spoke at the Empower Women to Succeed.
I did.
I remember people saying, well, why would you have a male speak at the Empower Women to Succeed? And when it was all said and done, nobody wanted to leave. And Chantel, when Chantel spoke at one of her speakers camps, we had somebody there who said, the minute he saw her speak, he took out his camera and Ernesto recorded it. And as soon as she finished speaking, he said, this clip is going to Dubai, and I'll promise you within a year, you'll be speaking in Dubai. And guess what happened within a year? She was speaking
in Dubai.
Right? So that's what I love about our community, because intentions, and again, I'm going to stop because Kelly talks about intentions a lot. Right? And so that's what I love about our authors. Each one here has specific intentions. And then when we make an intention and a decision to do something, we will do our best. We will absolutely do our best to make sure that we live by those intentions. Will we fail at it sometime? Yeah, will we make mistakes on our way there? But our intentions is how can we uplift, inspire each other to success.
So Gordon and Elliot, I'm so glad that you're both, your faces are not hiding right now. I just wanted to thoughtfully remind all of our, the two of you, and for everyone's viewing pleasure, I know you guys know what's coming. Andy and then Uthaya will hop over to you. These two gentlemen, for all of you lovely people that are listening and engaging and exchanging and are dropping in the comments, hey, I'm getting my copy. Yeah, please do, because you have a free gift coming to you for one. That's sweet. And you're gifting yourself as you gift others. Helping, the paying it forward aspect is that your order on Amazon, super easy. Quick links are in the post. That helps us help these incredible individuals hit #1 international best-selling status. What? Yeah, please do it. We are asking favors from everyone, and every single order, every single one, everyone. There's no limit. You could do 10 and you'll get 10 copies, free download ebooks of The Science of Getting Rich. That is our gift to you. Thank you to Landed for Success Absolutely. We want to say thank you. Thank you for participating. Thank you for helping us help these incredible authors hit and reach an incredible status, simply for sharing their stories, because they understand the power of a story and how experiences can impact lives, whether we know them or whether we don't. So I love it. But I'm going to, I said there was a thoughtful reminder here. I like these. So what you all may not know is that our one incredible co-founder, Mr. Gordon So, he has an instrument that he's very good at playing. And but
Hold on, okay?
but I'm pretty sure it's not far away. And what I was enlightened by is one of our incredible co-authors, Mr. Elliot Hiller, was put on the spot by Gordon. So remember, these two gentlemen are longtime friends, several decades and some, huge admiration for each other, but they've challenged each other. Well, actually, I kind of lied, Elliot, sorry. I did, so I have a part in this. So Gordon invited Elliot to, if he would please have his guitar, would he do a little something for everybody on our launch day? And then then that's where I did insert myself. Then I was like, oh, then we can ask Gordon on Elliot's behalf for him to chime in too. And I also know that Andy Alberlan also has guitar. Erika and I do too, but that's a different story. We're not focused on that right now. We're focused on Mr. Elliot Hiller, who is very much involved in the music industry, and who he is shines in so many more ways than one. And so Gordon and Elliot, I would love for the entire world to be gifted by your gifts of music.
Well, that's very kind of you, Kelly. And
it was really from Gordon.
And Gordon, thank you again. Thank you once again for landing me in it, old friend. Thank you. No, listen, the last record that I produced is by a wonderful singer called Laurence J. She's a French lady, beautiful voice, and she sang some of my compositions on the album called Lo and Behold. It's on Spotify and you can order it and everything. And I think that Gordon sent you the video clip. There's a video clip on YouTube of one of my songs called Always, and she sings on there for 3 minutes or so. I'd really like to shine the spotlight on her, not only because she's got a much better voice, but because there's a whole bunch of other musicians. And last but not least, I would not have to sing live here, just like Gordon is about to do. Congratulations, Gordon. I see you've got your axe.
Yeah,
We're looking forward to you to shredding your axe, Gordon. Go for it.
Sharpening my axe. As you guys know, I'm not much of a singer. My kids usually clear out when I sing. So I want to make sure that our folks don't clear out. And if you do clear out, make sure you buy a copy of the book before you do that.
No, that's not fair. You do a great job, Gordon.
So a friend of mine wrote this song a long time ago, right? And I love the words, and I hope it kind of applies to what we're doing here, right? Because we all have dreams, right? I don't know if you guys can see on here, but it says turning dreams into reality. That's always been one of my catchphrases, is how do you turn dreams into reality? And so many of us have dreams. And sometimes instead of living our dreams, we live a nightmare. Can anyone relate to that? So it's time to wake up, you guys. Wake up from your nightmares, right? What are you going to do today that's going to take you actually one step closer to your dreams? Elliot, one of Elliot's dreams is one of his songs, one day he would like to have, who is it that you want to sing the song, Elliot?
Oh, Elliot, you're muted.
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion. So if anybody knows Celine Dion, let's manifest that today. Like one day, someone's going to know somebody who knows Celine Dion. So I know somebody who knows Halle Berry. So maybe that could be one step closer for us to getting Celine Dion to one day sing your song. Okay. So a buddy of mine wrote the song, and this to me is about our authors, right? Of just taking a shot at writing their story, creating some influence and impact, and trying to make the world just a little bit of a better place. Okay, so it's like, I don't know if I can do this.
You can
Take
do
a
it.
shot. Take a shot and give it all you've got to live the dreams. Did you guys hear that?
Yes.
You can build a million strong. Fingers on every hand. Welcome, Carlos. Silver, gold, or diamonds, family of our own. Take the road to freedom, never be apart. Take a shot and give it all you've got to live the dreams.
Beautiful.
Live your dreams, you guys.
You should take that on tour, Gordon. Let me know when.
Oh, Eric, you are very kind. Thank you.
Amazing.
Tour is happening, Eric. Next year, we are going a 5-country tour already.
Let's do it.
Oh, Andy, my buddy Andy, he's got a guitar. What's going on here?
I'll give you one a little later. I don't want to steal your spotlight, Gordon.
So listen, because of that, everyone's got to go buy 2 books now.
Yes. 2 books, one
Copy.
for you and one for someone else. This goes
You know,
back
Jim
to
Rowan always says what, Kelly? For kids, 2 bicycles, one to ride and one to rent.
I love it.
2
It's
books.
brilliant. I like that's better than my example. My example was an Eric knows this. I have I don't know. It's a Kelly fun fact. I tend to get inspired by my gifting abilities. So when I go to gift other people things, I tend to get a second one for myself. So I'm thinking, wow, this is fantastic. I'm going to gift one to myself and I'll gift it to the other person. So, but I think yours is great. one for yourself, one to rent, and I like it because that's the business, the savvy business sense that Mr. Gordon so brings to the table, and I love it. So now, Elliot, you had shared that someone else has a fabulous delivery of your music and your song, and you shared with me the link. So I am going to share this with all of you here. And let's go to here, and I will share this. Carlos Ramos Quiñones, I saw you sneak on in here. I love it. Happy Tuesday and happy launch day to you. Okay, you all can see this. Okay, so this is, Elliot, do you want to set this up for everybody here before I hit play?
Sure. Laurence J is a very successful French singer, wonderful lady, does jazz albums, does French pop rock albums, heard my songs, recorded an album of them. I produced it. I'm the composer. Fantastic arranger, Manu Martin. Got in great musicians. We had a lot of fun doing it. And this is one of the songs from the album called Always. It's one of those pure love songs. It's an outpouring of love, relationship love, but hey, have a listen. Hope you like it.
I love this. And so as I hit play to all of you watching, it's very fitting because when you talk about the love that is that went into the stories and the experiences that all 18 of our authors have brought forth to gift to the world, it's beautiful. So I'm looking forward to this. I thank you for the setup, Elliot, and let's have a go here.
Hold your hand, always gonna try and understand, always gonna want to be with you, always gonna make your dreams come true, always gonna be by your side, never give a cause to run or hide, never leave anything untried, always gonna greet the brand new day, always gonna help you laugh and play, always gonna look into your eyes, always get ready for a nice surprise, always read the writing on the wall. ignore you when you call. Always gonna love you.
Amazing. Ooh, hands together, Elliot.
Thank you.
For those of you, Kelly Chiasson, I'm the host and author leaves you with Landed for Success. We are celebrating our 18 incredible authors sharing their 18 incredible experiences in our book, Untold Stories. And that was a video produced and directed by one of our co-authors, Mr. Elliot Hiller.
Yes.
The link to that beautiful, the beautiful video and song is in the comments. So feel free to copy and paste that and listen to it again and again to your heart's desire. For those of you that missed one of our co-founders, Mr. Gordon So, singing and playing his guitar, you're gonna have to go backwards a little bit in reverse and hit the replay. I'm sure if we ask nicely enough, maybe he'll come back and he'll do some more later on. This is what we are asking all of you. The quick links for Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK are not only in the post, they are in the comments. Our Facebook event link is also in the post. Please share, share, share. And more importantly for today, we are pulling in and asking favors from everyone to please hop into the Amazon link of your choice, gift yourself a copy of our book, Landed for Success, Untold Stories, gift one to somebody you know. Every single order helps us help these incredible authors reach #1 international bestseller status, which is what we are looking to do. And we're in a fantastic position. I have a quote: anyone can go alone, but no one can grow alone. And that is because, like most things, the most exceptional experiences come from collaborative efforts, when you have a collective of individuals working together as one for working toward the same goal. And that is the goal we are working toward today. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, you'll see on here we have, I'm joined by Erika Aguilar, Mr. Jeyakanthan, Cleoni Crawford, Mr. Elliot Hiller, Mr. Rob Lawrence, Mr. Andrew Alberlan, Ms. Uthaya Rumagam, Mr. Carlos Ramos Quiñones, co-founder Mr. Gordon So, my husband Eric Chiasson, and Ms. Pamela Geiger. And we've had others. More are going to come on through the rest of this afternoon. But these incredible people, we're here to give you an up close and personal introduction to why these individuals, as amazing as they are, chose to come forward, share their experiences, and why it's so important to empower through stories. So let's jump over to you, Andy, Mr. New York. How are you on this great Tuesday? And congratulations to you on a second book launch within a year. That's super fun. To those of you, this is your first introduction to this fantastic gentleman. Andy, I just love you. And hi to Joni too. Definitely a group, you know, I don't know. It's like, Eric, I support everything he does. And likewise with me. So I know for the two of us, we wouldn't have the success that we have and are able to experience if we didn't have the love and support of each other. And I know that you and your fiance absolutely have that in place, like nobody's business. But I am so pleased to introduce you to everybody. Andy is just, oh man, he is a lover of words. He is a lover of stories. He is a lover of really what can, you know, the familial thread of things, the humanity, you know, the thread that weaves us all together just as human beings around the world. He is a mentor. He is a coach. He is a phenomenal entrepreneur. He is an artist. He is a beautiful expressionist in words and art. He's just fantastic. He is extremely talented in building, just what he creates with his hands. I mean, the descriptives don't end, and he just really loves people, and he is very passionate about lifting others up. He is on a mission to do just that on a larger scale. So Andy, you know, having, you know, with Rob, we were co-authors in our 30+1 Resilient Stories that launched last August, which hit #1 bestseller internationally, which is fantastic. And here you are again, sharing an expanded part of who you are. Why, you know, let the people know a little bit about who you are and why for you, participating in Untold Stories was an important decision for you to say yes to.
Wow, Kelly, holy cow. I mean, you didn't move yourself to tears, but man, what an introduction.
I love you. I love all these people.
I'm with Elliot, where I think I need to go and take a little snapshot of that and just, you know, people are like, do you have a business card? I'll be like, no, but I have this. Here, check this out. So
oh my God, that'd be amazing. I'll do that for each and every one of you. Okay, continue.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Everybody today really has been, it's been so enjoyable for me just to kind of just been hanging here and listening to everybody talk. And I agree so much with definitely what a lot of people are saying. And I'm really happy and excited to be here working again with you and Rob, with Gordon. He's just such a dynamic guy. And Jay behind the scenes, which I don't even know why he's always behind the scenes, because when he gets up in front of everybody, he's such a showstopper. You know, he has so much enthusiasm, and you can tell just a fantastic sense of humor. So I'm really excited to be here working with you guys again. And the success that we had in the first book that we worked on together, 30+1, I think it was actually a little unexpected on my part. I didn't realize it was going to go that far and be that big. So when I had an opportunity to work with you all again, because it was so enjoyable, I know that we talked about this before. There was no hesitation. The minute that email came through, I stopped what I was doing. I replied to it. I paid my dues, and I got geared up to do this with you guys again. And you see me drinking my coffee here, and actually I'm using my Lone Wolf coffee mug, okay? So this one is because, and I know we've talked about this before, Kelly, I tend to be a lone wolf. I've always worked alone for the most part. A lot of the stuff that I do, I'm just a one-man band. And it's a big step for me to work with a group like Landed for Success. And I was actually just thinking the other day, I was like, wow, I am a lifetime member of Landed for Success. And if they're really only a year and a half into their journey, like, and we've become this tight knit, where are we gonna go in 10 years? Like, to me, I said, wow, that's so amazing to be a part of something like this. So when it came to writing for this book, and I know in some of our spotlight stuff, we touched on this a little bit, but for anybody that didn't see that, I just wanted to reiterate that to have a group like Landed for Success that was originally conceived to help and to network with people that had come from, most of them emigrating to Canada and surrounding areas, had come from really challenging backgrounds and had come to Canada to find success, to live that dream, to improve themselves. When it became, I'm not that person. I'm born here in Western New York State, which for all of you out there in the world, I've never even been to New York City. It has nothing to do with that. I'm looking at a cornfield across the street from my house. So I live out in the country. I'm a country kid, and I've lived here in Western New York, almost smack dab in between Buffalo and Rochester for my whole life. So that is not my background. So when I went to write a story, you know, I'm not the businessman where I put on a suit and a tie. I don't drive a fancy car. That's not my way. I'm a little bit more rugged, rough and tumble. I want to wear a t-shirt and jeans. That's what feels comfortable to me. So my business is I'm a home inspector, and I've been doing that for 12 years. I also have an intensive background in construction, and I like to use my stories to teach people and to comfort them, and to inspire them to become the best that they can be. So when I was searching my soul for the story that I would share for this group that's all about inspiring success and being successful, I really had to question, what did success mean to me? And because we see this vision of success on the internet, it's thrown at us, you know, every time you're on YouTube and just trying to listen to your songs, you get somebody that pops in with their ad, and they're standing there in a $1,000 suit in front of 4 supercars, in front of their $8.4 million mansion, or whatever it is, and they're saying, hey, look at me, I'm successful, and they start going into their pitch. And I think that it becomes it's an illusion, and it becomes disillusioning as to what success really is. Where success is really the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. And every single one of us holds that element within ourselves. So when I look deep down at what success meant to me, because I don't have any supercars, and I don't have a big giant mansion, and I don't have any $1,000 suits. Success for me was about those little moments when you touch someone's life, when you have used, as Elliot was talking about earlier, when you've used your talent, your skills, and you've helped somebody in a way that maybe at that time did not seem all that tangible, or it didn't seem big. And I went back and I found a point that I felt was really, really meaningful to me, because not only did I help someone, but I realized something different about myself and my role as a leader, which I had never really considered that I was, and that I had been leading people for a decade without realizing I'm the leader. And it was like I took charge of that for the first time. So so that is, in a nutshell, why I wanted to work with this group again, why I so enjoy being a part of this group, and how excited I am for what the future holds for all of us, individually and collectively.
Love it. And there's I don't know, you guys listen, and it's like anything anybody is sharing, and any of what you said, I mean, it's like I relate to every single thing that you said. And to your points, to Elliot's points, to Erika's points, to Pamela's points, Cleoni, Gordon, Jay, Rob, Carlos hasn't spoken yet, but he's going to be here soon. But he has said the same things. My husband, Eric Chiasson, forget, I need to say the author's name. I can't just say my husband. Everyone's gonna be like, who? Why is she talking about her husband? He's one of the authors, but it's, you know, that everyone has something to share, and everyone goes back to like expectations, and who's to decide what is small, what is big, and how we show up. Who's to decide what is success? You know, where are you pulling that from? What may be infiltrating our subconscious thoughts on what success is? What may be affecting, you know, what we say success is, or what it looks like? You know, what is that social aspect that is out there that tends to, you know, shape people's thinking on things? And that's just it. If someone's idea of success is, you know, to your point, Andy, maybe someone has always had their eye on a mansion and they want the 4 supercars. That's awesome. Go out and have at it. You know, if someone, you know, for whatever reason, they want that, you know, $1,000 suit, fantastic. You want to have a beautiful, and I mean stunning, piece of property called Sweet Acres.
Sweet Land
Acres that is built by your own hands, your own creativity, your own artistic talents. Have at it. You know, if success to you is, you know, brainstorming a platform where people can come and land for success and share about how that looks and how that feels, and people can say, oh my gosh, you know, I can expand how I'm growing personally and professionally outside of my community. I can impact lives one person at a time, one story at a time, one business at a time, one community at a time, one country at a time. Great, have at it. If success is, you know what, I just want to leave a legacy behind in pages for my nieces and nephews and my own kids, that they have an attachment to their beautiful family and their beautiful heritage in Peru. Amazing, have at it. So success looks very, very different. We have 18 authors We have a beautiful foreword written by Baron John Shin. I wrote the introduction. We have our beautiful editor. These are all, every single one of us has different ideas of success. And not one is less inspiring than the others. Not one is better than the others, and there's not one that's less than the others. But it's, you know, how do we use that connectedness? How do we use that that aspect of humanity to build together and really not only continue to grow as our best versions of ourselves, but inspire others to do the same. And leaving those expectations to the wayside makes a big difference in our ability to be able to do that and show up at that capacity. Andy, that's lovely that you put that, you know, sharing that. It's fantastic. For you, Andy, you know, your launch day, everyone's like, I didn't sleep last night. How'd you sleep last night?
Well, I sleep like the dead, first of all. And I'm one of those people, you know.
Wait. Most people say I slept like a brick. I slept like a log. I just have to like, we gotta do
I say log too. I say log. I'm
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, I slept like a log, or I slept like a baby. Please
Share your
repeat.
secret. Share your
What did
secret,
you
please.
say? You
Okay,
said I slept like a what?
like the dead.
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, continue. Sorry.
Here in Western New York, we have a lot of really crazy sayings. You know, another one is, you know, if you want to talk about like, you know, how many dead cats could you throw at it? That kind of thing. You know, I don't know. I think it's a country thing. Just please don't judge us. We're just people too. Okay. You know, mind you, I'd like to just say real quickly that you mentioned Baron John Shin, and you know, the people that I know, that I live in this little community that's probably about 1,500 people. We have a little store where we congregate and then we get pizza and stuff. Very small, tight-knit little community. And mostly it's farmers and, you know, contractors and people that work, you know, factory and manufacturing type jobs. We do not have a lot of bigwigs around here. Okay. So to have met someone like John Shin, who is that successful guy, so humble that he doesn't stand in front of all of his supercars in his mansion, but he is legitimately that guy, and that he would sit and do a 2-hour call with all of us and share his wisdom and share the way that he is with himself, and that he's a relatively shy person, somewhat of an introvert, and that he's just learned and developed to be able to speak on cue. And I mean, wow, that just makes you feel like so connected, because here's this person that could distance themselves with all of these trappings that maybe some of us don't have or aren't used to experiencing, but that's not really how it came out. It was that we were on the human level, and that's the only thing that I've experienced with this group and landed for success. So now that that's taken care of, Rob had a question. What is my secret? And I'm going to tell you my secret, and you can take it for what it is, okay? Because I've seen these memes where, you know, people are like, oh, that person that falls asleep in 2 seconds, you know, I want to murder them in their sleep or whatever, because people are tossing and turning. This is something that I have done, as far back as I can remember, even as a little kid. So what I do to fall asleep is I use my powers of visualization. And any one of us that has been in the personal development realm for any amount of time knows the power of visualization. And so this is what I have come to find out, because it's not that I did this purposely. I learned later on what I was doing is self-hypnosis. And I've used this in many different ways with many different visions. But so I'll give you an example of one that's fairly generic. So what I'll do is, let's just say I'll lay there and I'll visualize myself as I'm climbing up onto a high dive. Okay, everybody got the vision of climbing up onto a high dive and walking out to the end of the 6-7 foot diving board.
I would
And
be
then-
on like an inchworm on that diving board, Andy, like hugging it with my arms and legs, and someone would
Okay.
have to shove
All
me.
right. Well, then if heights aren't your thing, then find something different. But I just
Low board.
then I'll visualize myself diving off the board, and then here I am. I'm back up climbing, and I back out on the board. And so I'm doing that repeatedly. Okay. Now it could be. I also had one where I was an archer in a tree, and I was just firing arrows.
Amazing.
You know, it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's just a repetitive visualization, something that makes you feel good, makes you feel safe, or makes you feel excited. You know, I actually had one where I would run and jump off a cliff. And then I realized, you know what, that's kind of depressing. So instead, I made it that when I jumped, that I would fly. And then I repeated that over and over. So it can be whatever you want it to be, but that's how you trick your brain into saying, or maybe give it the signal, hey, it's time to shut down, instead of just sitting there going, well, did we get the groceries done? And what do we have to do tomorrow? Did you think about this project? You know what she said, right? Because isn't that what our monkey mind is always doing? So for me, and trust me, I got 40 some odd years of practice at this. So yeah, I lay down, and for the most part, I'll be asleep in a minute or some, I don't know, however long, enough time that, you know, Joni might be a little irritated with me because I'm fast asleep and snoring, and she's barely just got comfortable. So
I hear her laughing. Joni.
She doesn't hold it against me, at least not the next day. I don't know, maybe she's hovering over me with the pillow. I don't know, because I am dead asleep, and I've gotten there quickly. So but I was up bright and early this morning, rip roaring and ready to go. And I'm so excited to be here. I am so happy that to be participating in this book launch and to be working with this group again. And I truly hope that my story can touch the hearts of thousands and thousands and millions of people, and that everyone can know that they're not alone in that struggle, in that journey, and that if my story is not the one that touches you, then I have no doubt that there will be one that does. So give it a shot, read through this beautiful little book, and I hope that it changes as many lives as we all intend for it to.
Thank you, Andy, and we're glad that you're here. Really, I mean, we couldn't be here without all of you. It's one thing. It's one thing for the co-founders to say, okay, we're gonna build out a co-authorship experience for people to come together and share their stories. It's even a little different when they say, okay, so we have some people that want to share their stories, you think, and then invite me in to step in as the author lead. And then it's like, okay, so we have an incredible editor too, Miss Linsey Fischer. Wonderful. Oh, we have a team member, Samantha Glass. We have Uma and her incredible behind the scenes team. Okay, but what is that if we don't have everybody really believing in the power of a story, how that impacts lives, and saying yes to actually taking the time, getting that on paper, working through their draft experience with our amazing editor, so that the final pieces are, you know, the integrity is kept of what they're choosing to share, and it's in a book that is beautifully put together so we can gift it to the world, which is exactly what we're doing today. We're celebrating Landed for Success's launch of Untold Stories. Please, we invite you to grab your copy. Hop into Amazon. The links are in the post. The links are in the comments. You can reach out to anyone that you see on the screen here. Any one of our authors that are not on the screen here, reach out to them directly. Reach out to Jeyakanthan, Mr. Gordon Sower, myself. We will make sure that you are plugged in exactly where you need to be and have what you need to gift yourself a copy. And yet, even a step beyond that, gift 1 or 2 or 10 to other people that you know, because every single download, every single purchase goes to help us, help these incredible authors and their stories just go out to the masses, gifting the world, helping them to hit and reach #1 international best-selling author status. This is a huge feat. We can totally do it. We just need the favors of all of you. And for those of you that are saying, I'm in, this is totally my bag, sweet, we love you. And so here's what we say, thanks. And for every single order that is done, Landed for Success is going to gift you a free ebook of The Science of Getting Rich. And so what does that look like? That looks like when you make your purchase and you download your book, or when you make that gifting decision to somebody else, please message us with a copy of your receipt, and your proof of purchase, if you will be what gets you your free ebook of The Science of Getting Rich from Landed for Success. We appreciate everybody's participation. We cannot do this alone. We do need the favors and downloads and orders and purchases of all of you. So again, the links are in the post. The links are in the comments. Andy, thank you so much for sharing. It's always a pleasure. We love that you are here. Joni, we love you too. Let's hop over here. Uthaya, how are you today? You haven't left, so I know that this is like a good window of time for us to catch you in between the remote schooling and everything going on with those beautiful kiddos of yours. So for those of you that are just meeting Uthaya for the first time, what's fantastic about this amazing lady is she's a beautiful daughter. She is a beautiful sister. She is a beautiful mama of beautiful kids. She is an entrepreneur. She is the CEO and founder at Trillionaire Drone Studios. She shows up always. You're always showing up wanting and asking questions just so you can be the best version of yourself. You're very, very consistent in that, Uthaya, ever since I've had the pleasure of getting to know you for about a year now. And your inner strength to really be who you are and showing up in the world as an independent woman of strength who is more than deserving of her place here is phenomenal. You're an amazing example to people around you. You're an amazing example to your children. And you're an amazing example to the individuals in your space that may not recognize it. They will at some point. It'll come up some other way. But you are a beacon of hope for many people. And the individuals that are going to be gifted with your story, your amazing story, are in for a real treat. And it will inspire every reader. I know it will. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome. Congratulations to you on your launch day of Untold Stories. So I would love everyone to hear from you and talk about a little bit about, of course, for those of you, you can be excited about hearing the whole story, but that's the fun of it. Grab your own copy, hear from the author, share a little bit of piece about who they are, but that's all you're getting. So lovely Uthaya is not going to give it all away, but you're going to listen to her speak as well as the others, and that's going to hopefully encourage you and have you inspired to go grab your own copy so you can read her story along with everyone else's. So Uthaya, for you, why was it at this point in the game, stage in your life, important for you to get one of the aspects of your incredible experience into pages, into a book, and gift it to the world.
Thank you, Kelly. You made me to cry too. Your
You're
introduction-
beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, your introduction made me cry.
Okay, you're gonna make me cry. You know what? I'm not giving away her story either. But everyone has experiences that challenges come from sharing your stories, or challenges, we experience challenges. And so getting that story out so it can help at least one other person. There's a lot of strength in that. And like I said before, there's not one story that is more important or more inspiring than another. They're all inspiring in their own ways, and they all bring value in their own ways. I will tell you, Uthaya, she has an amazing heart. And just from getting to know her, as a female in America, a white girl growing up in America, and I was privileged in a lovely home. And then you get to meet incredible individuals like Uthaya. And the message that you have for not just anybody, but for women, you are very deserving of your space here in this planet, Uthaya. You are more than deserving of being your true self. And she's a gift to anybody that is in her life. And she's a gift to people that know her. And that is one of the beautiful things. And all of these authors can make me cry at some time or another, because she has come so far. Uthaya, you have come so far in understanding how important it is for you to be who you are and be proud of who you are, regardless of individuals around you that have behaved and shown you otherwise. So I don't have a lifetime of knowing you. I've had a short time, but I'm so proud of the woman that you are. And I'm so proud of all the people that will read your story, and your kids that are gifted with you making that decision when you could have made a million others. And I could sit and cry, because it's incredible to me, the stories people share. And I could have never imagined that's people's realities around the world. And it was never mine. And when my husband was talking about gravitating towards other people's experiences, reading other people's stories, so you can have a glimpse into what other people live, what other people's realities are. It's so important. And it is so important that my 4 beautiful children and Eric's understand and have a love of learning about why other people matter and the value that other people bring. The diversity that we have amongst our authors, the diversity that we have among the Slated for Success community wouldn't be the same without you, Uthaya. The world is a better place because you're here. And your kids are experiencing a better world because you are choosing to be who you were meant to be and who you were born to be. And so I appreciate you touching my heart. I appreciate that you're going to touch all the hearts of all of your readers. And I'll let you say, if you feel like you can share something, I'd love for you to share.
Yep, thank you, Kelly. Yeah, your introduction, actually. Yeah, I went to the past. First I would like to say thank you. Kelly always called me beautiful, beautiful. That made me happy all the time. Thank you. And also I'm part of this story because of Gordon and Jay. Thank you for that too. Yeah, I'm too sensitive, emotional. Sometimes when I go to past, I cry.
Thank God I'm not crying alone then.
even last time Kelly was crying, and I'm like, oh my God, Kelly crying. Did she read my story? Is that why she's crying? Yeah, I was thinking. But anyways, I always like to write a story. I always write, like you can see if I turn my computer this way, but I have all my stuff here. But all these books, I don't know if you guys see this, all these are my, like every time I write. Mostly before, yeah, I never get a chance to tell this to everyone, but I had an interview with Samantha, interviewed me once, almost a year ago. And that time I mentioned how I came to this writing. So I came to Canada in 1992. From that time, my English is, second language. So at that time, my English is very like beginner, right? So I wanted to improve my English too. So that's how I started my writing. So I always write my daily life in a journal. Like every year I was writing. So that's how I tell, everyone has a story, and every life, like every day of your life is a story. And when someone tells story, like Elliot today mentioned 3 stories already. And I'm like, I like to listen stories. So you won't forget, like I won't forget Elliot because he told a story. And same thing, Rob, like I will remember by stories because I'm busy with like 3 children, busy life, busy. But when I remember the stories, I will remember that for like a whole life. Like I said, Elliot, I'll be remembering like, oh, he always tells stories when, when Pamela was talking, he told a story, mountain story, and then he told another story. So I will remember by stories. So that's how I thought, like when I go through challenges, I said, hey, I went through a lot. So when I read it, I'm like, it's like a story. Like I want to tell someone. And when you go through something, you're actually learning from your challenges. So learning from your mistakes. So, even like say, my children, when they grow up, they're learning. So I will be telling my story when they correct them. Hey, I used to do this, and then this is how I learned. So that's how I thought writing story it's something I like and something important. So I planned to write my story, like my whole story, but like I said a couple of times before in the meetings, I came to know, it's cost a lot. It's not easy to do something with, yes, you can do, like you can write and maybe e-books are there. But I'm talking about back like 1992, 93, on those times, books means there's no internet, there's no YouTube. So we have to write it in a hard copy, and then you have to go to a production people to print it and put it in a book. So that's like for me, it's like, oh no, I cannot even think about doing it. So I didn't even worry, just writing, but I never thought, what, I wanted to do that. 2016, when I realized, what, like when I think about my life, I'm like, what, I have to put all my challenges in a book. But that's the time I came to learn how to, it's all our, thinking and feelings, and all these are showing up. All these I learned at like 2016. So after that, I was more like self-developing myself. I used to be like in a box, means, see, even now, like public speaking is something that I don't like. You would have noticed in the meetings I come, I just sit and listen. Mostly, I hardly talk because the public speaking is not something that I'm good at. Maybe I didn't practice. So now I'm getting there. So after, I came to this Landed for Success, I'm not lying, I am improved a lot in many directions. Again, this online meetings, like networking events. So I was very excited about this book launching. And now I can call myself, I'm a co-author of a book.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm very happy about that. I can add it on my Facebook, co-author of Landed for Success, and in Instagram or everywhere now I got a title, co-author. So I'm very happy. And also I like to, continue writing books. So first, like I said, I was going to write all mine in a one book, but now I changed that. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to put it in like this, one chapter in each book. Because you don't need to do much. Everything, the co-authors, co-founders will do. Like Gordon, so Jay, and everyone doing it. We're just writing one book. So thank you again, all the teams, Kelly, Gordon, Jay, Erika, and behind the scene, Uma and other people. I'm very excited about this book and about my story. Look like Kelly, you read it. I see it. You read my story already, but whoever you didn't read it, yes, you can go and read it. I came from Sri Lanka, and even Jay also from Sri Lanka. You guys know we went through so many challenges there. So I would say all Sri Lankan Tamil people went through troubles too, but I didn't write about that. But so this is kind of a different story I wrote. Everyone should read this, I would say, especially my background people, because our people were like programmed by old school mentality, with this, especially like a small area. If you lived in a small town, we were like programmed with parents with old school, these beliefs and superstitious beliefs. Yes, that doesn't apply in this country, but it's still going on there. Even some parents carried over here and still using those. I just thought, you know what? I came to understand what they are doing is wrong, but we should tell everyone. Oh no, Kelly, don't cry. And you cry. I'm like,
this is why we need you to share your story. It's why we need your voice. Because the people that experienced what you have need to see that someone else had that experience. And for those of us that are not aware of those experiences, it's necessary to know, because it grows our compassion for humanity. And you can't make changes in the world if we don't have a basic level of compassion for other people and for other people's experiences.
Yeah. So yeah.
You do a beautiful job sharing your voice. I will say that. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it.
Yeah. It's amazing.
So,
Uthaya, I wanted to, on behalf of Jay and myself, we just want to say we're so proud of you. Just so proud of you. And the growth, like I've seen, when we talk about personal development, personal growth, you have just grown so much just in the last year, right? Your confidence is still growing, right? You're still growing your confidence, but you started a new business, right? Billionaire drone business. So if you guys need a drone, and you know any realtors out there that want to showcase their real estate, the person you got to hire is Uthaya. I mean, we're just so proud of you, Uthaya. And you're not only just you mentioned about being an author. Right now, you can officially let people know that you are a best-selling author. right? Like we'll release some of the stats later. You're a best-selling author. You're actually an international best-selling author. We haven't quite hit #1 yet, right? So it may take us today and tomorrow to hit #1, but right now, like you can honestly let your friend, like your kids are going to be so proud of you. Like think of this a minute, Uthaya. Uthaya is a international best-selling author, and just to prove that point, I need someone to translate for me. What do you guys see behind me?
Yeah, novedades de
Anybody
Amazon.
translate that?
Woo.
Anybody know Spanish?
Wow.
Callie gets to practice her Spanish. Callie, what does it say?
Anybody knows the only Spanish I know is when I used to watch like Speedy Gonzalez, the fastest most in all of Mexico. Right? That was really Spanish. Look at this. That's just one. Carlos, are you there? That's one category, right? That's one category. Let's see.
Salud de familia.
What does that say?
Kelly is gonna tell us.
Los venidos en
Yes.
salud y familia en idiomas extranjeros. Extranjeros. Now I just
I don't know a word she
Yes.
said, but I just know we're excited. And I think under 2 categories, extended families and entrepreneurship.
Yes,
Right?
it says that it's the most sold in health and family.
Yeah. So the other one I think was entrepreneurship, wasn't it? Let me go back. Is this one about entrepreneurship?
I can. It's only saying in health and family.
Oh, this was in health as well? Okay.
In English.
That's amazing. Isn't it amazing, you guys? Like what we just went through, what were Uthaya, Kelly, thank you so much. I think every time you launch a book, you should buy stocks in Kleenex. Right? Like, isn't this healing, you guys? Isn't this an incredible healing process? But when you talk about health, yeah. Anyway, Uthaya, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted
No,
to
that's good,
have-
Gordon. See,
you
now
guys,
I feel
so
better
proud of you
because
guys.
you.
And the fact that you're part of a community of authors, a family of authors that's #1 in 2 different categories, not in the bestseller category, like we're in the top 100 in the bestsellers category in Mexico. So last week, Carlos, I've been trying to hold on to the excitement, but last week in Mexico, I think it was last Thursday morning, in Mexico, we had already hit, this screenshot is actually from last Thursday. We're in 2 different categories. You were #1 in best top releases. And right now, I know in Canada, for example, there's 2 categories where Jeff Bezos is #1 and we're #2. And there's actually a second category where Jeff Bezos is #1 and we're #3. So we're catching up, we're catching up in those categories as well. So if anybody who's watching, if you can go and buy a copy of download a copy of the Kindle book, do it now, please. Right? It would really help us help each one of our authors here to realize their dreams. Like Uthaya, your dreams already come true.
Yeah.
Being a published
Yes.
author, but a best and international. Like that was the call I just got from our marketing team. Like, what sticker should we put on the book? And I said, hold your horses, right? We still have John Shin to come up today. We still have Whitney from California coming in. We still have Daniel Pewter from Florida. We still have, possibly Dr. James Dentley. We still possibly have, Byron Nelson. And you guys probably have all kinds of tricks up your sleeves. I think Elliot may have some relatives in the US, right? The Chisons may know a few people in the US. Pamela's right? I don't know if Andy and Rob knows anybody in the US, but this thing's moving. This is like a train this train's moving. And Elliot used to say, I used to hear him talk all the time, an opportunity is never missed. It's only available for those who are ready for them, or this train's already left. Like, forget about getting on this train. This train has left town. So if anybody's ever doubted you about you being a published author, you ever being a best-selling author, the train's already left town. and we're heading in. We're coming into the station real soon, and I can't wait till we say to the marketing department, hold on. Right now, if you like to, we can put international best-selling author, but let's see if we can even improve that. You guys like that?
Heck yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then guys, you have to play it cool, you know, in the future when someone comes up to you and says, hey, you're a best-selling author, you say to them, oh, didn't you know? Sure. Oh yeah, of course. Please.
Didn't you
come
know?
on. Come on, you know me.
Great.
Wait, you have a book. You have a book called Didn't You Know, didn't you? Or Everything You Need to Know. What's your name of a book you wrote one time about knowing?
All you need to know about everything.
There you go.
And the subtitle is, well, everything will be revealed in good time. First of all, you have to start learning something. And the more some things you learn, the more it will lead you towards everything. But you can't go for everything all at one go. Start doing something. And what we guys have done here with the help of Gordon, Kelly, Erika, Jay, the whole team, what we've done here is that we've done something. And this something will help us on to more somethings, and it all adds up together. And so that's all you need to know about everything.
Wow.
Beautiful. It is amazing. I agree, Gordon.
We're doing
Oh.
something fantastic here. Kelly, Gordon, all you guys, you know, you're helping all of us and all the people who will ever read the book and come in touch with it, helping in a big, big way. You know, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure. It's an entire pleasure. All right. Carlos Ramos Quiñones. Buenas tardes.
Number one. Numero uno. How do you say number one in Spanish?
Número uno.
Yeah, that's it. Whatever Carlos just said.
Numero uno. This is what we want to hit. We are working as hard as we can to ask and invite every one of you to please hop into Amazon and gift yourself a copy of Landed for Success's Untold Stories, as we are rocking and rolling our way toward #1 international best-selling author status. We just need the help of all of you. So something else exciting to complement that order, snapshot a photo or whatever you quick picture it. That is like not even proper English, but you get my point. Take a snapshot of your receipt of your purchase of Untold Stories and get that to us here at Landed for Success. And what we will do is we'll say, oh, that is so awesome. So here's this. How about we send you a free ebook that you can download of The Science of Getting Rich as a thank you for participating and helping us help all of our authors hit #1 international bestsellers. That's fantastic. And you know, there's a lot of gratitude surrounding this collaborative effort. And part of that effort certainly goes to each and every individual who is gifting themselves a copy of our book of Untold Stories, and for every individual who is gifting somebody else a copy of Landed for Success's Untold Stories. So oh, there you go. I'm like, my screen shifted and I was like, whoa, Carlos left. No, thank God you're still here. Okay, so for those of you, now I have the pleasure of introducing this amazing co-author, Senor Carlos Ramos Quiñones. He is coming to us live from Mexico. And this gentleman, oh, I just love you too, Carlos. I've had the pleasure of getting to know him over the past year. He is a husband, love to you and Deanna and the kids as well. He is a father. He is a son. He is a phenomenal entrepreneur. He has a very successful international business. He is a published author himself. What's interesting is he's going to talk about, but his previous published works are specific to his profession. And this time in Untold Stories, he chose to shift gears a little bit and introduce a personal side to him and his entrepreneurship with all of us and all of you, with every single reader who is going to be gifted a copy of the book. Why? Because you're gonna download and grab your own copy, and then you can talk about all the stories with your family and friends and your peers and your colleagues, and discuss, you know, the inspirations that came from these and how this has us all feeling. Carlos, you're an amazing gentleman. Really cool, really inspired, and very uplifted the first time I heard your story. And you and I've had many conversations since then, and I think it's fantastic. So congratulations to you. You are yet another published author again, this time sharing the personal side of you. I would love for everyone to hear from you, and let everybody know, for you, you know, why incorporate you know, publishing your personal side of you. Why what is the value there for you to share that with the world?
Yes, thank you, Kelly, for the introduction.
De nada.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Yes. Well, I think we came to, one of the reasons that we came to Earth is to help people. And so when I never thought before about sharing my story until I met the team of Landed for Success. And then I feel pretty good. So I went to the first meeting like a year ago, first event, and then I keep going to the next one because I feel like we share the same ideas. It was talking with the people that have the same thinking of growing together to help others and not only for yourself. So that's what I like. And then when you told me that you were making this project of making a book, and the idea was to inspire people to help other people, that's when I say I'm definitely in. I like that. And as you were saying, the previous book that I had was, I like to write, and that's why I wrote 2 books, and those are mainly about finances. I'm a business consultant, and those I made those, I mean, with passion and with all my heart, and one of those was for my kid, and well, you know the story about that, and
it's
it
a
was
good one. You might need to touch on that when you finish saying what you want to say, but you might need to touch on it because it's so, I just love it. Anyways, okay, go ahead.
And I made those books, but I see the difference of making the books by yourself, because you upload the books in Amazon, which is not easy, and then you do the writing, you review it and by yourself, and you marketing that, and I did pretty well on that part. So when in this book I see the big difference of having a team that is supporting you, the team that knows what they are doing, because we have the editor, I mean, Linsey, Fischer, we have you as an author lead, we have Gordon, Jay, that are reviewing all the information and having all the ideas, and we have the 18 authors, and the marketing is great. I mean, everything that you are doing is great, and also pushing everybody to keep going with the interviews, and I mean, this is the way it's gonna be a success. So I'm pretty thankful with you guys, and I'm very excited for this, and I'm sure it will be hitting #1 in Mexico and international.
I agree. I think so too. I think all of you are so responsive and have been so responsive with your level of participation. So it makes it very easy from our end to be able to promote the project, promote the collaboration, promote all of you, promote the power of stories, promote the idea for individuals to share their stories. It's fantastic. So I, very much appreciate it, Carlos, and it goes back to you. Okay, so wait, this is just like, this is a fun fact. Carlos, would you please share? This is great. So they have beautiful, beautiful kids, and one of your books, when you had written it, oh my God. Okay, my English. I need to work on my verbiage. I'm just too excited. I'm tripping over myself. But
sorry, there's a book of immigrants here. We have good at English. Don't worry.
What? Then that works. I'm glad. But Carlos, when you wrote your first book and you wrote it for your son, would you please share that story with your fellow co-authors and our viewers? Because that just makes me laugh, because, well, you guys you'll understand why.
Yes, well, the first book that I made, it was for my kid. At that age, he was 17, and he was in the age of deciding which profession he would like. And then he told me, hey, Dad, I want to be a CPA. So I started writing something for him so he can understand what a CPA is. And then I started writing more and more. And then I said, well, why don't make a book so more people can understand what a CPA is and what he's doing, and different fields that they need to be or that can choose, because in a CPA can do several things. Like I'm in the financial side, and there are other CPAs that are more in the taxes side, so or in cost. And then I after I finished the book, I gave the book to him, and he reads the book, and he decided not to be a CPA. So he's studying as an engineer, but well, I made the book for him, and then he reads it, and he said, no, that's not for me. And but well, anyway, I made it, and I have received good feedback about that book, because other people are understanding, because it's not with the CPI terms, and they are grateful about that. But I was telling that to Kelly, and well, it was fun that he didn't choose to be a CPA.
It's one of those it's fantastic, because there's, like you said, I mean, most people think of CPA, they're not thinking of the financial side. They're thinking of the tax side of things, but it's amazing, right? You're thinking, okay, I'm going to enlighten my kids, and their interest lies here. And then it's which is okay. I mean, we want our kids like you. I mean, you made a decision X amount of years ago, with, to shift gears and follow your passion and do what makes you happy. And obviously with the support of your family, and your son is now doing what he is loving to be doing. It's not accounting, and that's okay. But I did like that story, and I will always love that story. I think it's a great story. But it's funny, because now you've done like 2 other books in the same space for your profession. And now you are sharing your personal story, as a published author of your personal story. What is, how did you get any sleep last night? How were you excited waking up today? How are you doing on this side of things with the book launch today? How are you feeling?
Great. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling pretty enthusiastic, and I already shared the book with in all my WhatsApp groups, in Facebook. I'm about to do it in LinkedIn.
Nice.
I'm already sending it by email to like 5,000 contacts. I already boosted on Facebook, and so I'm
You're all
doing,
in. You're all
Yes,
in,
yes,
Carlos.
And
yes,
now your
yes,
kids can share it today. Because I remember
yes,
was it you were like, no, don't share it till Tuesday.
yes, yes. They wanted to share it yesterday, and I told them to wait until today, so
Yeah.
they would be ready now.
That's
Kelly,
amazing.
I have a question for Carlos when you're finished.
Oh, by all means, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead, Gordon.
Okay. I know Elliot is a tennis player. So I can see Carlos and Elliot one day having like a Landed for Success international tennis tournament. But the type of tennis you play is not the same type of tennis that Elliot plays. Can you
Yes.
describe the game that you play? I don't know if Elliot is available or not, but describe how you play tennis.
Oh yes, it's a front tennis, and it's three big green walls that it's like 10 meters tall, and
10 meters tall.
10 meters tall, and the wall that is in the side is like 30 meters long.
30 meters long. Okay.
Yes, so we have like a wall in the front, a wall in the back, and a wall in the side.
But there's only one side wall.
Only one side wall, right?
You guys picture that? It's like a squash court with only one side wall. It's crazy. I saw you playing it on, you showed it on Facebook one day, like 60 meters. Did you say 60 meters? 30 meters.
30 meters long.
How many yards is that? That's like half a football field.
I think less than that.
Less than
Half. But,
just
but
that's long, right? Like just less than half a football field. That's wow.
yes, it's pretty fun, and Mexico is one of the. I mean, Mexico is always win the world championship in that sport.
Wow.
So and I like to go to the national tournaments.
You go there to watch.
That's
You go
so
to
awesome.
That's amazing, eh, Kelly?
Yes,
Yeah.
I play in those games, but I never win because there are professionals playing there. But I win sometimes one game or two games, and that's it. But I like to play there.
So there's a really neat book, Carlos. It's called Run to the Roar, ROAR. If you guys ever get a chance to read that book, it's a really good leadership book, and it's a college that my son went to in the U.S. And that university won 13 consecutive NCAA Division I squash tournament.
Squash.
Like not 1, 2, or 3 years in a row, but 13 consecutive years in a row where they were like a Division I champion. So when I saw your game, it reminded me of squash.
That's what Eric is a squash. He loves playing squash and racquetball like that. He loves it. Yeah.
I like to play racquetball. I also go to tournaments in racquetball, and there I sometimes I win the tournaments.
That's crazy.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yes, it's pretty fun. And racquetball, we have some courts here, and I like it.
When we come down and visit, you and Erika, Eric would love. He'll be like, "Yeah, we're going to play racquetball. Kelly, do something else."
Yes, yes.
Eric's back. He says squash, and there's Eric.
Yeah, he'll come and play, and I'll be like, "Okay." Oh, look, he's chiming in. Yeah, Eric, you got to unmute yourself. There you go.
I was gonna say I haven't played in about 100 years, but well, I'll take you on. I'll take my medicine. It's fun though.
That would be great, Eric, to play racquetball.
Play racquetball. I was in my 20s, and I thought I was a hot shot. And I played my dentist, who was in his 40s. He did not break a sweat. He did not break a sweat, if you can relate. He just placed every single shot. I think I couldn't even score a single point against him.
Yeah, I've been schooled a few times. I've been schooled a few times myself. When you think you're on your game, and then you learn a few things.
And then you learn a few things. I love it. To everybody that's tuning in, Kelly Chiasson here, Landed for Success. I am a host and author lead here. Our co-founders, Mr. Jeyakanthan and Mr. Gordon So, are so proud to be bringing to you Landed for Success's first book launch of Untold Stories. We are launching this today, and we are really driving to hit #1 international best-selling author status. Uthaya, thank you for jumping in. Have an amazing rest of your afternoon. Congratulations to you again on your published authorship status. That's amazing. And love you for talking and chiming in and sharing with everybody a bit of who you are.
Thank you, guys. I have to leave now. I might join again later.
Please
Thank
do.
you, everyone.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you. See you soon. Bye.
So for all of you, we want you, we can't do this alone. Quite often, I think it's fair to say we can't do a lot in life alone. So we are asking everybody to do us a giant favor. Grab and hop into one of the Amazon quick links in our post. We have Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK. Grab yourself a copy of Landed for Success Untold Stories. Gift one to individuals that you know. Definitely the day to be, sharing is caring is important here. We want to gift everybody with these 18 incredible individuals, 18 incredible experiences that they are sharing. This is amazing. We have, Eric Chiasson, Cleoni Crawford, Carlos Ramos Quiñones, Mr. Gordon So, Pamela Geiger, Erika Aguilar, and we're going to hop back, Erika, to you. When we had kicked off our event this morning, there's always going to be technical things you've got to work with. We weren't connected right away. So although we all appreciated hearing what she had to say, all of you live viewers plugging in and engaging with us did not have the opportunity to hear from this beautiful woman. So Carlos, I'm going to attempt this. Erika, un momento. I have my cheat sheet here, if you will, but I am learning Spanish, so I want to incorporate a little bit here. Bueno, oh boy, that was wrong. Bueno, felicitaciones, Carlos. Estamos emocionados de que usted sea parte de esta colaboración y parte de nuestra comunidad de éxito autorizado.
Muchas gracias, Kelly.
That made sense. De nada.
Yes.
I don't know how to say I mean it in Spanish because I had to pull these up before my screen would go away. But I do mean that. And we're very, very proud to have you here within our community. Bueno, felicitaciones. Can you help me out, you two? How do you say that so fast? Felicitaciones. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Felicitaciones.
Felicitaciones, Erika. Estamos emocionados de que usted sea parte de esta colaboración y parte de nuestra comunidad de éxito también. Te aprecio tanto.
Oh, gracias, Kelly.
De nada. Mucho de
nada.
You
hear what I said? That I didn't say Kelly. I said Kelly.
I know, Kelly. I like that in the accent. I do love it. And I just said you're much welcome. Does that make mucho de nada? I don't know if that's my English turning my verbiage into Spanish, but very appreciative to have you here. And for those of you that have not had the pleasure of being introduced to who Erika Aguilar is, she is an amazing one. She was my first friend when Eric and I moved here to Toronto. It'll be 5 years in July. She was my first friend, and now she's my forever friend. I love this woman. She is an amazing wife. She is an amazing mother to beautiful twin boys. And I just love her and her husband, Pierre, Jean Galland. They're amazing family. She is a phenomenal businesswoman. She is an international entrepreneur with very successful businesses across Peru, where she is from, across the US, here in Canada, and in Europe. She has a heart of gold. And you talk about someone who goes the extra mile every single time. with every single engagement, every single exchange with another human being. She's absolutely the person that does this, which is exactly why she is so successful in all of the pillars of her life. Very much aligned with personal development, her mindset, and the integrity that she consistently keeps within her family unit, and how she grows with them shows up in every other space, and I just appreciate it. And all of you will get to appreciate that in the same way. So I'm so excited, Erika, for the world to get to share a piece of who you are and a piece of your life. You're beautiful inside and out, and just it's such a pleasure, along with all the other authors, to have you part of our collaboration here, Untold Stories with Landed for Success. So if you would let everybody know a bit about who you are, and for you, oh my God, the extensive travels, your extensive experiences, your love of your family, the love you have for your connection with your homeland, beautiful Peru. I don't speak that from experience yet. I will. Why was it important for you to bring the value of this particular experience to the world?
Wow, thank you so much, Kelly. You're always so good. you make us feel and look like so well. Thank you. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I think it's always been one of my dreams, or one of my ideas, that one day I was going to write a book of my life, and to summarize everything that I have done from when I start until where I am today, or when the opportunity was presented to be part of a co-author in Landed for Success. I put it all together, and it comes to a conclusion that it's all about the why. And for me, it's pretty much my family. It's the connection. When I had the chance to go to Peru for a venture, for a business, I didn't think about it twice. I just thought that it was a fantastic opportunity to go and build the relationship with them again, or even spend more time with my family, which is something that I cherish all the time. And as well, raising kids, it's important for them to know life could be different. And a very easy way, because we didn't, show them what my life was in the past. So, and that is a way to show them that, because we have never been like, when I was growing up, my father, is one thing that he would say is that in the scale of 1 to 10, what your parents will give you starts at 1, and then you get to 10. And when you start raising your family, your 10 is their number 1, and you just continue on. So it's never looking back, never going back, never having that feeling. It's not only material, but it's in all as a person. Like, you keep growing. And I think that was my first introduction ever with personal development. Like, my father was a very special person. He was supposed to be a priest. So he studied for many years for that. It didn't happen, right? So, and after that, even though my family is a very religious Catholic family, after that, he was, I don't want to use the word against religion, but very away from it. And that was when we were growing up. I started when we were kids. So that's how we grew up, in the opposite ends of that. So that's how he will embrace the future. He will embrace personal development. He will embrace something different. So then when I come to raising my kids, I will remember that wherever I am, my 10 is their number 1, and then we move forward. So it is being putting the chapter and putting the story together. It was, I think I have so many ideas. I wrote like 20 pages, I think, and then I just went down and I started counting the words, and then back into and I say, trying to put it all together. And you know what? And this is something that you had said before, Kelly, that I just sent my draft, and when I got it back from Linsey, I was like, oh my God, I love it. She didn't change anything. but somehow she just have. So it's that, to read back on that, it's like I'm so proud. So aside from the excitement of today, I also feel proud that everybody's story is like that. And I know that Carlo has said something that it's in a way very easy to read and to follow, in love with all the stories, which is fantastic, because that's great for all the readers, that they are going to be enlightened with all the stories that we have, right? So I think everything else, every chapter that happened in my life, I have a little bit of everything. It has been for me like, and not only it started when I moved out of my country, but even when I was in high school, even like everything that I have done, it's always been with that. Somebody talk about, I think it was Andy, talk about visualization. I can't even say the word. Self-hypnosis.
Visualization.
That, and then it reminds me, that's what I have been doing 3-4 years ago.
Wow.
And without knowing, visualizing is something that I have done pretty much all my life, right? So, and that starts from how my father, his beliefs, and how he had that influence on us. So I'm very excited, I'll tell you. So
I'm so glad you're excited. We're so excited for you, for all of you. You know, what is your biggest hope for you, for your boys reading You Share Who You Are in a book? Like, what's your biggest hope from that for them?
You know what? Probably the next time that we're going back to Peru, when we travel back, that they will see in a different way, that they will really see me more like related in there. Maybe when they see the children on the street, just imagining that it will be that's how my life was. Not just from another part, like, okay, we're visiting or we're here to see because there is a lot of things that they have seen, but there is this thing that we always said, you know, while you're visiting, when you come back, there are things that you see back home and you feel bad about it for a couple of weeks or even a month. But after that, you go back into your routine, you go back into your life. And, but in reality, there is so many things that for sure they're different, right? And we go and we stay in hotels, we rent an apartment, and we travel within the country. Even if we will move to Peru, it will not be the life that I had growing up. That's for sure. It's different. However, we will have the chance to see more of my relatives. I think at one point, maybe I told you, Kelly, but for people who are watching, we have a lot of relatives. My mom has like too many, a lot of them, which is good. My grandmothers, they were like 7 or 9 brothers and sisters, and each probably have 15 kids. So my mother grew up with all her first cousins, and we grew up like they were all like brothers and sisters, right? So huge family. And you know that in the past year it's been very tough because of that, because unfortunately Peru is one of the countries that was hit the worst in terms of COVID, and knowing so many people, having so many relatives, there was many of them didn't make it. So it's been very, very difficult. So yeah, that's another reason why it's important. That's another reason for me that it's important to have that proximity to care, just like I care for people in business, just like I care for anybody that I meet on the street or that I come in contact with. I'm curious and care for them sincerely. So, and it's because how we grew up, like if we have a party, if I have a birthday party, there will be like 100 people in my house and we're all relatives. I have no room to invite any friends ever to a birthday party. No,
because it's like siblings. I mean, your cousins are like siblings. It was like,
absolutely.
you know, yeah.
So yeah, so it's very interesting. And well, even though we're a lot of them, I'm going to tell you something. I'm the first person who wrote a book, so that's good too.
That is good. And
it's good. And there's so many, like my cousin, that they're extremely like professionals and very well educated. And the thing is that they didn't take the time, and sometimes that's what happens, right? It's access to it, to get to know a little bit more how it's done. So many people, they don't know where do I start. I didn't know before being in touch with you that got this project with Landing for Success. I didn't know where do you start if you want to write a book, because I didn't look for it. I didn't start doing the research properly, right? Of course, like when I will be ready and the opportunity came, I'm here. So that's good.
I'm glad you're
win-win for everyone.
It is a win-win. And I will just throw in there, always most heartfelt condolences to you and all of your beautiful family for the heavy loss that you guys have experienced within your family with COVID, and the inability, I know I would imagine the difficulty that comes along with not being able to travel, and be able to go back home to your family and support in person. So love to you. It's a beautiful project. Again, you're beautiful. I'm so excited. The world gets to be gifted with you. That's fantastic. So to all of you, what are we doing today? This is Land for Success's launch of Untold Stories. We are looking to hit #1 international bestseller status. So we are here in Canada, but we have got individuals from all over the world. We have authors from all over. And so we are pulling favors from our immediate families and friends to our immediate communities and networks, and expanding that reach to far and beyond, inviting everybody to please come out and help us in our book launch. And please go to the Amazon of your choice and download a copy of Land for Success Untold Stories. The quick direct links for Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK are in the post. They are also throughout the comments of this event. Erika Aguilar, thank you for chiming in. Pamela Geiger, I would love to hear from you. For those of you, when we first got started, for some reason the live wasn't picking up, and it's, I am impressed, I know Gordon and Jay are, by all of the individuals participating in this collaborative project. So it is very important that everybody tuning in gets to hear from everybody. And oh, I love the doggy. And I know that the few of us that had hopped on at the beginning got to hear from the two of you, but not all of our viewers. And so Pamela, I would love for you to share with everybody a bit about you. So for those of you just being introduced to Pamela, this amazing woman is a dynamo entrepreneur. She has got a spirit that just won't quit. I don't think it's not only not in her vocabulary, it is not in her thinking. It's not in her subconscious thinking. It's not anywhere. It just is not possible. She has two beautiful girls. She's an amazing entrepreneur. She's a coach. She is a mentor. She is a speaker. She reaches out to everybody. And what she does is she spends her time showing individuals how they can get some serious freedom in their lives. Freedom for being able to make their own schedules, freedoms to be able to be present for their children. Maybe it's freedoms to be present for their spouses and their families. Maybe it's financial freedoms. But either way, everything she does is focused on showing people how she can help lift them up, simply because she has done it famously for herself, for her girls, and she's created a phenomenal legacy. Pamela, you have. And I know that you're continuing that, and you're, how just the passion that you bring to the table for people is incredible. So please let everybody know it's such a pleasure to have you in our collaboration. I just love you. Such a treat to get to share space with you. You always feel like when you talk to Pamela, you're like, oh my God, well, I can do that. And I know someone else who needs to talk to her because they're going to be like, I can do that. It's so fun. So Pamela, take it away. Let everybody know, for you, with everything that you continue to keep doing, why you needed to say yes to putting a piece of you, a serious piece of you, into a story, a collaboration of stories, gift it to the world.
Thank you again, Kelly. Wow. And pardon my Great Dane that keeps trying to.
Oh, I love him. He can be in the screen. We have 9 pets, Pamela. You forget, Eric and I have a small zoo here. Like, you could be surrounded by birds and be what's her face, Cinderella or Snow White, and I'd be like, we'll continue this interview. I'm not completely disoriented.
I'm like, okay, she's like, you haven't paid enough attention to me yet today. So hello at this point.
Oh, she's so cute. What's her name?
Her name is Roxy, and she's 18 months old. So this has been a nice stage to go through. She's a human-sized teenager, like an adult-sized teenager. If it's not on top of the fridge, it's reachable. So good luck keeping it from her. So yes, pardon her for now.
You are totally good. She is totally fine, and so are you. But please talk to us.
So I'm really excited that I was asked to do this, and I instantly said yes to the opportunity, to being able to collaborate with other authors and people, real life people, sharing their stories about how they've landed success in whatever context that is to that specific person, which is what I think is so amazing, is it's different stories from everybody's different walks of lives. And it can touch so many people, and that's why I had to say yes. I enjoy saying yes to new opportunities, and I really do enjoy stepping outside of my comfort zone, and that has always brought growth for me. So when you do read my chapter, it's #growth, because in December of 2019, I decided that my one word for 2020 that I would live by was the word growth. So I often hashtagged growth 2020 in my hashtags last year, just so that people could follow my journey in growth. And in amongst that, this opportunity landed in my lap, and I lived by that word. And so I jumped at the opportunity to grow with that this opportunity. So here we are launching now, and I'm really excited because I'm also launching my own brand today. If you go to pamelageiger.ca, it now takes you from a familiar place that people have generally seen to a new spot. It is a bit of a landing page right now, and it's highlighting our book launch because I'm really, really excited about this. But there will be exciting new items to come on there, so keep checking it out. But I am actually launching myself as a business coach and an inspirational speaker. I have been asked by many people to help mentor them in different network marketing and direct sales avenues, and I really do enjoy it. So in acting with this book where I can touch many, many lives, I've also decided to jump and personally try to touch many, many lives. And so I'm really excited that anybody can pick up this book for generations to come and be touched by my story, by 17 other amazing stories. And this is something, like I said before, where we can pay it forward for forever and ever. And that's something I live by. I love being able to help others and to touch lives in a positive fashion. So this seemed like it was
a
very
good fit.
fitting. Yes, very fitting.
And it's you and I, we've been talking several times in the last week, and it's funny, you know, timing, everyone talks about timing, and yet here you are on the launch day as a published author and sharing in a celebratory fashion the launching of you. That is incredible. That doesn't happen all the time and every day, but it's sure as hell happening today. Woo!
Yes, it is. And I'm
Pamela.
so excited, so
Yes.
insanely excited. This book really was, and working with our co-founders and meeting so many other amazing people along this journey, it really made me jump. It made me take the leap that I had been wanting to take for a very long time, but was unsure how to navigate it. I've been given all of the tools through Landed for Success to be able to take that leap and not be afraid anymore, but to step outside my comfort zone once again and see what kind of growth I can attain from that for not just my family, but for everyone around me. It's not just for me at this point in the game. I'm always thinking about everyone around me and whom I've touched, who's helped me get where I am, who's supported, who's liked and commented on things, just simply shared what I have to say. It really has helped connect me to many people that have impacted my life just as much as I have theirs.
Well, you are very deserving of everything that is unrolling today for you. You and I've talked about this before too. I mean, I haven't known you my whole life, but I'm so proud of you, and it's really cool to observe you and other individuals that just continue to make decisions stepping into their greatness, because it's these continued examples of humanity at its best. An amazing example of people at their best, and examples of what's available at its best. It's fantastic, and there's opportunities everywhere. It's just people aren't always in a position to recognize them, which is why they don't see them. It's just they're always there. It just depends on what we have going on. Where are we with our mindset? Where are we with our focus, with our visualizations, to be able to see them and then use those soundly to really serve at the highest level. So hats off to you. And again, hats off, also to our co-founders, Mr. Gordon So, Mr. Jeyakanthan. We land this incredible platform that just continues to attract incredible individuals into this community of professionals is outstanding. You will not find a community like this anywhere else. You can see just by look at the 7 of us on here. We are all outstanding individuals in our own right. And yet we look a little bit different. Our shapes are a little bit different. Our sizes are a little bit different. Our languages are a little bit different. But guess what? We are all phenomenal, and we've all made decisions to show up with a purpose, which has brought us here today. And thanks, Gordon, to you and to Jay for deciding that you needed to create a platform that attracts a community of integrity and quality professionals that want to participate at the highest level in their own lives. And when those decisions are made, that allows myself and everybody here and everybody else within our platform to show up in significant ways to everybody that they meet, and take those connections and those interactions and those relationships to the next level, growing who we are personally, expanding how we are growing professionally, and certainly impacting how we impact lives around the world. And it goes back to, again, one person at a time, one story at a time, one untold story at a time, one neighborhood at a time, one community at a time, one business at a time, one country at a time. So this is an incredible day. This is an incredible kickoff, an incredible kudos to Landed for Success. Please come out. Let's support what these amazing people are doing, and hop into Amazon, the Amazon of your choice. But I've got some quick links in the post. Your Amazon Canada, your Amazon US, your Amazon Mexico, your Amazon UK. Yeah, across the pond. Are you kidding me? Heck yes, we included everything and everyone and everywhere. Why? It is so important when you are growing a platform that is global and international, that you are including your international audiences. So absolutely, please get to your link, whatever suits you, wherever you are, grab your own copy of Landed for Success, Untold Stories, download that baby, and gift yourself our book, gift it to somebody else you know. But here's this, another fun fact, it's gonna keep coming back. Snap a shot of your receipt of your confirmed purchase, or more fun, purchases, send that to us. Get it to me directly, get it to the author, whatever, I don't know who are the fans, your Erika fans, your Eric fans, your Carlos fans, your Rob fans, your Gordon fans, your Pamela fans, all of our author fans. Reach out to your author and get them that. They'll get it to Gordon and myself and Jay, and we'll make sure that we are able to see that and say, ooh, hot dog, man, you participated, you helped us get and rock our way to #1 international best-selling author status. It's a mouthful. Say it 5 times fast and then order every time you do. But we're gonna say thanks, because we can't do this alone. It is a collective effort, just like this incredible collaborative project. We needed to incorporate more than 1 or 2 people. It's important with the community that we have, that we could expand that to, well, we expanded it to 18 authors. So participate, help us get there, and let us thank you for participating. So for every order, when we see these receipts of purchase, this confirmed purchases, Landed for Success, on behalf of our gratitude for all of you helping us help our authors, we will send you a free ebook, The Science of Getting Rich, for you to download. 17 Principles of Success by Wallace D. Wattles. It's a fantastic book, and it's it's not a supercar, but it is a super way for us to say thank you and show our appreciation to all of you, because there, as I say, Gordon says, we all can feel there's a lot of appreciation that goes into collaborative projects such as this. This has been a long time in the works, and here we are on our launch day. So let us thank you by helping us grab your own copy of Landed for Success, Untold Stories. And then, Rob, I'd like you to jump in here because you're kind of a rock star at this. Let's tell the good folks tuning in why, one, it's not only important to grab your own copy of the book because it's amazing. What else complements their order? To read it, but to come back into Amazon and do what? What do we need here? Or I guess what we want, and we'd be appreciative of it. So I'll let you jump in and tell them what we would be appreciating.
Okay, my internet is my Wi-Fi is a little jumpy. Can you hear me okay?
I can now.
My Wi-Fi, yeah, my Wi-Fi is a little jumpy this morning, like yesterday. So what we are asking from all of our fans, every author on this book has their own individual fan, their family, their friends, their network circle. Purchase this amazing book. And the most importantly is we want 5-star reviews. Why? Because each of us became vulnerable and shared our story. And that takes a lot out of an individual, to be vulnerable, to get in to connect with our raw emotions again. And that alone is a 5-star review, because something like, oh, look at what he did, but has that person done that? No. So just by being vulnerable in this book, that deserves 5 stars. And leave a review as to why. What story impacted you? What did you learn from this story? Who are your favorite authors? Feedback is so greatly appreciated. And myself, like every angel that wrote on this book, I was touched by stories. They impacted my life. They may have changed my direction, or I learned a lesson from another author. And that's what my intention and our intention is, for everybody to learn something, to impact, motivate, inspire, and leave that review. What impacted you? Again, being vulnerable is not easy. I got to see Kelly cry today. I got to see tears from a couple of other. That's raw emotion. And to podium, or this platform, and be vulnerable is not easy. It's not easy. I've had many tears in my life with my failures and my successes, and just being authentic to you guys. Just get review 5 stars and share the book. You know, gift it to someone else. Gift it to your family, to your friends, to your cousins, aunts, sisters, anyone that you can think of. It's just amazing.
Thanks, Rob.
And my internet is wobbly again, so I don't know if it cut out. But again, 5 stars, 10 stars if you could, but it's only 5.
So here's what you can do, since it's only one review a person, because I know that so many of you are going to want to gift this to somebody else that you know, then you can invite them to come back and leave us an honest review. That's, the social proof of how stories matter, how stories make a difference, how lives, as Rob said, how stories impact, motivate, and inspire. So please share your thoughts on the stories that you read. Definitely. So let's do a co-founder check-in. Gordon, how are things going on your end? Can you unmute yourself and let us know?
I thought I was talking to myself.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Wow. Wow. We are so close. In Canada, there's 3 categories we're tracking right now. And in the bestseller list, I think we're like 2 and 3 in 2 of the categories in the actual bestseller list.
Wow.
And then in the hot new release list, we're number 1 in one of them, and we're number 2. And in both cases, I think Jeff Bezos's book is actually number 1 ahead of ours. And then there's a 3rd category. And our bestseller, we're actually number 3. And I don't know how it works, but Jeff Bezos is like number 2, and he's number 1. So we're getting close. So really excited that so many people have supported so far our authors, right, by purchasing a copy on Amazon today. So we're really close. We're getting there. And then in the US, we've got some work to do. So if you're a fan of Rob's and you're a Los Angeles Dodger fan, LA?
Yeah, LA Dodgers.
Dodgers, right?
Woo!
And just go and buy a copy of a book now, right? And let's help Rob become number 1 international bestseller.
Fabulous. Yes, let's.
So I have to take off, you guys, but I appreciate everyone so much, like each and every one of you guys. Congratulations. I have to hop on a meeting at 2:00 here. Thank you, Kelly. Thank
you are very welcome. We'll be touching base later.
Thank you, Gordon.
Pamela, Rob, Carlos. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. Bye for now.
Bye.
So, Rob, you're LA Dodgers. So for years prior to us moving here, when Eric was coaching the boys in baseball, obviously our oldest Quinlan was the one with the longest. They were the Dodgers. That was their team all the years, and they're in the little league.
And wait, who's it? You cut out a little bit because my Wi-Fi just sucks today. You gotta love and hate technology. I heard. Oh, you're a Dodger fan.
Well, by default, yeah.
Oh,
because when I was coaching Little League back in Colorado, back in Denver, our oldest kid was a pitcher on the team, and so we got to see. So I've got all sorts of LA Dodger paraphernalia, hats, and t-shirts.
Nice.
So put it on next
family.
time. Next time we're on screen together, I'll go fetch it. But yeah, we got a little bit of history there.
Yeah. So.
Oh no, Rob.
Quick story is, so growing up in Southern California, I grew up just right out of downtown, about 20 minutes, but 20 minutes further east, you have the Angels of Anaheim. So Southern Californians are fans of both the Dodgers and the Angels. Whoever gets to the World Series first is where you go. But my family has always been diehard Dodger fans, and yeah. It's really cool that to have both teams here in Southern California.
That's awesome.
They used to be, of course, they used to be on the East Coast, right?
Yes, yes, and they still sell those caps, and yeah, it's amazing.
That's right.
Yes.
So for Erika, Eric and Rob,
They're not doing too well right now, though, but it's okay.
They're swinging.
Yes.
they need to be more thoughtful with what they're swinging at, maybe.
And which team are you, Kelly?
Not Dodgers. I love Colorado, and I
Who-
also like
who?
Kansas City.
Wait, who?
I love Kansas City.
Who?
Yeah, right. Not Dodgers. not your team.
Oh,
Sorry,
I'm
I mean, I
fine.
love you. I just don't love your ball team choice.
oh. By default, being born and raised in the city, by default. We gotta love them.
By default, I could, if when we come out there, if we get to a Dodgers game, by default, I'll vote for them. I'll root for them.
Yes.
Being respectful of my immediate company, but
Yeah. Well, my brother-in-law played for the Arizona
For who?
Diamondbacks, and he has my sister's husband, Arizona Diamondbacks.
okay.
So
Oh
brother-in-law
no.
played for the Diamondbacks in Arizona, and when they would play the Dodgers, it was like, where do you sit? Because it'd be a home game. And then the brother-in-law's there with all the friends. So you're sitting in the middle rooting for the Diamondbacks, but also rooting for the Dodgers.
You have the half painted face, right?
Yes.
Diamondbacks, Dodgers, and then you just are like, hey, that works.
It's not bad. That just means you have options.
Yes. He's now retired though. He's now retired, and after retirement, he went to LAPD to help people, and he's involved with the community now.
Amazing. That's fantastic. And yet he's still in the family with diehard Dodger family.
Oh yeah, I have two nephews, and my sister, who's a softball player she played at OU, and she did a professional softball also, and the USA team. That's her husband, so they're very athletic, and their two boys are going into that direction of baseball also here in SoCal.
Amazing. That's really awesome. Are you still there? Okay, so for Erika and Eric and Rob,
Wi-Fi's
it is. You're kind of coming in and out, Rob, but that's okay.
yeah, bad Wi-Fi today.
The cloudy weather you're having over there.
Yes, and also where we live in Riverside, which is east of downtown, there are a ton of trees, and we're infested with squirrels. And all day long, they're on the power lines and the phone. So AT&T has to come out once a month to adjust all of the cords because of the squirrels. So yeah.
Rodent. Oh, okay. So I would like you guys, let's start around Robin of let's see, Erika, what's your favorite sandwich? Erika, do you have a favorite sandwich? If you were to pick a favorite sandwich, what would it be?
For me?
Sure.
You know what? When I live in Boston, there was a place that I would have an Italian sandwich, Italian sub, whatever it is. And I can never find it. When I moved to Canada, I'm like, when I would order that somewhere, they don't have it because that doesn't mean anything, right? You have to ask, you have to tell them what do you want in your sandwich. But I always remember that. It's just how the Italian subs and those Italian places, oh my God, I just love that one. But so what I make for myself usually is like a chicken salad, but it has to be my own mayonnaise and the way I make it. I like that.
I love it. I'm laughing because I understand this. It's amazing. All right, Eric, how about you, hun? Your favorite sandwich?
Funny you should mention that because I just polished off a wonderful bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Those are by far, homemade. It's the way to go. And in a way, if it's got bacon in it, you can kind of sprinkle whatever else you want. It doesn't really matter. But in general, that's a winning combination.
All right, Rob, your favorite sandwich?
It's funny that you asked that question because I can eat sandwiches all day, every day. And Neftali tells me, my husband, you eat so many damn sandwiches. And I said, I said, you grew up in Mexico. It's like a tortilla for me. I love bread and I love sandwiches. So my favorite is all of the above. And that is true. I love sandwiches. Neftali gets so mad at me. You can eat it for breakfast, dinner, and I know.
You could.
And snack time.
Yes.
So there's not necessarily a favorite.
There's
It's
no
just any
favorites.
sandwich.
I love all of them, especially the ones that I make. Oh my God. Amazing. Amazing.
Is there a sandwich you would not eat?
I know. As long as there's bread and some, yeah, I'm good.
No.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay. Pamela.
When you go to, I'm
no,
sorry.
go ahead, Rob.
When you go to Mexico, I don't know if you've heard of a torta.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's like
amazing, delicious. It's
Rob,
a Mexican.
Kelly and I lived in Colorado for what, 5-6 years. We know all about Mexican food.
Okay, perfect. The best Mexican sandwich, torta.
That's oh my God, I'm super hungry. You're not, honey.
You had a sandwich.
You had a sandwich. Pamela, what's your favorite sandwich?
Honestly, favorite sandwich has to be a mix of like a trio. So like chicken or turkey, roast beef, and ham. Cheese, lettuce, tomato. I don't know. I can't even, I'm thinking about it. I grew up, my parents had a summer trailer that we would go up to, and we had a boat and we'd be out on the lake, and mom would always pack chicken or turkey sliced with sliced roast beef and sliced ham and like all of the fixings in a cooler. And that's what we would eat out on the lake. Every time I eat one, it takes me back there. I'm like, ooh.
Oh my God. Evening memories are the best. Oh, I swear it. It's so good to do. Oh, you've inspired me. Okay.
How about anybody, not to age myself, but now I can't think of one favorite one as a child. Bologna and cheese in wax paper before Ziploc was around. Take it to school in a brown bag. And it was a little soft, like by the time lunch came around, and it had a certain smell in the bag of that bologna and cheese. And it was just, the bread was soft. That was so good.
Oh my God, that was so good. Like, I'm like, do they even have bologna these days? I have no idea. I'm sure I don't know, but I'm like, oh my God, it's stupid. It's just slap some of that action on some bread and shove it in your face. It was fantastic. Oh my God, I loved it. It was so nothing to it.
Not to age myself, but have you ever put chips in your sandwiches when you were a kid growing up?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Ruffles.
I'll age you. Eric is 53. I'm just kidding. He's not.
Not quite. Not quite.
He's not.
I'll get there. Are you aging my wisdom or my physique?
Wisdom.
I'm not
wisdom,
aging. Right? Yes, absolutely. It's so funny. I tease Eric, or like at the kids, I'll be like, he's like, I come up with like, it's always a different number, and like legit, our 14-year-old is like, honestly, Dad, how old are you? Because Mom always gives a different number. I don't know.
Really inconsistent.
I know. Andy, are you there? You don't have to show your face, but if you go off unmute, what is your favorite sandwich?
You're muted.
You're muted though.
So while we're just unpacking the groceries, we had to go out shopping, and then we come back and you guys are talking about sandwiches. So I have levels of sandwiches. Okay.
Oh my God, this is next level. Okay.
This is, this didn't come from working out. Okay. So if I have coffee in the morning and I want a sandwich, then I want a peanut butter and jelly with my coffee. Okay. Then my number one go-to sandwich, say if I want to order a sub, in this little shop up here up the road, it makes this amazing sub. So I want a ham. All I do is call them and say, hey, this is Andy. I want a sub. And they already know my order. Ham,
The best.
provolone, lettuce, tomato, onion, mayo, bun, very lightly toasted. And they do it to perfection up there. All right. Now, when I was a kid, my go-to sandwich was a grilled cheese because I can make it myself since I was about 4 years old. Yes, I grew up in the 80s where parents were too lazy or complacent and they didn't really care about safety. So yeah, they'd let a 4-year-old use the damn stove. Okay, yes. And then now if I want to raise my level of sophistication, I developed a grilled cheese sandwich for the adult palate where I use either a rye or a pumpernickel bread.
Oh yeah.
Provolone cheese. And then we have this health food store in the city and they have these gingered carrots and they're super tangy and zesty. And so you put that on there. And let me tell you what, that is like a fantastic sandwich. So that's the plethora of sandwiches in my life.
That's kind of fantastic. Nice. Well done.
It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat the classic good old grilled cheese sandwich. That's a winner.
Awesome.
I used to make them when I was a kid to my mom's kind of disappointment. They used to use her iron and just, it's really quick, nice and thin. You can throw them or you can eat them. It was really easy to, and then of course ruined a couple of irons.
To your mom's disappointment.
She ended up here, you can keep that one for your grilled cheeses.
Yeah. Now, you know, if you ever listen to Bob Proctor talking, okay, because I went through the Bob Proctor coaching, so you get to hear him talking a lot.
Mhm.
And so he'll say, and I've heard him say this, now I don't know, he's got to be pushing 90 now. He's like pretty old. And he'll say, and I mean, this guy has more money than God and has created so many successful people. And he will say, just give me a good grilled cheese sandwich and that's all I need. So this guy is still taking 2 slices of white bread and some American cheese singles and slapping them on the grill.
You said American cheese singles. Like we have it all individually wrapped. You have to undo that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay. Let's see. How about Pamela? Pick a question for us to do a round robin on. Any question for us to answer.
Oh, wow. Really?
Sure.
On the spot. I'm thinking.
You want me to pass? You can pass.
Yeah, I'll think about it for a minute.
Okay, who do you want to come up with the question? You get to choose.
Who chose the last one?
I did.
Well, it's Rob's turn then.
Yeah, that's such a good idea. Rob, what question do you want to ask all of us?
Okay. If money was no obstacle and it wasn't an issue to move, what would be the #1 place that you would choose to live? Not by default of where you were born. Where would you choose to live?
Okay, you pick the person you want to answer, and then whoever is done answering, we choose the next person to go.
Kelly.
Oh, mountains. I'm moving to the mountains. Right in the mountains. That's where I'm going. Sorry, I mean, Eric and the kids are coming with me, so it'll be interesting what Eric's answer is.
At the bottom of a crevasse, somewhere, right in there.
Any particular state or country or just the mountains?
Ooh, well, I would probably venture to say, I've got to be a little specific. The mountains need to be, like if it was the Alps, if it was the Rocky Mountains, it was ever. So don't send me Instagrams, anyone, because the Laurentian Mountains are beautiful. They really are. They're gorgeous, but they're not the Rockies. So or like the Cascade Range up in the northwest of the States, gorgeous. I want to see the big peaks, not the rolling hills, because it's the oldest mountain range, which I still appreciate. It's very gorgeous. It's absolutely stunning. Just my preference is I want the big mountains. I like that view. I like when you're just in the middle of magnificence and you feel just have a good experience of how small you are in the vastness of our world. And I like that. It's stunning and it's quiet. I like that. That's where I'm going. Honey. Honey, where are you going?
Where do you think you're going?
The furthest, flattest desert in the. No, I gotta admit, of all the places we've lived, just to do. I know, Rob, you said not necessarily where you're from or where you live, but I would say the Rockies or Colorado has really been one of the prettiest places we've lived, and we've lived in some fun places, right? From Kansas to New Jersey, New Jersey, and all sorts of other places. But to answer your question, no connections to anything really. For some reason lately, I've really been getting into like kind of Nordic type of environments, Iceland and Denmark.
That'd be so cool.
And for some crazy, if you may have never heard of the Faroe Islands by any chance, but I've there's some pictures on, your screensavers will send you, here are all the places you've never been and you should, but you never will. And there's been a lot of, for some reason, I've been fed a steady stream of pictures from the Faroe Islands. Look it up. It's fantastically gorgeous. There's not a skyscraper in the place, and it's got.
I'll go to there with you.
Really, we had the whole. If we could take the whole family there for a couple of years for a project or something, that'd be cool. But even just for a week, I'd take it. But to live there forever, I'd have to tone it back a little bit, and I'd go with you, Kelly, to the Rockies, definitely.
Yay! Okay, E.
Beautiful.
Who's up next?
All right, Pamela, back to you. What about yourself? What do you think? Place to live.
Place to live. Dreamy place to live. Take me to the farmlands in the US.
Yes, they're gorgeous there. Oh my God.
God's country, middle of Midwest. Yep.
Yeah.
Tornado Alley.
The heartland of America.
So funny enough, like I just moved to Erin, Ontario from Arthur, Ontario. And that's Tornado Alley here. Like, I mean, we had tornadoes touch down a kilometer from my house. And my mom used to flip out about it. Like, she'd be calling me like, there's tornado warnings out there. And I'm like, I know, the skies are green. It's weird. She's like, get in the basement. I'm like, Mom, this house is from like 1880 and it's still standing. I feel like we'll be okay.
You're like, it's here for a reason. But the sky's so cool when it's tornado season.
I've been out on my porch and like the shelf clouds that are like green going by the porch. I'm like, oh boy. So yeah, I guess.
I love that you shared that. I'll tell you, there's growing up in Nebraska, and Eric likes it too. I love the drive. Actually, you couldn't really probably put me anywhere in a car that I'm not gonna love. But I love driving through the Midwest. I love it. I love the fields. I love the farmlands. It's It's absolutely gorgeous. And over the years, we always loved it. I always loved it. And people would be like, oh my God. And then you go through Nebraska and Kansas and Iowa, and it's like farmland after farmland. I'm like, oh my God, it's so amazing. And so that's so fun to hear you say, like, put me in the middle of, like, in the heartland when you're in the middle of fields, because it is stunning and not always appreciated by everybody.
No, not anymore. Especially, I find it's starting to lose its value to many, it seems.
But it's amazing. Like, if you're on your porch and you look out and it's just flat, like you can see forever and ever and ever and ever. It's amazing.
Prairies.
Okay, so Pamela, who's up next? You have Erika and Andy.
Andy. I want to know where
Wait, now why? All right. Now, why did you giggle when you said my name?
because I just can't wait to hear your response.
Why? Because I'm going to have several different responses.
It's going to be like, this is part one and this is part two. And
okay, so then now you see, you have insight into my personality. I'm never just one thing. So when I was a little kid, I'm going to say from the age of about 8 or 9, I had this absolute fascination with Australia. And I can't quite explain it. And then Crocodile Dundee came out and I just like lost my ever living mind. And I wanted to go live in the outback around Aborigines and carry a big knife and hunt crocodiles. And never see another soul. So like that was, as a kid, like that to me was like, yeah, let's go do this. The older I get, the more I find myself saying, where's my mountain? I want to go live in a little tiny cabin far up in the mountains where all of my friends are wildlife and birds. And as much as I love people, I want to get the hell away from them too. And so it's more like a deep down longing. And then I also have a similar situation where I have this really amazing woman that I live with that I kind of have to include her in these weird little dreams that I have. And but so she wants to live on an island so that she can get away from all the people that drive her crazy. So now we have to, and then so I said, so we need to find an island on top of a mountain. And lo and behold, Oregon just happens to have a great deal of volcanoes that happen to have lakes on top of mountains, and they tend to have islands in them. So I guess Oregon would be my answer.
Oregon is beautiful.
And then if I wanted to take it to that next level, I suppose, and use my imagination and be different than everyone else, then I would say it's my understanding that there are some ancient steel and glass structures on the moon, on the dark side of the moon, and that it's very likely hollow. So I would like to live on the moon, and then I could just look down at the beauty of Earth from afar, and all of the little squabbling and things that are going on in the world would just be so minuscule that I wouldn't even see them.
I love it.
That's so cool.
Well, the moon, you took the money is no object to its limit.
Hey, yeah, I mean, if you're going to place limitations on it, then you got to do it. If you say money is no object, I mean,
touche.
Elon Musk is going to get there for sure, in his third lifetime or whatever. So, when he's a cybernetic organism, he'll probably be living up on the moon, lording over us all.
All right, Andy, who's next?
Well, that would be Erika, because she's
I'm left.
Last but not least for this round.
If it was up to me, I would live in the North Pole, that's for sure. But there is not amount of money that will move my family, convince my family to come with me. That's so, and they will want probably go to an island where it's hot and tropical, and I'm definitely not doing that. So
it's because it's like a zillion degrees.
But you know what? When you guys were talking, it reminds me when we went across Canada in the prairies. I remember driving for hours and hours and hours, and I was like, this is so cool. And here and there you will see a tiny house with all verandas. You imagine, oh my God, you're being sitting there and you watch nothing in front of you. That's so cool. I remember that I like that. But I think a place really that I would love to live that I like is Bruges in Belgium, because you have the chocolate, you will have the wine, you can visit hours away from the south of France. So I think I just listening to Andy, I'm like, it's true, it's so many places. I don't think I could settle in one area. that's like for us, we are very, very happy, content that we are in the neighborhood. Even though the houses are close by, it's different than when we're in Montreal, where it's city life, right? And to me, now we're thinking living in a place where you don't have neighbors and it's just like green or mountains or something. We want that. For some reason, we want that for the next 10 years. But later on, somehow I see ourselves back in the city or back in the town. I love that. And the how Bruges it is, it's just like so enchanting. I really love it. So if it's, I would definitely, and there are many places, many countries that they have small towns like that or small cities somewhere. So, but that's the type of things that I like. I don't necessarily think so. And probably the weather too, it will be good not to have too much cold, even though I love it. For me, like I said, North Pole, I will be there tomorrow. But like, it's, you never know, right?
The best place to do CrossFit.
The North Pole.
It would be the best place.
But yeah, but I would come and visit you, all of you. Where you want to go?
Yeah, right? Think of all that.
Yes.
So now, Rob, did you answer that?
She did. No.
Oh, yeah. So Erika was not last, but not least.
Are you serious? I'm sorry.
I'm a little like Andy. I have a couple of choices, but my go-to location would probably be living on Maui. I used to live in Oahu. I went to University of Hawaii years ago, and I go to Maui like every year for the past 20 years, except this past year because of COVID. But if you've ever been there, like up the mountain of Haleakala, which is farm country, but 30 minutes down the mountain, you get to the ocean. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. And I think I haven't made that move yet, because living in Southern California, we get the best of both worlds also, where I can be at the beach in 40 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic. And I can go up to the mountain where we have a house up in the Big Bear, where there's snow, there's wilderness, and you get to escape the city. And then you go an hour east and you get to Palm Springs in the desert. So like we have like all three climates. So I think that's why I kind of been here in LA still, or SoCal.
Right, because you've got on any given long weekend or whatever, you can just jog here for that and jog here for this, and it's good.
Yeah, so it'd be Maui, but I get everything here in SoCal except for the people. Yeah, it's a little too crowded here now. Yeah.
Space is good. Okay, so
actually, oh, Kelly, there's one more person.
Joni.
She's gonna be mad at me. Come on, get over here. Hang on, she's got to fix herself. Because she had a lot to say about what Erika was saying. Come here, come sit. Because she's been sitting here off to the side. And we love to include her because she's so wonderful. So I think she should get a turn.
I do. I think so too. Okay, Joni, where are you going?
Personally, I would go to Texas because it's warm. I'm all about the warm.
Open carry. Yeah.
And in Texas, they need a lot of dogs that need to be rescued.
I know you've got a huge passion for you did a huge donation to one of the local shelters, right? At Christmas time, didn't you?
Yep.
And where would Ryder go?
Well, he would be the boss.
Oh my God, he's so cute. Look at all the doggies. Oh, our two dogs are outside. Oh, I love them. Yeah, Texas, you're like my sister. It's like that warmth. And I'm like, oh, no. I'll go and visit, but no, I need to be in the North Pole as well, or Antarctica, because, oh my God.
95 is very comfortable for me.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
And 45 is comfortable for me. So we got a 50 degree temperature swing between the two of us. Why the universe thought we should go together, I have no idea. Just to be constantly.
yeah, I don't know. And that's it too. Like the mountains I love because I cannot, like if I went somewhere where it was warm all the time, I would miss my seasons because I love the change of seasons. I could for a little bit. Like anything is temporary. Go live there. I don't know. Just go live somewhere for a while and then be like, all right, let's pick a change of scenery and move on. Honestly, that's kind of New York is awesome. I would do that. Like, but then again, humidity. Like I'll go live anywhere, but like to pick a spot where I just kind of navigate from, like pick like a home spot.
Home
like I want to be in the mountains and then just go wherever. Where I've got just constant, like, let's go hang out here. Like Eric and I have talked about, what if he took like a month off and we took the kids and we rented a place somewhere up in Newfoundland or in Greenland or in Iceland and just were there for a month, couple months, whatever. I don't know. Like, why does it matter? Like I would love to do that and then have a home spot you come back to, but just to go travel and go experience places.
We talk about getting an RV and doing that all the time. Sell this place because it's a huge burden and just set up a home base somewhere and then just branch out from there indefinitely. We talk about it all the time. So for sure.
Rob, maybe I know this, you guys don't, well, maybe you do. And I just am assuming you don't. I feel like I just need your custom building in my life. So maybe and Rob's like, we need a half and half here because I see what Rob builds, I see what Annie builds, and I'm like, oh my God, this is like my inside and it's like my mountainside. It's like fantastic. So Eric, essentially, honey, we need like some tiny homes. And then
those tiny homes. So if I had Naftali here and asked him the same question, he would tell me he wants to live in a tiny home, no more than 200 square feet. That is his dream. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, we could move to Manhattan and live in a closet if that's what you want. But his dream is to live in a tiny home, no more than 200 square feet, because he wants to build it, design it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, do you see how many shoes I have? Like, it's not gonna work. Not gonna work.
I need a tiny home. The tiny home is gonna need a tiny home for the shoes.
With a huge garage. That's all you need.
Yes.
You better tell Naftali he's got to get creative.
Absolutely.
If he's incorporating you into the plan.
Yeah, that's his goal, is to have a little tiny home and a tree house in Maui, up country. And like, he wants to build a tree house with the tiny homes, and I'm like, oh my God. But he actually did the scale, like an architect scale. They're beautiful, but I just don't know if I can, pull the plug and live in a tiny, tiny home.
I think it's about simplicity, Rob, because I always feel the same way. Like, I want to live with like the least amount of stuff, because then I have the least responsibility. Because like I have this thing where like I get hooked in with responsibility. So it's like that dream of living really small is you have the least amount of responsibility, so you feel free. So, I think that's where it comes from.
I do agree with that, Andy. Absolutely. I think that it's so crazy how we accumulate so much as human beings, so many material things, that sometimes I'm like, oh my God, do I really need this picture frame? Or do I need that? And the simplicity, when we go back, where it is an amazing feeling to be, without clutter, without stuff, and really what's important to us.
Yeah.
Our books.
Right?
Right?
But on Kindle.
you could do both. You could have your home, and then when you go to Maui, then you have the tree house and the tiny home there.
Yeah.
But to all of you tuning in, I'm Kelly Chiasson. I'm a host.
Oh, we're still live? Oh my God.
Oh, heck yes. And you guys coming back. Yay. So the host and author lead here at Landed for Success. And today is our international book launch for Untold Stories. And this is 18 incredible authors sharing, oh yes, Erika, sharing 18 incredible experiences and gifting a piece of each of themselves to the world in a beautiful collaborative project, as I mentioned, Untold Stories. So what we're doing is we're getting to know everybody here a little up close and personal, because we are working to push and hit #1 international best-selling author status. And we need to pull in a favor, asking favors of all of you to help us do just that. So we kicked things off at 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning, and we are going to continue this because we're just saying, hey, stories matter. There's value in stories. There's empowerment in stories. And we want you to go out, or actually see, isn't that better? It's just instantly way easier. You don't have to go anywhere. You just need to open your phone, go to a different tab on your laptop, and go to Amazon and grab your own copy of Land for Success's Untold Stories. Better yet, that's even several steps. Listen, go to the post. I have quick access links to Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK, where it'll take you directly into the Amazon of your choice. So you can grab yourself a copy and gift it to somebody else that you know. Rob, that works. You're signing off for a bit. We'll see you back a little later on. Thank you for chiming in, and congratulations again to you. Published author status. This is amazing. Second book for you and Andy within a year, which is very, very exciting. So we'll talk to you this afternoon. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
So to all of you, we just want to say, help us help our authors. And Land for Success is so proud of this collaborative project. We're proud of each and every one of the authors, and can't say thank you enough for all of you. Let's go here for all of the authors, and let's do a shout out here. Cleoni Crawford, Elliot Hiller, Eric Chiasson, Kiran Ray. We have Gordon So, Mr. Jeyakanthan, Eric Chiasson, Pamela Geiger, Judit Schönwald, Ravi Kanagasabey, Uthaya Rumagam, Carlos Ramos Quiñones, Alisia Young, Akil Balachandran, Lucy Ruth, Rob Lawrence, Andy Alberlan. All of these incredible individuals decided, hey, this is what I want to be a part of. I want to make sure that my story goes into a book that thousands and thousands of thousands of people are going to read and potentially be inspired by a piece of who I am, just so that they can have a connectedness and be inspired and uplifted to do something incredible in their own lives. Even if the level of incredibility is that they can see themselves, putting some of the same strengths and characteristics to use in their own lives as many of the authors have done in theirs. So I love it. I just love stories. And we're just kind of having fun here in the afternoon hour with different aspects, asking people about their favorite sandwiches. If money wasn't an issue, where would you go? Let's see, Eric, how about you? How about you? You come up with the next question here for us.
Next question. Okay. Here's one that's always fun to think of. If you could pick a skill or an ability that you'd like to develop that you've never tried before, what would it be? Do I get to pick someone to start with?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, choose.
Okay, let's go to Erika. Back to you. A skill or an ability, something that you never tried before.
Oh.
A sport, athletic ability, an instrument, whatever it may be. What would it be?
One. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm thinking of something that I tried so many times. I would just wake up tomorrow and I'm like, whoa, I can do
it. Yeah.
That would be swimming. Or ice skating.
There you go.
You're laughing.
Well, I'll tell you, ice skating, I try like what, 24 years, maybe 24 times every winter, I think I'm gonna learn.
And every year you get better? Or... No?
He goes, no.
Not a chance.
You know what? I think scalability. Oh yes, that I never tried before. I want to learn to fly a plane or a helicopter.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh
I
my
never
God.
tried. I didn't try that yet. So yeah, that would be something I never tried.
Erika, I have a place for us to go.
Yeah.
I do.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
Eric, it's okay. Eric knows I gifted it to him and our oldest son.
That was cool. There's a little airport not far from here, where we live here, where I think 14 is the minimum age, which is scaringly low, but it's the minimum age to bring someone there, and they'll actually give you kind of a, I want to say crash course on how to fly a plane, but two different words. But they just kind of teach you how to maneuver a plane. It's that you don't walk away from that being an expert by any means, but just to give you a little sense, it's a small Cessna. You go up with a pilot, with the instructor, and he'll take off for you, because the takeoff and the landing is what's most difficult. You don't learn that in an hour, but he'll take off for you. And once you get to a certain altitude, he just hands you the gears and the steering. And there's actually two sets. It's kind of like one of those cars where you learn and teach kids how to drive. But it's amazing. And then you take it, and those little planes are so maneuverable. You're just going left and right as tight as you can, trying to challenge the plane. And no, you stay put, you fly, and he kind of gives you pointers, and you just enjoy. It's fun. That's cool.
My God.
That was a great idea. That's a good choice, Erika.
The first time I was ever in a plane was I was flying it, just like you're talking about. I was at a graduation party at some kids down the street when I was 17, 18 years old, and their grandfather and their uncle had planes, and they had their own runway. So they were given rides all day. So these guys are bored out of their minds, been up on these planes all day. They, just like you said, they take off, they get the thing up to altitude, and then they'd be like, it's all you.
Oh my God.
And then he goes to sleep in the back, right? Well,
oh my
like
God,
Indiana
no.
Jones.
Yeah. So that was really wild. Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah,
I'll have to wear depends. I'll just put that out there, Erika. I'm going to be wearing an adult diaper because I'm scared on the monkey bars. Like heights are not my deal.
Me too.
But I don't know. That's why Eric, I send him on these things. I just live vicariously. I won't do it, but I'm a good encourager in signing up of other people.
And it looks so much fun. So you want somebody to enjoy it, right? So
yeah, but it does look fun.
Erika, it's kind of like when you sent your family kind of, what was it, tobogganing down the sand dunes. You just kind of push them over the edge, and then you went back down in the dune buggy.
My boy's 5-year-old, and my mom.
Very brave of you.
Fun for you guys. I got a different way down.
I'll take the road.
God. That was so much fun. That was so much fun to watch.
For those who don't know, and I just from your pictures, that's a hell of a sand dune. That is a hell of a drop down to ocean level.
Well, I was filming, and it was almost a minute they were going down.
That's a whole lot of down.
Andy and Uthaya, and those of you watching, when Erika told me the story, they were sledding down a sand dune. She's like, it took forever to drive up there. And the guy was like, just so you know, there's only one seat next to me to get a ride back down. And so what is it, Erika? You said the boy sent down. Your mother was like, should you really send them down? No, Mom, go after them. And then Erika sends her whole family, but then she rides down with the guide in the truck. That's amazing.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, but that was fun for them too. They love it.
I bet they did, for sure, which is great. Okay, so who's Erika, who's next? Uthaya?
I want to know where Andy would like to how he will answer that with his story.
Okay, see now you put me on the spot, and I guess I do this to myself because now everybody wants to hear my answer, and I don't have anything real profound. I guess anything that I really feel like that I've wanted to do, I kind of go after it. So one thing that I do dream about that I just have not really ever tried to bring to fruition is to ride a motorcycle. And it's not that I don't know, like I wouldn't know how to ride a motorcycle. It's just like, that would be something that if I could let all fear and concern for, not actually for myself, but for everybody else in my life, like for my kids and stuff, it was really instilled in me that motorcycle equals death when I was a kid. And I've had a tough time shaking that. So I'll just to make that a little humorous, I did have an experience last summer. I cleaned out my aunt's barn, and in the barn she had this little scooter. And you know, it's one of those kind of scooters where you're not straddling it, you're just sitting on it, and it's just like for going around town. They're only supposed to get up to like 35, 40 miles an hour. And my cousin had used it when he was in college, and then he just brought it home and chucked it in the barn. And so she said, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I said, well, I'll take it. She said, well, it doesn't run. I don't have the keys. And I said, I'll take it anyway. So I went on Amazon and I found an ignition set for it. And then I couldn't get it running. So I bought a racing carburetor for it because that's the only one they had. And it was like $25 for this carburetor and this little tiny thing. And so I plug it all together and finally this thing fires up. So I was doing a whole bunch of reports one day. It was like early morning and I was like, man, I could really go for like a bike ride or something. And then I was like, man, that feels like a lot of work. Hey, why don't I take this little scooter? So I'm in my pajama pants, a t-shirt and my flip-flops. And I decide that I'm going to go and just go cruise this thing down the road. It's got no license plates. I had no helmet. I don't even have real clothes on. So I just hop on this thing at 7:30 in the morning and beautiful July morning. And I go cruising down the road that they had just freshly stoned. And I'm just cruising along. I'm like, man, this is great. And I look down, I'm doing 55 miles an hour. And then I realized, oh my God, like I'm going highway speeds here. And I'm wearing flip-flops and pajama pants. I have no helmet. I mean, I'm all in gravel. If this thing kicks out or what, I want to be total road rash.
Yeah.
So I turned it around and tooled it back to the house and kind of, I guess I've ridden a motorcycle in that regard, but if you saw me on it, I looked like one of those circus bears on the little.
You took it for a run. That's what matters.
That's the closest I've got. Yeah. So
nice.
That's
So
amazing.
next stop, Harley.
Next up, Harley for sure. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe helmet, maybe some boots or something too. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
awesome.
I remember when I got I relate because that happened before I met Kelly, actually, when I lived in Omaha, Nebraska, where we ended up meeting. I for the fun of it, I've always thought this. I thought it'd be cool to have a dirt bike and just ride it around a little bit. I never owned one before, but so I got one used, and it wasn't big, but it's certainly bigger than what I could handle. But and you would think in the Midwest you could easily find some dirt fields to go riding around in your dirt bike, but one thing I learned pretty quickly is you don't trespass on farmland. That's capital punishment. So it was hard to find places where you get a lot of get the hell off me. And so So we ended up finding someone that I worked with. We ended up finding places to go, but really not many. We ended up going to a state park in Iowa across the river where a lot of people went. But what we didn't realize is that it was highly illegal. So we ended up getting arrested, and that's another story, but it was short-lived. It was very short-lived. Let's do this, and we did that, and then we sold it to the garage who sold it to me. So he made a few bucks off of me, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I think I spent more time underneath that dirt bike than I did on top of it, but
Yep.
It was fun.
All right, let's see, Uthaya. Eric, go ahead and ask, what was the question?
Oh, the question is if you could learn a skill or an ability or try something new, a new experience, what would it be? Something maybe you've never tried before.
Right. So yeah, I never tried before is climbing mountain. You know, people are going now Everest and all over the mountains. So I really wanted to, yeah, I never did it in my life. And actually, you know, Andrew was talking about motorbike. I don't know if you guys believe this. I had motorbike license 2003. Yeah, I came from a place where, you know, females are like, cannot do this, cannot do this, cannot do this. But after I came to Canada, I tried, you know what, I want to do this. I want to do this. So that is one is motorbike license. So yeah, in my community, you'll see in Canada, like say, there are a lot of females, but no one will have motorbike license. But I did, 2003, I got my license. That's another story. You know, after 5 years, I have to get a highway license in Canadian, right? I didn't because I married in 2004. I ended up twins in the next year. So the renewal came and my children's dad hid that letter because he didn't want me to go into this motorbike thing. So that's expired, so it's gone. But the mountain thing, I never climbed. So I wanted to try that. But you know, we are getting old. I hope this pandemic will go over and pretty soon maybe I'll go once. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And I want to go to Everest. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I want to try. I did try skating, skiing when I was in high school here. So I tried those. So this is the skill that, you know, I never tried. And I know I can do it if I go now. But after a couple of years, we don't know, right? Our health. So I'm okay now until now. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
I love it. Thank you, Uthaya.
Thank you.
Am I the last one? Yes. Eric, did you answer?
No, he didn't. He's
Did I
gonna
answer,
ask
or
the
did
question.
No, he asked
chimed
the
in on a
question.
few. Want me to put mine? I'll throw mine out there. This is you'll relate to this, Kelly. You and I used to watch a lot of those. You know, the TV series of, I don't know what you call them, like people like survival. What is a survival
The Amazing
boot camp
Race.
where they say that again?
Oh yeah, what's their faces? Those two guys where they get dropped in the middle of nowhere. They have to figure out how to like not die.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
there's a couple of those shows, and that was the one where you'd have these two characters who were like professional survival experts. You just parachute them in any environment around the world, and they'll figure out how to get their way, how to live for a few days.
The one guy was barefoot.
Find their way out.
Remember? The one guy was barefoot everywhere. They were awesome. Okay, sorry.
Arctic or desert. The guy was barefoot. He's from Arizona, I think.
Yeah.
He's like part Indian and. But yeah, I think that would be the cool, like to have the ability. That's a whole lot of skills packed in one individual where you can just, you know, that it doesn't matter where your plane crashes or where your car breaks down, you're going to make it out okay because you just have, you know, how to find shelter, how to make shelter, how to hunt, how to, like all these basic skills that most people don't have nowadays because you don't need them for the most part. But just having that, knowing that you've got that, just that security and confidence of being able to survive wherever you go. That's cool. That would be neat.
That's funny. Anyhow. I'm kind of in alignment mine is kind of similar to yours, hun, is because it's like if I were to wake up tomorrow and suddenly have a new skill set or whatever, be like a secret ninja, like the ninja of like, like that's it. Like I all of a sudden everyone's like, hey, Kelly, then like, who knew? You're suddenly in a situation and I'm like a special, like triple X diamond, like
Black belt,
SEAL,
like-
Black Ops SEAL team, like phenomenon.
Like
that
For
can,
the
like,
Amazon.
like Jason Bourne.
it's gonna
There you
help
go.
us, Erika. But like, yeah, like those are mad skills, and I could just be like, why? And I like just know what to do and know like it. You could put me anywhere, and I can like fight off if there was like something like mammoth size, I could be like, listen, you don't even know what I'm capable of. It doesn't matter. Like that would be it. Like just sweet ass ninja SEAL Team 6 kind of Black Ops skills, like no tomorrow. And then because I would have these mad skills like nobody's business, then I'd be like in like serious, that's like some serious shape that you're in too. Like, let's keep that 100. So I don't want to go to the top of Everest like you, Uthaya. And I love, like we've done 14ers. Eric and I have climbed 14ers and stuff living in Colorado. And I love that. But Everest, I would love to hike to, I think it's the third base camp, right below, third or fourth base camp, right below the death zone. That's what I'd be great just making it to there. And then, because everyone's in a mood to be interviewed. They're not, but whatever conversations I could sneak in with some of the individuals, I think that'd be incredible. But I would love to be able to hike to the base camp below death zone on Everest. That I would love to do. But again, all my sweet ninja skills that I'm going to wake up with tomorrow morning, my Black Ops skills, I'm going to be able to do that. I'll be in like some serious shape that I can do it with like no backpack. Watch that. That's what but also like, oh, see, like I'm not done. Then I'm going to be done. But part of those skills is because if I have that kind of ability to be dropped anywhere in any environment at any time and not die, and then it also included in that is that I have the ability to speak to anyone, anywhere, which means I'm instantly fluent in every language. And it's like that, like that's just built into my ninja skills. So that's my answer.
Cleoni just posted something here.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead. You want to announce it, Andy? Because I saw that when we were answering. We have a new status to celebrate.
Best sellers in entrepreneurship, Landed for Success is #1. And we beat out Simon Sinek, Start with Why. And in #3, Amazon Unbound, Jeff Bezos. So us little guys, we'd hopped right over to Big Dog and his companion into #1 slot.
And that's a big deal because Bezos, we know, last year was, he is the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
Of course, you do that when you own all the distribution, but it's pretty sweet to be up there next to Bezos and Simon Sinek, because we all know the stage, the global platform he holds, and rightfully so. So that's amazing to have be #1. And we have a screenshot of it for those of you, and it is posted, but there, that way you guys can see the #1.
So is this in Canada or US? It's Canadian?
It is Canadian, yeah, in Canada.
What about in US? What number we are now?
I don't know. We're going to have to hop in and see. We've got different people watching different things. I haven't hopped into the US site yet, but if you want to hop in there, Uthaya, and give us the update on that, Absolutely.
Honestly, I didn't know how to check that. So you go to like Amazon and check it out.
Yeah, and then you can see. So Erika, how about, let's see, have you asked a question yet?
If I asked the question, no, I didn't ask
Okay,
the
go
question.
ahead and how about you take the next round of questions? What would you like to ask everybody?
Okay, well,
And oh, let me throw this in here. Really, that's my fault, Erika. My apologies. You probably already have your questions. So while you're sitting on that, all of you, we are launching Untold Stories, Landed for Success today. And I'm Kelly Chiasson, and we're here getting to know our authors this afternoon, this morning in a more serious tone with why they wanted to participate in this collaborative space, the importance to each of them for wanting to share their experiences with the world and the value that comes behind that, or that follows that, or comes with it. Pick one. But we are wanting to hit #1 international best-selling author status. And how do we do that? With the help of all of you. So please go to one of the Amazon links that complement where you are living or where you are wanting to make your purchase. We have the quick link in the post and in the comments for Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK. There are other Amazons. Just hop in there, type in Landed for Success as your book, and it'll come up. And please grab yourself a copy, gift a copy to somebody that you know. Every single download and order helps us reach #1 international bestseller status. That will give these authors the highly prized sticker to go on all of the printed hard copies of their book. And it's fantastic. It's 18 authors sharing 18 incredible experiences. So, okay. So right now we're just doing round robins of kind of just fun questions, getting to know everybody on a personal side here. So Erika, what is the next question here for everybody?
Wow. Okay. Yes, you were right. I was not ready. I'm still not. Because I was just so excited. Listen, I was just so excited with the news that we got #1.
Right? I know.
Okay.
#1. Okay, so since we're talking about book, if aside from the book, let's say, if you could be #1 in something else, whatever, any sports or any talent that you think, and just get them, what it would be your ideal award? Like, would be a medal, a prize, like #1 something? What it would be for you guys? Kelly, I see that you're not ready for that.
No, I was not. Wow, #1. #1 award for what? I think the #1.
Oh, she's speechless.
Well, listen, Aunt Eric's gonna laugh. Yeah, so did my parents. So did it doesn't happen very often. #1, I would think #1 for impacting people's lives, because now unless I have to be more specific, because for me that entails, whether it's impacting lives through I don't know, impacting lives where people are just looking to really make a difference in their own lives, personally and professionally, where I'd be recognized for impacting lives through more like personal development and speaking and things like this, and then impacting lives on the professional side just through businesses where I'm learning to grow and scale and profit from entrepreneurship opportunities, if you will. So I am in the process of learning how to do that on a very, very grand scale globally. And part of a lot of what will come from that is that I have the know-how and expertise, and I've gained the specialized knowledge to show other people how to do the exact same. So I think equally, it would be #1 in those areas worldwide, that when at some point in time, my name is absolutely associated with one of the most powerful women in the world, influentially, that has that gift and ability, because I've done it for our own family with my husband and kids, but have been able to show others and give them the tools and know-how and specialized knowledge to do the same. But not just the knowledge, but opportunities to go into business and create the same. That's it. Yeah.
Nice.
We'll do, since there's 4, I feel like, can we have a ball? Can I play Foursquare? Because that's a fun game. Not if it's hot outside, but it's a fun game. We'll do ladies first. I'm gonna turn it back to you, Erika. I'm sure you weren't expecting that. But I love you, so I would love to know.
Well, I didn't think I was going to be second, but but you know what, but I can see, and it's not a question that it's easy to answer when we are in different spaces and we're doing so many different things. But if just to keep it like, I want to say fun, but just casual, I guess, if I will be if I will be awarded the best driver in the world, #1, that would prove to everyone that I am the
That's amazing.
I've heard of a show, Canada's Worst Driver. Is it? No?
Best. We need a best driver show.
We need a best. I'll be on it with you. I'm a best driver too.
Yes.
Eric.
Yeah, but I totally get it. Like, I really love how you answer that, because I was just thinking while looking at you, oh my God, you're like the #1 mom. And I have kids, but I know she's the #1. So many things that I learned from you. Have no idea. So, Andy, for people who are watching, maybe they don't know, our kids and ourselves too, we will go to the same gym when the gym was open. So you will see how Kelly will put those 4 kids in the car, like with not a fight or anything. Or she would just let him play when she was doing, and it was just amazing. I find that was like the communication and all the everything that you have. So that's what, to me, that's being like, wow, you are an amazing mom. How you do it, how you mother. So yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you're a good driver too, but I'll take #1.
Oh, okay. You can have it. Thank you. Okay, Erika, who's next?
Okay, let's give it to Eric.
Can do. Let's see. It's funny that you mentioned being like #1 driver, because I always thought it'd be cool.
Honey, you are not going to get #1 in driving.
Hang on now. Hang on. Hear me out. Hear me out. Before you roll your eyes mentally, I can say. But I think I've always thought it'd be really cool to become and being #1 at this would be better, just to be a really good stunt driver or a stunt pilot, flying a plane, just watching, all these Red Bull videos, but also, the people who actually drive for James Bond, in the Bond movies, I think that'd be really cool. Knowing how to manipulate a car so he can do all sorts of crazy stuff and then not crash it and walk away, so that'd be pretty cool. But either a stunt driver or a stunt pilot, what a marketable skill, But to be more realistic, I think to be really good at something, I just want to keep getting better at what I do, in terms of construction and building things bigger, better, faster, and safer and more efficient. I've built a few things over the years, but I like to just keep getting better at it. And what the hell, be #1 at it.
I love it. Yeah, stunt. That's cool. Okay.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, it really would be.
Driving the kids to school in the morning, that'd take a totally different adventure.
Oh my God, you could pull in and be like, woohoo, do like 500 like donuts, and then like pull right up like at 1,000 miles an hour, and then you stop, and it's like right at the door for them to just like lovingly get out of the car. That'd be amazing.
Goodbye. Have a good day.
They have to like take off their crash helmets. That'd be so awesome.
I generate a few phone calls, but that would be pretty cool. So
yeah, that would be super cool.
that is my answer. Andrew, Andy, what do you got?
America's Top Model.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on.
Down the runway.
I could get there. No, actually, I think that if I was really dreaming, I would love to have a #1 hit single. Like musically.
Yeah,
That's
that'd
it.
be fun.
That'd be
Okay.
cool. Go on tour, sign
that?
albums and T-shirts, and
I don't know. I think when I was a kid, I always kind of wanted to be a rock star. And then now that I'm older, I don't really want to be a rock star, but I really, I started playing guitar almost 2 years ago, and I just really enjoy playing and singing. So like, to me, that just seems like that would be pretty amazing. If you turn on the radio and everybody's singing your song, and I know you can't, once you reach that #1, you don't really get to stay there, but just do that. It just seems like that would be pretty awesome.
Oh my God, Andy, welcome, Jay. We'll hop over to you in a second. Andy, that I will tell you, that would be cool. That is, so our son, our oldest, was just watched Queen the other week. And I'm telling you, when they're anything, like if AC/DC at some of their concerts, it's just like thousands, but really when Queen, the millions of people, that'd be so fun to be on stage with that many people. I don't care what they're listening to you for. Come on, all day long, sign me up. That would be amazing. I'd be like, we're all gonna do the wave. But like to your point,
All eyes on you, absolute pandemonium. People are like vibrating off the seats. That would be
really like from your song, and everyone is singing every word to your song. Oh my God, that's amazing. That would be amazing. Yeah, that's super cool. So let's ask that, the co-founders just hopped in here. Let's ask that question to Jay and Gordon. Erika? So Jay and Gordon, I probably should give you just a heads up. We're doing a round robin of kind of fun questions this afternoon, because this morning was a bit more serious with, the authors, the empowerment that comes with sharing stories and reading other people's stories and experiences. And now we're having a little fun with each other. So Erika had this next question. So Erika, go ahead. What you pick or I guess you share the question, and Andy, you were the last one to answer, so you get to choose who answers first.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
definitely Jay. We want to hear what Jay has to say for sure.
Okay, Jay doesn't know what he's up for.
Oh my God.
Well, you're gonna let him know.
So we just got the news, like you guys have been sharing, that we hit #1. So I said, wow, how about if you will choose one thing in your life that you will be #1 at, what would it be? And each of us had different answers. So go, Jay.
Oh my God, that's a fully
Not the
loaded
book.
question.
We are there.
Like #1 in many, like for me, I came from Sri Lanka, right? Like I'm a Tamil guy, like from a war-torn country. So where we didn't have access to mentor because it was fighting going on. So there is not an entrepreneurial place where business to thrive. So if I were to say what would be the #1 that we are at, it is like giving back. Like it's still a developing country. Like would be like me. How do I say it? Like how do I properly say it? Like all the learnings and the infrastructure that we learn from here to help another nation to grow. So that would be my #1 to be there. So for example, the way the housing industry is done here. So if I can copy that and can implement there, that would be my #1 priority. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys.
I have an objection because Jay is still in he's still in selling mode. No. You're already doing all that. No, Erika wants to be the #1 driver in the world. I want to be a rock star. So what is it that if you could be #1 in something? I also want to be America's Top Model. So, if you could be #1 in something that isn't about making the world a better place, it's just Jay being #1.
Okay, so I wanted to be the #1 LinkedIn instructor in the world.
Yeah. Sign me up.
So yeah.
Nice. What's holding you back?
Nothing. I'm
Exactly.
going for it. Like it's, but I wanted to elaborate on Andy's question because he's right. Because me, like as growing up, like personally, public speaking was one of the biggest fear that I had. Like all the things that happened in my life, I was in a cocoon. Like it takes so many years for me to come out of that cocoon, like coming out and being in a forum like this and talking to all wonderful people. It's all what he was talking about is personal development and self-care and investing in you. So now that I have come out of that, somewhat out of that comfort zone, now I'm thinking, okay, so there are so many introverts like me who's in sales and marketing. Like I was going to say I wanted to be #1 in sales and marketing. I know Andy's not going to accept that. So that's why I went to LinkedIn. But whatever the things that I know it sounds cliche, like whatever I have learned, I wanted to teach it to many people, at least leave a legacy. Because of Jay, I did this, or because of this person, I did that. Like that's why for me, it's a constant learning. Like Gordon and Eric and Kelly, every people that in my closest circle, I learned. Like Andy, Judit, like even Erika, like everybody, like the people who are not even in the circle, like in the Tamil community, there are a couple of mentors that I look up to, and I learned each one small thing, and that. I don't have to be #1, but if I can take the #1 quality that I wanted to take it into my life, that is the target. So that will make me in #1 in wherever whatever the field that I choose, because I'm sometimes I'm in ADHD. Like what I like today, I may not like tomorrow. So I'm constantly changing. So that's why I don't want to stick to one thing. I wanted to be in everything that I enjoy doing. I don't know if that makes sense to you, Andy.
Well, for today, Jay, as far as my eyes can tell, you are #1 best-selling author in Canada, and you beat out Jeff Bezos by 2 slots. So
and Simon Sinek by 1.
Simon Sinek. Wow.
Wow. For an introvert from Sri Lanka.
Why? That's incredible.
So Jay, who do you pick? Welcome, Judit. Who do you pick to answer that question next, Jay? Gordon or Judit?
You know what? I'm going to pick on Judit because Gordon is going to have a few updates to give. I wanted to give the chance to Judit, and we'll go to Gordon.
Okay. So Judit, and let's see, Eric, you ask her. You want to give her the question?
Question is, if you could learn a skill or an ability.
that wasn't the question. We're still on Erika's.
What?
Yeah, Erika's question.
Which was?
I'm like, we went past your question.
Clearly, you're asking the wrong person.
Oh no, honey. Okay, you go ahead though. Go, you ask your question. She'll appreciate your question. She'll appreciate any question.
Wait a minute. No, that's right. That's right. So Erika's question, as she is absent for the moment, is if you could be #1 at something, what would it be? #1, top, gold medal, whatever.
Oh wow! By the way, Erika, I like your question better. So
you can. You know what?
We're
so lovely to have you here. If you want to switch and go to Eric's question, you can do that.
Yeah, I would love to go to Eric's question.
Okay, Eric, go back to yours.
Well, there are parallels. There are parallels between the two.
Not necessarily.
You could, if you could develop a skill or gain an ability, instantly, that's something you've never done or tried before, what would it be?
I would love to be an astrophysicist. That's my dream.
A what? I don't even understand the word.
Now you're
Exactly. So I have a huge affinity for science. And that's another story, by the way.
Excellent.
Why I didn't become a scientist. And it goes back way back when my teachers told me that I'm stupid and don't even try. So that's that goes
Teachers
back.
always say that.
Not always, but in my case they did. So and I loved physics very, very much. And in Hungary, where I grew up, we actually started to learn physics in grade 6 until grade 12. It was mandatory. So, and I loved it. I still do, actually. But the math portion of it is, I was lost. And unfortunately, I had teachers every 10 seconds, like they were like a revolving door. So there was no one teacher I could really latch onto and no mentorship and everything else. And I love space. That's my thing. Space exploration, we're gonna go out to the stars. I live, breathe, dream about space and planets and anything in between. So that was my thing, my dream, that maybe one day I will go and work for NASA and I can be part of that team. Obviously it didn't happen because I'm a dummy when it comes to science.
No, you are not.
But I always say my next life, I'm going to be a theoretical physicist. So this is what I'm really striving for. And I just want to say, whoever's listening and you're a little girl, physics is for you. Absolutely for you. It's beautiful. It's amazing. And I think the approach, and teachers who are out there listening by any chance, teach sciences in a fun way. And sciences are very, very important, and physics and math, because we have it every day in our lives. Every single little thing is math and physics. You play baseball, that's physics, for instance. So this is what I would love to be, an astrophysicist. That's the number one skill that I would love to have instantaneously and solve those equations and all that stuff. That's me.
That's amazing. Well, thank you, Judit. So last but not least, then Gordon, you are up. So
I would like to be the #1 beach bum.
What?
Seriously, like I would love to be the #1 beach bum where you just wake up every morning and you don't have to worry about anything. You just right? Just do nothing.
What competition do you need to go through to get that medal for #1?
Right? Like, wouldn't it be great if you could just be a beach bum?
Let's be the best one in the world.
No, seriously, like I would love, right? Like, think about COVID for a minute. The last 15 months, it's proved that we don't have to strive to have everything. Does that make sense? We actually just don't have to have everything. It's nice to have stuff, right? Because we've all been there when we had stuff and we didn't have. Like, even when Judith was talking, and it may be the wrong question, right? When she said hungry, I started to think like I'm hungry, like not as literally, right? But I'm also thinking like a friend of mine said, I think it was I'm sure he was hungry, because he said he remembers when he was younger, he had to line up at a what is it, Judith? Like, he had to line up to get bread, right? And people would like trample and fight each other. Like,
not bread, depends in what years. In the 50s maybe, but actually for bananas and oranges, we only had it once a year, and we had to, and it was ration.
Yeah,
like you
right?
could take 1 kilogram per family, and I was in the line for 4 hours to get that. So
you get that, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So
yep, that is true. And once a year before Christmas. Actually, I wrote a piece on LinkedIn about that.
About that?
Yeah, bananas and communism. That's the yeah. So yep, it's a true story.
So it's nice to have everything, right? It's nice to do well. It's nice, like we want to be #1 international bestseller. One day, I hope we have like 1,000 books, right? Like my friend Scott Patton, who interviewed me yesterday, you guys should get to know him. He's a digital nomad. He's living in Colombia right now. Like, I'll call him one day and he says, "Oh, I'm babysitting a 7,000 square foot home in Vancouver Island for the next few months. So I don't pay for it. I'm just babysitting." Right. And then he's got online courses and stuff like that. He makes residual income. I'll call him another month and he says, "Oh yeah, I'm down here in Hawaii. They needed some work done on digital marketing. So I'm down here. I'm doing their digital marketing. I get to live here for free, room and board. Pretty cool, right? To be able to travel around the world like that. And then you get some folks who says, well, yeah, I have my black card, right? It doesn't matter. I just want to travel with the most exotic places that I can afford. But the last 15 months, doesn't matter how much money people have. We still, you know what I mean? Like, we're still stuck at home. Just because you have a black card doesn't mean we could fly to Singapore right now. By the way, we had a download from Singapore. Somebody bought a book from Singapore, so which is kind of cool. Right? We can't fly there. We can't fly there right now. It doesn't matter how much money we have, right? But we learn to live and survive. Like Andy said, you don't have to have, like $1,000 suit on to be successful. If you need $1,000 suit to be successful, that's fine too. So yeah, I would love to be the #1 beach bum.
That's awesome.
I concur.
I don't think that counts, Gordon, but I let it go because there's other things happening.
I let it go.
like Eric said, you don't have to compete to get to be.
Eric taught me how to get a haircut. Like I love my barber. Like I will, right? And then after for so long, I'm like, I give up. And I bought this thing it's a surround thing that cuts your hair at the same spot. And you go like this, and it just cuts it, right? The only part I couldn't get was my back. So I had to convince my wife to cut the back. But, COVID's taught us so many things. So like, Akil was on here earlier. Maybe some of us should become the #1 money saver, not just save money, but that extra 20 or 30 bucks for every haircut I save now. Am I going to go waste that money on something? Or am I going to take that 30 bucks and put it into an investment account?
Options.
Right.
Opportunities.
I don't know if that even answers your question, you guys. Like I'm kind of stressed out right now, like thinking like, oh my goodness, I can't believe we're like bestseller. I have a question for you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Because this happened with our last book before we actually officially hit international bestseller. We're in Canada right now, right? And so if in the US we hit #1 bestseller, we're saying, hey, we're international bestsellers, correct?
Yes.
But Andy's in the US and we hit bestseller in Canada. Does that make Andy an international bestseller right now?
Best-selling
Yes, it
author
does.
internationally, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
what about Mexico?
So if Andy's an international bestseller, but we're only a bestseller in Canada, doesn't mean we're only a bestseller, but he's an international bestseller?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Judith.
Judith, you are in the law.
Andy, you're pretty special.
Good for you, Andy.
Good for you, Andy.
Andy, good for you.
I didn't create those imaginary borders, you guys and I were only like 40 miles apart as the crow flies. So I didn't create those. We're practically in the same town as far as I'm concerned. I didn't create those imaginary borders,
So has every one of your friends downloaded a copy of the book already in the US?
Many have. I've been getting them. You see, I keep doing what Kelly told me to, put my head down, and yeah, my phone is just full of activity.
That's
of
amazing.
People that either are saying, "Hey, I grabbed it," or then having a question like, "Hey, when can I get a paper copy?" Or that type of thing. So I've just been messaging like crazy all day, and they keep rolling in. So
take orders, Andy. Take orders for your paper copies now too.
Oh, yep, I already have a list started. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah.
Amazing. Sorry,
Okay.
I think I screwed up the game here.
You didn't screw up anything.
Oh.
We are so excited. So both of our co-founders here at Land for Success are on the Zoom right now, Mr. Jeyakanthan and Mr. Gordon So. And I am joined by our incredible co-authors, Ms. Erika Aguilar, Ms. Judit Schönwald, Mr. Andy Alberlan, and my husband, Mr. Eric Chiasson. And what we are doing is we are, in the warmest way possible, inviting all of you to say, yes, these people are awesome. I need to read the stories. I want the book. I want to gift it to myself and I want to gift it to everybody I know. We want you to do the same thing. Believe me, we do, because we are trying to hit #1 international bestseller status. How can we do that? With the help of all of you, hopping into your Amazon link of choice. They're in the post. I've got Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK.
How are we doing, Kelly, in Peru?
I don't know. I haven't looked at Peru.
We don't have a link.
No.
How are we gonna know when people purchase from Peru? Well, because we don't have a link specific for Peru. Amazon doesn't have, but they will purchase from US from Canada with the link that I send them. Yeah, if you check on the countries available, they can still purchase, but there's not a link specific.
Right. And then for everybody, it's for every download that takes place, every order that takes place. That helps us reach that international bestseller status. And Landed for Success is a lover of showing appreciation, extending gratitude where it's deserving of. And so for everyone that participates in helping us, creep toward our goal, leap toward our goal of #1 international bestselling author status, we will say thank you. So for every gift, whether it's a gift to yourself, whether it's a gift for someone you know, snap a shot of that purchase, the confirmation, and get that to Gordon, Jay, myself. Get it to your whichever authors you're a fan of. Get it to them. They'll get it to us, and we want to say thank you. And we will gift you then in return a free ebook of the 17 Principles of Success. Wallace D. Wattles, The Science of Getting Rich. This is a collaborative project. Launching this is a collective effort indeed. This has been a long time coming. We're very, very excited to be here today. And we just got the news here in Canada that we are #1 in the group of entrepreneurship. And we are first place. We are first, and Simon Sinek's new book is second, and third place is Jeff Bezos' book. So, I mean, those are some heavy hitters, and yet we have surpassed them, and we are sitting at #1. So that's pretty fantastic. We're very, very excited about it, and appreciate all of you being here. So now, Judit, I know you had a great morning teaching, so we're gonna spotlight you here. For those of you that have not had the pleasure of meeting Miss Judit Schönwald, now you do. This is an amazing woman. She is a wife, she is a mother, she is a daughter, she is an entrepreneur. She has extensive legal background. She runs not-for-profits. I don't know what it is she does not do. Other than the astrophysicist, I feel like that could be coming. Either way, she chooses to show up and advocate for individuals that really just are in need of someone with a thread of humanity in them that understand the importance of, I don't know, just loving other people, appreciating our differences as human beings. She is very much an artist. So when you talk about how she shows up to express her love of everything that surrounds her and that inspires her, and that that she is able to express that in such a beautiful fashion. And you're an amazing woman, Judit. You're an amazing entrepreneur. This lady has so much energy and so much inspiration. Like you spend a little bit of time with her and you're like, oh, she's amazing. I love what she's doing, and everyone needs to know what she's doing. And it's true. And she has, like everybody, really diverse history that, it's from her history that has allowed her and gifted her with who she is today. And we're all gifted to get a piece of that and to get to know her a little bit better. And so Judit, I'm so excited. We're so excited that you're a part of our collaborative project here, Untold Stories with Landed for Success. I would love everybody to hear a bit about you, and for you, why, welcome back, Elliot, and why, Judit, for you, you know, what is the value that really hit home for you with ensuring that a part of you, a piece of your story, is in a book for the world to read?
Well, I'm very happy to be here. Yes, it was a very busy morning. I'm not teaching now, I'm just a teacher's assistant. I make sure that everybody is in the right place and everything else. So I enjoy it's not even a job, it's fun. So I love educating, I really do. And I've been doing it informally for decades now. So people actually like to listen to me for some reason. Well, not everybody, but you know, some people like to listen to me. Why did I get myself involved in this project? I think it was an opportunity and right timing. I think that's the stars aligned in this very special way that I could do it. I mean, it's been in my mind forever. We talked about it. Kelly actually did interview me a couple of days ago, and I told her when I'm gonna grow up, I'd like to be a science fiction writer. That's what I'd like to be, because that's my thing. I love it, and that's my thing. And writing has been around for me ever since I learned to write. So it was about 6 years old, basically. And I love the words. And we did discuss this with Kelly, that words matter. Words have power either way, positive, negative. Words can make or really ruin a person. And it's especially true for children. And then when I'm hammering this away every single day, that those who are educators out there, please choose your words carefully. Because either you can make a Nobel Prize winner, or you can totally destroy a personality from the get-go. So words do matter. Words matter to parents, us who are parents, what to bring to our children. And I'm pretty sure there were times that we said things to our kids that we would like to take back. But I believe in bridges. I believe in bringing people cultures together, because it's the human experience that is important. And this book, this collection of stories actually shows that no matter where we come from, what kind of political background we came from, what religion, color, whatever, language, at the end of the day, our stories could be anywhere. The universal messages are there because we are human. Unfortunately, I'm not sure the world is ready still to see ourselves, for our humanity, to see ourselves as one entity, the human race, so to speak. We are so bogged down in some really petty and petty stuff with racism, and that could go on forever on that one. It's just a shame, because if we could just look at us right now here, just as a little sample, okay? We could not be any different from each other. Gordon and I have nothing in common, okay? Jay and I have nothing in common, all right? Erika and I, we love each other, but still we don't have anything in common, okay? So, but what we do have in common are our words, and what we try to give, not just to the world, but to ourselves. Especially when you write, you want to purge. We talked about this in detail, Kelly, that is therapeutic for many of us. I didn't set out to be a #1 winner, best-selling author. Honestly, I did not. What was important to me is just to challenge myself that I can do this. It's just the first step. Okay, you can write a freaking 1,000-word or 2,000 or 3,000-word chapter. You can do this. And that was the challenge, and I did it. So this is like a stepping stone that go further, challenge myself more, and write a whole chapter write 2, write 10, write an entire book, which I would really love to do because there's so many things in my head. But you have to also realize your limitations, what you can or cannot do. So I'd really like to have a shout out to Linsey Fischer, our editor, because she did a fantastic job. I don't think any book can be without an editor, that they are the shapers of the message that is out there. We are the raw diamonds, the rough diamonds, and she's the diamond maker, the jeweler that polishes and makes it perfect. So again, I really hope that our stories, the 18 of us that are in this first edition, if anybody out of the 8 billion people in this world has something to take away from that, even one word that resonates and says, oh my God, yeah, actually, now I have something to live for. Or you were depressed and you just didn't want to get out of bed, or you were contemplating suicide, for instance. And these days, many, many people do. And if you just, oh, I have a problem after reading this? Are you kidding me? It's like, no. So you can put it into perspective, because each and every one of us are bearing our own, how should I say, proverbial crosses, so to speak. What we bring with us, some brings generational trauma into the picture, some brings failed relationships, some brings their insecurities, some brings their, oh my God, why am I this, why am I that? Some women, being, why my butt is growing exponentially. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's we deal with everything, and this is very human. It doesn't matter where you are. These struggles are real for everybody at any continent you are at, basically. So what I do like to see in the world is a more sense of humor from people, not to take ourselves too seriously. Tone it down a little bit. Let's laugh at ourselves, because that can release a lot of tension. We are not that, important, but we are important, if you get my drift. And this was fun. This was a fun experiment for me, and it's a fun project.
Nice.
So we are not number one. That's even better.
Right? It's an added bonus.
Yeah, exactly.
All of the effort and all of the passion that went into.
So can I brag now that I'm a number one bestseller author now?
Yes.
Can I brag that? Okay.
In Canada. So
I didn't say, I'm optimistic. I didn't say bestselling.
Yeah.
I didn't say international. I said number one.
You are, but you're an international best-selling author.
So there you, depending where you're in the world, it's like Andrew is.
Yeah, I see Ravi had jumped in, and I know he had some things he had to take care of today. But before Ravi jumps in, I just want to share with you, Judit, that I was just talking to Linsey as you were talking, and she said, I took Kobe for a walk, and I come back and we're #1 bestseller. So I just asked her if she could take Kobe out for another walk, and maybe when she comes back, we'll be #1 international bestselling.
You never know. You never know.
Go, Kobe, go.
So, hey, Ravi, welcome. I'm going to step back and let you guys talk.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Amazing.
Sorry, I couldn't join. I had some few family things that I need to take care. It's one thing or the other. We have a death in the family, and then this morning we realized that my wife had to be taken to the emergency, and I still don't know where she is because I'm trying to reach her. I can't. I have 2 meetings which schedule I couldn't cancel, then I had to come back here. Anyway, that's life, but still life is wonderful. These things make us more stronger. And then I have good friends who encourage me, and thanks to God and Jay, and I was able to, whenever there's something that I call them or I talk to them. And the funny thing is I have a new family now. The family is so rich. They're so positive. I mean, I'm like, oh my goodness, I wish I knew all these people 10 years ago. Well, I think everything has a time and a place and everything. So thank you very much. I won't take long. Thanks very much for giving me this opportunity to write. And then already my friends are excited. Few of my friends went and downloaded it. And one of my friend called me and said, I downloaded, but I don't know where it went. To see, he was searching high and low for a day and finally found it in his daughter's junk mail. Junk mail, because she had the Prime account or something like that. So he learned something new. And then we are excited. I got a few calls, emails from Sri Lanka and WhatsApp message that they want to download. I don't want to get the cat out of the bag. I don't know how many of you have read the chapter, but thank you. And it is it's a very eye-opening thing. Even though at back of my mind, I'm thinking at 6 o'clock I got to go here. We have a drive-through view. Then I know I need to go and see my mind. But in front I'm thinking, what a sweet occasion for me to
amazing.
Listen to you guys, and I can't wait to read the book. And then initially when Jay asked me, I was like, me writing a book? Are you kidding me? But then he called me Raviana. Raviana means Ravi brother, big brother. He said, you have so much of experience. You have been, you have done that, you have done this, you have a business, so on. You should write. And then I want to pour everything. So once he started that, I couldn't control myself. I want to talk about this in my life. I want to talk about that, but I couldn't do it because it was one chapter. And so I thought to myself, just 3 days before, I was telling Gordon this, 3 days before, I changed. Instead of me telling how successful or how I get from point A to point B, I want to talk about giving, because that's what I have, because I received much. I received much from my friends, much from this country, a beautiful country, fantastic country that gave me a second chance.
Wow.
Everything in my life was a second chance. So I thought, why don't I talk about there's more pleasure in giving as much as receiving. I know how to give. I want to give. Why? Because I receive so much. Anyway, so I'm just want to stop at that. Trust me, I could go on, but there are a few things that I need to take care. I promised Kelly that I will join. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ravi, we love you, and strength and love continue to you and your family from across the city.
Yes, I know my wife is kind of devastated because she grew up with this gentleman who's 47 years old. Sad, but
Okay. Well, two things, Ravi. Just let us know if there's anything we can do.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The second one, before you go, I mentioned to you my friend Elliot Hilder. So now you're side by side. He's in England, you're here, right? Yes. So you guys are now family. And we talked about possibly in the future, Mr. Tamil Canada, if you ever needed a speaker, right, for the topic that you need for that group, I can't think of anyone better than my friend Elliot.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now you guys
Thank you, Kun. Ravi, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I've been listening to you with a great deal of respect and admiration. And I like looking at faces. And even though it's like on a screen, your eyes are reflecting so much of life's experience and love for life and for people. Something very, very special about you. It's an honor to be here with you, Ravi.
Oh, likewise. And I want Jay, thank you very much for introducing me to these wonderful people. You're a great man. You know, Jay, I love you like my brother, and all the best to you. And I've seen you grow. Don't stop. Don't stop. Just continue.
Listen, and Ravi, before you go, just one thing. You said you wished you'd known Gordon 10 years ago. Listen, let me tell you something just between us. Look.
Just between us. No one is
just between us. 10 years ago, knowing Gordon. No, I'm pulling your leg. I've known him, I don't know how many decades now. What a lovely man. What a lovely man, and a great connector And look, he's connecting all of us. Yeah.
And I always get up in the morning, and when I feel tired, I just think of Kelly. I don't know what she had for breakfast. She is so full of energy. Kelly, when someday you got to cook and
Yes.
feed me what you feed yourself. Where do you get this energy, whether it is 6 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the evening? She is amazing. And the words that you use, the positive words that you use, and the tone and the way you sound, I'm like, whoa, every time when I talk to you, as I'm taking vitamin B12, I'm all pumped up. Like,
Isn't she the new Tony Robbins?
yes.
Thank you, Ravi.
Ask
Right.
Eric when she tells him, dearest, take out the garbage, or else, you know.
No, we have, he talked about that earlier. He hasn't taken out the garbage in over a year because we've commandeered our 17-year, you know, that's why we have 4 kids. So there's like a whole slew of activities that are no longer ours.
That's fun.
Well,
Ravi,
it's
I think
funny.
you said something about your wife. All the best, whatever is happening.
Yes.
There, all the very, very best. Our prayers and good energy to you.
No problem, sir. I will not let the guard down. I will march forward, and I have a team behind me to support me. And then, yes, we will move on with another book and a book about mental health, and we will see. Jay,
Let's do it.
stay in touch.
Congratulations, best-selling author.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Love
much.
you, Ravi.
Yeah.
Take care. Take care.
Take care.
Okay.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Ravi, I know him for a very long time. He was actually, when I joined the chamber, he was the executive vice president. This year, he became the president of Mr. Tamil Canada, men's mental health organization. Wow. So he has actually given, the group have given more than $20,000 to Markham Stouffville Hospital for a mental health program. So the business people that he have access to, and he does a lot of charity work back home and here too. Like he's a very humble guy. He just sold his business, like one of his business, for $7 million. And he just he took up a hobby. Like we were talking on the phone. He bought like a $10,000 camera so he can. Yeah. And when he was saying, Jay, I bought a $10,000 camera, he didn't even take it out of the bag because now he's doing some consulting work for some company, and pretty soon. It's a story like I'm telling you, like there's wonderful, wonderful people in our platform doing amazing things, like giving back to the community.
That's for those of you tuning in. If you caught what Jay just mentioned, you know, what the author that was just speaking, Ravi Kanagasabey, giving back to his community. It's a really fantastic commonality we have here at Land for Success. A huge part of the focus here is a platform that will continue to grow as an amazing space for aspiring and established individuals, businessmen and businesswomen and entrepreneurs to come and take what they're doing personally and professionally to the next level, but in more capacities than one, and having opportunities of integrity to build out, you know, what they envision for themselves, with opportunities of co-authorships, opportunities of blogging and vlogging, opportunities of networking, opportunities of sharing expertise and experiences in the coaching and mentoring space, participating in joint venture collaborations from the individuals that are plugging into what we're doing here because they are looking to expand and grow who they are. That's phenomenal. It's just an incredible platform, incredible individuals, and it's how we, you know, the best way to grow is word of mouth and through experience. And we are doing that. We've been doing this for over 15 months now, and it's not stopping anytime soon. The train has left the station, and we are here launching our first book here at Atlanta for Success, Untold Stories, 18 incredible individuals sharing 18 incredible experiences to uplift and inspire every reader who gifts themselves this book and gifts it to somebody else as well. We are looking to hit #1 international best-selling author status. And we are asking for favors from every single one of you. We're so appreciative that you all are plugging in and engaging in everywhere across our social media platforms. The engagement in LinkedIn, in our Instagram, in YouTube, in Facebook, and that's not to mention all of the individual communication threads that are taking place and have been taking place since the early hours this morning. So every single download, every single purchase of Untold Stories, Landed for Success on Amazon, helps us reach #1 international bestseller status. And that is a big deal. These incredible individuals have been working very, very hard for quite some time, decided to come to the table and put a piece of their hearts onto paper, into a book, beautifully put together by our amazing editor, Linsey Fischer, for all of you. I just love it. We've just continued to get to know each other on an individual basis, which is really unique in and of itself. I don't know how many book launches, even if it was in person, do you get to really know every single author? Do you get to see them in only one light, or are you getting to see them in more than one light? We're getting to hear people talk about why they wanted to be an author, why, in their opinion, the value behind sharing a story. But then we're having fun with other kinds of questions, which just kind of like, who are we as people, and get to see everyone's personality in a different sort of light. All the meanwhile, we're serious about having fun, and we're serious about having a successful book launch, but we're serious about what it took for each individual to say yes to participating in this amazing collaborative project, Untold Stories. And they're setting the stage for, inspiring others to step up and do the same. And that's incredible. And that's how we impact lives, one person at a time, one story at a time, one community at a time, one business at a time, one country at a time, until we span everywhere where there's people around the world. Kind of fun. All right, Jay, do you have any recent updates on you, or not quite yet?
Thank you, Kelly. I was actually on the other side messaging the team. Instagram post, now we have officially surpassed 500,000 reach impressions on Instagram. So we will be posting that. It's actually close to 600,000, but I can say officially 500,000 reach in Instagram. Facebook, we are already over 125K reach. That's like I said, like what you guys are sharing the stories and keeping the live and the momentum going. There's a whole bunch of people behind the scenes, especially the marketing team, Uma, Rhea, and the rest of the team. I'm not going to mention all 7 of their names, but the whole team is working, sharing and caring, and all over the place. Like if you look at it, like we are giving our authors who have just hit #1 bestseller status in Canada, like the team is working diligently by sharing them on Facebook, yes, Instagram, TikTok, all over the place. So I'm very happy. So you will see me going back and forth, but it's a very exciting day and very happy day. And like I said, life happens to people, but it's happening, guys. Like we are taking it to the next level, and we yes, are telling the stories, and we are taking the stories to the world, literally to the world. Yeah, Gordon mentioned like somebody downloaded from Singapore. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Singapore, Dubai, right? Everywhere.
I have a question for Gordon. Oh, sorry, Gordon, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kelly, give Jay a big hand, you guys. I mean, he works like tirelessly behind the scenes, and not just behind the scenes, he's in the front of the scene too, right? And you look at the relationships, the individuals that he's got with Ravi, like you guys think I have a Rolodex. Wait till you see Jay's Rolodex. right? The doors that we can just keep on opening up for each other is incredible. Before your question, I just had to go make some lunch, right? So this is a little thing that Pamela Geiger has. I call it like the Geiger counter. You just go like this, right? With no batteries, and literally, like I now have bananas.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Raspberries, blueberries. We didn't have any strawberries. Normally we have strawberries. I have a little bit of weight gainer. I'm trying to gain some weight so you guys can see. Right?
Gordon.
And some orange juice. That's my shake. Like that literally. And this is because, Tammy Williams, there's like Tammy, there's Gabby, there's other folks that in the early stages that helped us with their growth for company as well. And I met Pamela because of this. And this year will be, I think I always lose track, either the 11th or the 12th year that my mom passed away. But you'll read a little bit about that in my story. I think I told about it a bit of the story. I'm not sure if I did or not, but one of my favorite meals that she makes is with ginger, right? So and I would make this chicken that we would boil the chicken, and then we take some really nice ingredients like ginger, and we make this really nice sauce. But then for years, literally like years, I would chop it with a knife, and every time I would almost chop off my fingers to a point where my wife said, "Can I take you to the hospital?" And then Pamela came along, and then there's a smaller one, right, Pamela? And I just take like the ginger roots. I take the not onions, what's the other, garlic. I throw it in there. I throw some really nice sauce in there. I put chunks of ginger. I just go like this, and boom, I get the most incredible sauce that I eat with my chicken ginger rice.
We call it our power chef. It packs a lot of power. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I love, about our community. I didn't know Kelly. My friend Joe introduced me to Kelly. And then Kelly introduced me to Erika. I didn't know Akil until Jay introduced me to Akil, or Cheryl introduced us to Andy. And then you've got Judith. I think Judith, who introduced you to the book? Was it Tammy or Samantha? Because I know you and Samantha have been friends forever as well. And so I just love this, like this for me is a Land for Success story, right? Because it's really helped me to eat healthier. And I can literally whip something up like in a couple of minutes. Anyways, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And for that's my success right there. Your story with that power chef is successful to me because I've changed your life in the way of being able to eat better.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
It's awesome. And
ginger is very,
congratulations.
very healthy, Gordon. Ginger is fantastic. I love juicing up. Most mornings, I do a ginger, apple, and carrot juice.
I'm going to try that.
Plenty. Oh, fantastic. And healthy, of course.
Wow.
So Elliot, you're talking about ginger and carrots. Andy has a sandwich that he likes with gingered carrots. He was talking about that earlier. Now I'm like hungry. Gordon's talking about his shakes. You're talking about your drinks, and we were talking about sandwiches, and I'm like, what? I need to eat. And then meanwhile, my husband just delivered me chocolate covered madeleines. What? Thanks, hon. That was super nice.
What a nice husband.
Yeah, I know. He is he's a super great husband. That is literally a treat. Nicely done. Okay, we have Gordon and Jay. To those of you tuning in here, so we have, and we'll continue the pleasure of introducing our incredible authors. But what is interesting about this collaboration as well, which is pretty special, is both of our co-founders, Mr. Jeyakanthan and Mr. Gordon So, have incredible stories themselves. And a lot of the growth of this platform here at Land for Success is due to the fact that they are both immigrants themselves, and the experiences that they have had in their lives as immigrants, and then experiencing the disconnect in how you grow professionally, how you expand out of your own community, and the the cultural diversities, how that comes into play. And that has brought us to this beautiful platform and community of individuals. But it is really fantastic that the two of you, chose to share a part of who you are on the personal side of things and share it within this collaboration. I think it's fantastic as having been invited to help you grow your vision for over 15 months now. There's always room. There will always be room to highlight and spotlight all of the amazing individuals that come to participate. It's something else, they say, lead by example. So when you're talking about how important it is, the aspects of this platform that you two gentlemen have put together, how important these things are to the two of you and to our community, it makes a difference that you also chose to not just encourage others to share their story and, oh, your story matters, it matters, and it does, but then actually share your own as well. So I think that's beautiful. I think it's very complimentary of the vision that you two have brought to the world. So for the two of you, even though that's what you're doing here, and I know that you both are appreciative that that's very present. Everyone having just that difference is so important and brings value to each of you. But why share? You both are multiple international bestsellers, helped hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of individuals do the same. Why? I mean, people know you. People that know you know your stories. So why put it in a book? Why choose to share your story in Untold Stories alongside these incredible individuals? Let's see, Gordon, do you want to start? And then we'll pass it over to Jay.
Wow. That's a tough question, right? Because, Kelly, I have other books, like, the book that you're involved with right here. Like, you have your fingerprints all over this book as well, right? 30+1 Resilient Stories. And Elliot and I have a mutual friend in here, and that's Jim Diodati, who's the mayor of Niagara Falls. So his forward, like your forward in our book, was so brilliant, has been so brilliantly written. And it's actually 30+2 because Jim's got a story in there. And I remember when I first met Jim, he was in his 30s and he looked like a guy out of a GQ magazine, and he still does, right? And the lack of self-confidence he had at the time was unbelievable. And I can share the story with you because Jim's already shared the story publicly, and he shared it publicly with us as well. And but he had gone through the windshield of a car, can you imagine? And his face was all destroyed. You wouldn't know that today, right? But think of the resilience he had to bounce through with that, and then cancer. He had to battle through cancer. And now as the mayor of Niagara Falls, he has to battle with trying to keep everybody safe, right? I can't say half, but some people are like, you got to wear masks, and some people you can, and some people say we should go out, and some people say you got to stay home. So think of the resiliency he's going through right now, and trying to help an entire community heal and land back for success. So when we did 30+1 Resilient Stories, just like all the other books, the first question that I get asked is, Gordon, are you going to share your story in the book? And my answer was no. And I could tell the disappointment in the faces, the voices of some of the people that are asking, because it was almost like they were expecting me to be in the book. It's like if I said to Pamela, are you using this thing to make delicious meals for yourself? And she said, no. Like, well, if you're not using it, why should I use it? Right? So if you're not authentic and real and sharing your story in a book, why should I do it too? And I've got away with it for years now. As you guys know, I didn't have to. But then I thought, you know what? When my friend Elliot Hiller decided to be an author in the book as well, right? One of the things we've always taught is you got to lead by example. And it's kind of like our kids, right? Here's a thought for you. My mentor once said, our children and this is like our family, the folks who we're doing business with, they never do what you say, right? They're always watching what we're doing. So my mentor said, what parents do in moderation, our kids are going to do in excess. So in my generation, we knew, like, if you want to smoke, you know which high school door to hang out with, who are the smokers, right? So if you don't want to smoke and you hang around with smokers, you're going to smoke. So who you hang around with is who you're going to become. You got to lead by example. And that's when I thought, okay, when this book happened, we got to share our story. There's no ifs or buts about it. And the idea that we came up with were stories are important, and initially started out with stories of individuals who are immigrants and the stories that they've experienced, or maybe somebody, and listen, in a future book, I want to share this. If it's not your story, maybe it's somebody else's story that you can share, like permission with somebody else's story that can inspire and motivate as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be your story, okay? But Kelly, that's a long-winded answer, but I think that was one of the major reasons was, if I'm going to ask Andy to do something, I better be doing it myself as well. And it's just been a great journey. It's been a huge learning lesson. I'm with Whitney in California a few minutes ago. She asked the same question, and it helped me to understand from the author's perspective. I'm always, just write your story. It's easy. I just procrastinated. I procrastinated for months. Pamela sent hers in like in record-breaking time. Like, here's my right. And it took me months and months and months. And I write it, I throw it in the trash can, I write it through. But once you start writing, you realize, it's the thoughts will start to come. It's easier than you think. And now we understand that you just write a rough draft, give it to Linsey, and your job's almost done. Right? Let her work her magic, and you go back and forth in a couple conversations and a few edits, and you've got a story that you're going to be proud of. Just like, I think that's one of the reasons why it's become a bestseller. It's not just something thrown together, right? A lot of love and a lot of care has gone into this project. So that's my answer, Kelly. I hope it makes sense.
I said, that's an amazing answer. Wouldn't it be horrible if I was like, what kind of answer is that, Gordon? That would not be, then this project would not be as amazing as it is. But it's, that's it. Everyone, it's getting to understand, I think it's nice to hear people's reasons for sharing their stories and sharing their experiences. And certainly when it's coming from, the two co-founders that chose to participate, it's special. So thank you for sharing that. Jay,
thank you.
You're up. Would love to hear, same to you, and for everybody watching, Land for Success, we are launching our first book, Untold Stories, by 18 inspirations, by 18 inspirational individuals. Hop onto Amazon, gift yourself a copy, gift someone you know a copy. Why? Because sharing is caring. And we want to hit #1 international bestselling author. Like, we'll keep that 100. We just can't do it alone. I have a quote: anyone can go alone, no one can grow alone. It's true. This is a collaborative project, and now we're pulling everybody in a collective effort to help us do just that. So everyone that goes to the Amazon that fits them the best, if it's Amazon US, Amazon Canada, Amazon Mako, Amazon UK, pick one and grab yourself a copy. And then when you do, feel free to take a confirmation snapshot of that purchase, get it to Gordon, Jay, myself, throw it over to your author of choice. They'll get it to us. And when we see that, then we're going to say, wow, thank you, because we couldn't do this alone. So in gratitude, we will then send you a free ebook of the 17 Principles of Success, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. So it's amazing. Thank you all for tuning in. This is a fantastic, fantastic day. And now we're hearing from our two co-founders. These gentlemen, Mr. Gordon So and Mr. Jeyakanthan, are both two phenomenal entrepreneurs. They are both fathers, they are both sons, they are both brothers, uncles, businessmen, partners, collaborators, master connectors, really in the business of creating just fantastic spaces for people to come together, network, and take advantage of opportunities that they can position themselves to really take what they're doing personally and professionally to the next level in more ways than one. It's a pleasure to be in the, navigating and participating in this space. Everybody seems to get the energy, feel the same way, and are appreciative of it. And so it's fun, and it's important to hear why our co-founders, chose to also participate in this book alongside their incredible co-authors. We just heard from Mr. Gordon So for those of you that want to hear, a little bit about his highlight, just reverse a minute or so here, and now we'll hop over to Jeyakanthan. Jay, if you could share with everybody, for you, with everything that you're doing, with all of your years, why was it important for you, to add your story on your personal side of things into this amazing collaborative project?
That's amazing, Kelly. So I was born in a small island called Sri Lanka. Like in Sri Lanka, on the north, there was Jaffna, which is a Tamil speaking, and which is a minority group, and the Sinhalese, who was the majority group. So there was a civil war was going in Sri Lanka at the time when I was born. So what happened, we were forced to flee the country to India. So that's where I got my education. But then from India, I came to Canada. So for me, coming into Canada and going into high school at the age of 16 years old, from a completely different country and a completely different culture, the integration was really hard. What I mean by hard is where sometimes the choices which I was talking about in my book is the choices. I was this close to getting close to the gang culture. But luckily, through mentors and self-development, I'm not even self-development at that point. So the choices that I have made is where I am standing here right now. Because if I would have made a different choice, I would be somewhere else, which I'm talking, you can read it in the thing. So for me, Canada is a land of opportunity. Like anybody who have landed in Canada, especially if you wanted to make something for yourself, everything is given for you. So I took that to heart and wanted to give back, because as you know, Canada is #1 in volunteerism, because what I learned in school is Canada was literally built on people giving back and people volunteering and stuff like that. So for me, I have especially some success or some business conscious was behind it. So in creating and sharing the story is not only to inspire, just like people when Gordon and me connected. Before that, I know Gordon for a very long time, and he hosts networking events to have people come and network and grow their business. So that was the mastermind, even though we started off with the book collaboration, that's how the Landed for Success platform was born. Coming back to your question, why the importance of sharing the story is documenting, every single author in our book have mentioned how their story could impact and change at least one person in the world, that they are happy. For me, it's the same thing. It's not only to change the life, I wanted to document everybody's story. So again, I'll go back to the community that I come from, even though I'm integrated and working with that. We have 300,000 people in Toronto from the Tamil community. It came from adversity now most of them have made it. Like made it in a sense, they have become successful in their chosen field. Not only from Sri Lanka, like all over, like all from like could be India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, like Canada, like any Europe, even US. So when everybody have a story, we thought like, for me, this is the first book. Gordon have done many books. So when we had the chat, I said, let's document success stories and we'll publish them. So not only for other people to read, for their own family to read, because I don't know about you, I cannot go and brag about my family or my extended family, what I do. So there are people like that, like they have gone through so much adversity, came out of it through mentorship, like Andy was talking about, through personal development. They worked on so many things. So having a platform and a space, that's why we created Landed for Success in volume 1, volume 2, to document people's stories. So not only the world can see it, their family can read it. So when they can leave a legacy. It's about legacy. So somebody was like jokingly said, like, yeah, we have a story, but we would be gone like dinosaurs, but somebody else 20 years from now, 30 years now, from 100 years from now, if it's in the digital form, or I don't know how it's going to be in 100 years from now, it's about documentation. And so we are a platform giving a space for people to share their story. That's why we even though it's called Landed for Success, success doesn't mean it's only a business success or a money success. People have gone through superstitious, people have gone through so many things. Whatever success means to them, it can be documented. So they literally land on success. So people moving from even from US to Canada, Canada to US, like it's a broad spectrum anyway. So that is the whole idea for me, like, because very passionate about documenting people's story and giving the platform for come and share it. And again, we are truly a global platform. So I was looking at it like, we don't look the same, we don't speak the same language, yet we are amazing human beings, friends, and now we are family. That's all possible because everybody have the same, even though all these dividing factor, at the end of the day, we are all human trying to give back and be in a collaborative space and have the goodness in our heart. That's what Landed for Success represent. Everybody is welcome and share their story and grow. So that's why even if you don't have the money, like again, you cannot do everything. Like we have a platform of networking group for free. You can come and collaborate. So it's not always about money, having a space that's inclusive for everybody.
It's important. The inclusivity, it comes with here at Landed for Success anyways, is complemented by a menu of benefits for everybody to come and experience in more ways than one. And so we invite everybody to an expanded conversations, to expanded experiences, so you can come and see that for yourself. You see by the beautiful faces that are on here that have been kind of coming and going today while we've been kicking off and, just excitedly, promoting our book launch today. Everyone's fantastic, and they have beautiful reasons for participating. They have their beautiful reasons for being human beings and on this earth. And there's everyone has a purpose, and it's everybody coming together with a different purpose for sharing their story and their passion that makes the world go round. So in appreciation to all of you catching us, thank you for tuning in. We definitely want you to please go grab your own copy of what Landed for Success's Untold Stories. Where can you find it? Oh, my friends, you can go right onto Amazon US, Amazon.com, AmazonCanada.ca, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK. The quick access links are in the post, but really you just choose your Amazon, throw in there Landed for Success. It's going to come up exactly, you know, what Gordon has behind him. Grab yourself a copy, gift yourself one, gift some other people you know one, because that's always fun. Who doesn't like receiving a gift, especially when you know that it's going to be 18 stories of 18 inspirational experiences that are going to uplift and inspire not only you, but those who you choose to gift it to. And we want to thank you very much also in advance for participating, because we cannot do this alone. We need the help of every one of you. Every single order helps get Landed for Success, taking it to the #1 international bestseller spot, which is what we're looking to do. Yes. And then in gratitude, listen, take a picture of your confirmed purchase, and what we'll do is we will send you a free ebook, Wallace D. Wattles, The Science of Getting Rich, His 17 Principles of Success. It's a fantastic, fantastic read. It's amazing. It's been around for quite some time. He is one of the original thought leaders from back in the early 1900s, alongside some pretty phenomenal individuals. And it's just a pleasure to be here today. You know, let's see. Andy, I'm going to put you on the spot here. We've got a couple of us, their faces are off right now, but that's okay. Maybe this will be an invitation to rejoin. It's just great. People kind of come and go, and I like this. That's the idea of the open house. It's the energy keeps growing throughout the day, and it's, you know, engage and pop in while you can. But in the meantime, be asking and inviting everyone that you know to please grab a copy of Untold Stories. Go to Amazon and Landed for Success, Untold Stories. Download that, get your copy. Andy, to make things, let's go back to the little lighter side of things here. Please, if you will, come up with a question and then go ahead and decide who's going to answer first.
Okay, well, and I had just gotten like the most comfortable I've ever been in my office here. Had my feet up, stretched back here. So let me get things back together here.
Not on my account. Stay comfy.
Let's see, who do we have here?
We have Erika, Jay, Gordon, you, and me.
Okay.
Pamela.
Yeah, Pamela, Judit, and Erika are on here. Their faces are closed right now. So.
Okay. So I think when we were asking the questions, which everybody had some really good questions, it was reminding me of a conversation that we had. And so this was a question, I don't know if you remember, that I used to love to ask everybody that I worked with. And it still sticks with me, some of the answers that I got. So let's see. So I'm just going to, is Judit on still?
Judit, she is, but her face isn't showing. So maybe she'll pop on and then we'll come back to her.
Okay, let's see. Well, we know that Jay is here and I've been picking on him all day. So I think I'm going to pick on him because I love his answers. So, so here's my question, and you may have to dig deep for this one because he's doing things that he really loves right now. So back in the day, I used to work at this big furniture shop, and we made furniture for movie stars and stuff, and high-end designer stuff. And so I would ask all the guys, I would say, what is your dream occupation? And then whenever they would tell me it, I would say, from now on, whenever I think of you, I'm going to picture you in your dream occupation. So my question to all of you, my question to you, Jay, is what is your dream occupation?
That's an amazing question, Andy. Actually, when I was little, I wanted to be a pilot. That was my dream occupation, because I had the fascination about the uniform, like, the pilot uniform, and was flying because I had this, it was very early in my childhood. Like, I used to watch the planes, like we didn't have the means to travel, but I was thinking, like, when I grew up, I wanted to be a pilot. But now, like, even like the funny part is, like, as I grew up, like, that passion kind of got dwindled, because when I was driving to work the other day, I saw like a small airport, like, the small planes that you can fly. Like, it's not that much. They say for $250 Canadian, you get a 1-hour flying lesson. But because like your question is making me think, even though like being a pilot was my dream, but somehow life happened, and I now I have the means to do it, but I'm not doing it. Like, I don't know, like it's now I'm even questioning what was my passion then, and why am I not even like to answer your question. Being a pilot was my passion, but right now, being very sincere and honest, I'm not pursuing that that dream right now. I'm not doing it, even though I can.
Well, and this is the beauty of this question is, in a way, you almost felt guilty that you gave up on that dream, but you're still doing all these amazing things. So I think it's important, just because it was a raw response. That was your idea for yourself before all the parental programming and the societal programming got in the way. Like, that was the thing that sparked your interest. So from now on, whenever I think of you, Jay, I'm going to think of you flying high with your hair on fire.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I know, it is nice. Hey, Sam, welcome to the show. To the launching show. Oh my God, I think she has one of Judith's paintings behind her. You do, don't you?
I do. Yes, absolutely.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Okay, so Pamela, I know that you've been listening. So we'll come to you, Samantha. We're having a little fun with some questions on the lighter side, on the lighter author side of things. So let's see. I believe
Jay gets to pick now, right?
He does. Jay gets to pick who goes next, and then Andy, you can repeat the question.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Jay.
So yeah, so Samantha has her author things to go, so she has some serious stuff to do. But let's pick on Pamela first, and then we can go to Samantha. So let's go to Pamela.
Am I asking a question this time?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to run out of the room. So
that's okay. I'll bring you up to speed. Okay.
Okay.
So this question comes from, this is a question I used to ask of my coworkers back in the day. And so my question was, I would ask them this question, and then when they gave me their answer, I would tell them that from that point on, I would think of them in this light. Okay. So my question is, what was your dream occupation, or what would your dream occupation be?
I really wanted to be a trauma surgeon when I was a kid.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow,
So
that's cool.
my first business adventure, I went through school for nursing, and my first business adventure was running an event medical company, and we provided event medical services at bigger events like Ride to Conquer Cancer, Weekend to End Women's Cancers. We would do event medical for mountain bike races, ski races, that sort of thing. That was kind of my dive into a different avenue, because school was not my favorite thing.
But so as a trauma surgeon, what was it that attracted you to that?
The need to make critical decision making, critical thinking. I really like to think on my toes. I would almost say that causes me to procrastinate sometimes because I perform better when there's pressure.
Well, and you must make the right choice.
Yeah.
So it's important to make the right choice, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so from now on, when I think of you, I'm going to think of you loving being under pressure, helping those that need it most, and making the right choice.
I like it. I like that a lot, actually.
Thank you for participating. Now choose who's next. Choose the next victim.
Oh, well, I want to hear Samantha's.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead. What are we doing? Sorry, is this like stirring up some conversations, or what are we doing here?
It is. You have to. He's got a question, and you're going to answer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or you're leaving. No, I'm kidding.
So Sam, this stemmed from a whole line of questions that we actually were having a great time with it earlier when you were probably doing important adult stuff. And so now you've stepped in here, and now I've got you in my web. Okay, so this is a question that I used to ask my coworkers, and then when they would answer the question, then I would tell them, from now on, I will always view you in this light. Okay.
Okay.
So my question to you is, what is your dream occupation, or what was your dream job as a kid?
That's not easy.
No, but you should go with what comes first to you.
Okay, well, my answer was going to be I'm doing my dream occupation, but then my other answer sounds really cool. So I kind of want to go with my other answer too. I wanted to be a WWE wrestler. That's what I wanted to do. And because I did train to be a WWE wrestler, I just couldn't go all the way. I now sponsor a wrestling league, but I always wanted to wrestle. I wanted to make a huge impact. That's funny because there's a wrestling company called Impact. Haha. I wanted to make a huge impact on female wrestling. I didn't want female wrestling to just be about sex. I wanted it to be about sports. So absolutely. Oh man, wrestling, that would have been awesome. And now I sit on the sidelines beside the ring and cheer my favorite wrestlers, who are also my friends, on as they wrestle.
Samantha Glass, the lethal paralegal, in the ring.
That's right. Well, you know what? That's really that. Now, see, that's where you get to the heart of it. That is a really amazing and kind of specific dream in a way, because so from now on, I'm going to think of you as a heavy hitter that is that's equalizing the playing field.
I love that. Yes, totally love that. Thank you.
Thank you. Choose the next victim, please.
Before you choose the next individual to answer that question, Samantha, I want to just let everybody know, Kelly Chiasson here, Landed for Success. I'm your host and author lead here. And it's such a pleasure to be coming to all of you today in our international book launch event, Landed for Success's Untold Stories. This is 18 incredible individuals coming together, having worked on this collaborative project for some months now, and just loving the value of how stories impact our lives, and choosing to put it in the pages of this beautiful collaboration. And we want all of you to be gifted with a piece of all of these amazing people. And so please feel free, and just please let's just do that. Go to Amazon, grab your own copy, gift it to yourself, gift it to people that you know. We have the quick links. You could choose the Amazon of your choice, regardless of where you are geographically speaking. But for quick access links in the post, you'll find your links for Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK, and every single download, every single purchase gets us one purchase closer to international, #1 international best-selling author status. That's incredible, because these amazing people will have the opportunity to have a fancy schmancy sticker that says #1 international bestseller smacked right on the cover of those books. What? Yeah, because that's fun. And they're very deserving. So for those of you that are current authors, you know the fantastic side of what that experience is. For those of you that are on the fence and we're like, oh, I've always wanted to write, but I don't know if I had it, then you can appreciate from that aspect. For those of you that are like, oh God, no, I could never write. No, that's not for me, but sure love and appreciate the people that do. Fantastic. Take that appreciation right on over to your Amazon link and use that to download and gift yourself a copy and help us move toward that status of #1 international best-selling authors. Woo! And I almost forgot. That's horrible. So for all of you, that grab yourself a copy, we would love to see the snapshot confirming your purchase. That way we can say thank you for being a part of this collective effort to reach #1 international best-selling author status, and say, for that purchase, we'd like to gift you a free copy of Wallace D. Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich in a free ebook that you can download and read his 17 Principles of Success. This is from the early 1920s. He's a fantastic author. This book has been around a long time, and that's our way of saying thank you for helping us. So, okay, back to you. Sam, choose, you pick the next individual here to take on Andy's question.
Well, have you been chosen yet?
No.
Oh, please choose Kelly Chiosan, author of Success. Thank you.
It will be my absolute pleasure. Kelly, do I need to repeat the question?
Yes, you do. Yes, please.
Okay. Kelly,
yeah.
What was your dream job as a child or your dream occupation? And whatever your answer is, that is the light that I will see you in from now on.
Okay, so you said as a child?
Yeah.
On stage with all the lights, all the audience, just on massive stages. Now, there were some days I'd be like, I'm singing. Other days I was like, oh my God, I have like the largest Broadway audience in the entire world. And other times as a kid, it was just me speaking. So that's it. And when I danced, because I danced for a lot of years and used to teach dance, and so then when it was like recital time or whatever, when we would do competitions, I'd be like, I loved my fellow dancers, but I would be like, my vision was, they were all like faded in the background, and it was me, and I was like, and I was just like this phenomenal #1 dancer it didn't matter what my dance was. I envisioned myself as a dancer from the 40s, from the 30s and the 40s, and it would turn to black and white, but I had the largest stage and the old-fashioned Hollywood lights. Yeah, that was it. So I think to sum it all up, on stage with a whole bunch of lights and a whole bunch of audience members, I guess that would be. Oh my God, yeah, that'd be it.
All right. Well, then from now on, I will see you with the limelight sparkling in your eyes and a voice that all the ears in the world can hear.
Thank you, Andy.
I
love that. In my heart, I love that. Thank you very much. And I choose Erika.
Is she there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? Yes.
Have you been listening?
And because you say that's the way you're gonna picture me from now on. Good thing that I have 2 dream jobs.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, let's
I'm wondering which one you're going to share.
Well, I will tell you something. I took folklore dancing when I was in school, and I just love it so much. I just love it. And that's a big thing back home in Peru. the schools, the private schools, they do have like a professional dancers teaching those classes and all stuff. So I really love that, to get to the point that before I graduate, I need some water. Before I graduate, I was able to dance. I dance in a theater. So it was so good. And I just loved that feeling and everything. I wanted to do it again. So yeah, I think that would be one of those. Imagine me with, if you check folklore dancers in Peru, like they have big outfits and colorful and the whole thing, one of those.
Oh, yeah.
For a more like realistic image. So definitely that.
Okay. So from now on, I will see you I just see you expressing yourself like up on those temple ruins and just becoming one with the traditional culture that you came from. And wait, hang on a second. But there's more. And I don't know what you call it. If I can get through this. There it is.
Guaylas.
What's the name of that flute?
Guaylas. Yeah.
What is it?
The instrument, I don't know. The music is like guaylas.
Oh, okay. I actually have a CD of Peruvian music that I put on sometimes. Just like if I'm working in the shop or something, it's very upbeat. So
yeah,
it's playing in the background because obviously you're not dancing to nothing. You got that music going. So
oh yes, and that's pretty much the music with all the colors and everything. So
yeah, awesome, love it. So who do you think should be next, Erika?
Well, I think Pamela, did you already go? You did. Oh well, then Eric.
Go again.
You
Go
can
again.
go again.
Was Eric there?
Eric is here.
Yes, Eric is back.
Wow.
What is thy question?
Well, thy question is this, and this was a question that I used to pose to my coworkers back in the day, and whatever their answer was, I would tell them from now on, this is the light that I will view you in whenever I think of you. So the question is, as a kid, what was your dream job?
Dream job as a kid. Oh cow, I don't know. Interesting. Let's see. I always dreamed from since I was a little kid. I kind of ended up going in that direction, but always ever since I got my first set of Legos, I always want to be an architect. Just want to build stuff and put people in it. So I kind of sort of went in that trajectory. I took a couple of rebounds up towards just going into construction and building stuff.
Now, the architects don't build stuff, right? They just draw pictures.
Yeah, I know, but I ended up building stuff. So that's right. They put the dream on paper and then we got to build it.
Yeah, and then you have to figure out how to make all that work.
Exactly. Find all the problems with it. There's no shortage.
So you really just wanted to be the creator of the problems, and then you wound up becoming the solver of them.
That's a good way to put it, actually.
All right, well, then from now on, that's how I'll view you, is you wanted to be the creator of problems, and you wound up being the solver of them. And from what I understand, you have a key phrase that really helps grease that wheel.
A key
all
phrase.
All good slogans go, it's only 3 little words.
Aha. The title to the chapter.
Yes, sir. Which is?
Yep. Let's do this.
Oh, no, not a problem.
No, not a problem.
Not a problem.
Huh.
Right?
Not a problem.
No problem. Yep.
Oh, no problem. Okay.
No problem.
That's all right. No problem's too big.
There you go. All right.
I love it.
Excellent.
I think that is
Who's
Gordon.
next? Yeah,
Gordon, are you there? He is not. He's handling business behind doors. Judit, are you there? We'll see. Ooh, those are great questions. Okay, so Eric, let's see, Samantha, you were not here earlier, so let's hear from you, and then we'll go back to the lighter side. Well, I mean, not that, anyways, I'm going to introduce all of you to this next co-author, Samantha F. Glass. And this amazing lady, oh man, okay, so she's a Wonder Woman. We're so happy to have her part of this collaborative effort. And Samantha is an amazing mom of two beautiful boys. She is a daughter, she is an aunt, she is a cousin, she is paralegal. She is actually growing one of the largest paralegal firms in the Toronto and GTA area. She has a mobile notary business. She's been growing her firm for over 10 years, which is fantastic. And in addition to all of that, and having her own non-for-profits, and in addition to teaching students, she's also currently working on her law degree. So when I say she's a Wonder Woman, she absolutely is. And she has an amazing gift for just believing in the necessity for advocating for individuals who really have a tough time advocating for themselves and who find themselves in a position where advocating for themselves is not enough. And they need to come into, and they require legal presence, representation. Not a lot of people in your profession, in her profession, take the humanity side of this, because it gets personal and because it's just, there's a lot of emotion that goes with it. But Samantha, you have an amazing heart, you have amazing strength, and it's your own life's experiences and willingness to just show up, because that's what's needed. It's what allows you to serve and have such a strong position that helps so many people on a lot of different levels. You're also a coach, you're also a speaker. You host many events in many spaces for a number of different platforms. I just love you. We have gotten to know each other for the last couple years, and you are also currently a 2-time international best-selling author yourself. You've been awarded and nominated for awards for everything that you do personally and professionally, which is absolutely profound. And here you are on launch day of a 3rd book. This is fantastic. And I know people just love you. When you share space with Samantha, she keeps that blank 100. It's an afternoon show. Don't get too excited. But she keeps it 100. And it's because of that that allows people to connect with her instantly and feel like whatever they're connecting with her for, if it's for support, if it's for help, if it's for growth, if it's for collaborative efforts, they know that they are in line with a person that is going to just bring their best to their space. She has that ability to bring that out in people because that's how she operates and how she engages in life herself. So Samantha, my hat's off to you. You know that I love you. I respect you as well. I mean, you guys are all incredible authors. I love the heck out of all of you. And for you, I would love for you to let everybody know, why is it for you? You've been sharing pieces of yourself, and in this space, Landed for Success, it's amazing the individuals that you do represent and that you do lend a significant arm to or significant hand to. Why? Why do you want to talk about it? Why does it matter to share? What is the value there for you to have said yes to participating in this collaborative project?
Thank you. Thank you for all that. When I hear you go through the history of my life, I look back and say, did I do all that? Like, did I really? And you never take the time. Like, I feel that I don't take enough time to look back at where I came from to where I am. And it's a journey. It's a personal development journey. But I'll say this, with Landed for Success, I could see the many different people from different walks of life worldwide that come to this space. And, you know, when I first saw it up there, first of all, Gordon, thank you, because Gordon, I follow Gordon. I don't know, it's just a thing. Gordon's awesome. So I'll give you shout outs to Gordon. I don't know if he's here and can hear me, but really, you know, I've been teaching international students for 3 years now. I've been teaching them law. And the stories that come from those students with the things that they face, you know, they're international trained lawyers and doctors and different professions that unfortunately, depending on the country you come from, it's not recognized here. So I have students that are literally starting from the very beginning. And it's sad. It's sad. And I have students that have cried to me, Samantha, like, why do I have to do this? Why me? And I feel for them and I'm there to support them. So I thought of Landed for Success because of what it represents. Those that, one thing that represents is those that are coming to Canada or those that are going and starting a new life in a different country from the bottom. And then they succeed, they move forward and are able to overcome obstacles. And to my students, there's many students who have inspired me to be a part of Landed for Success and write in this book. So Amaya, thank you, Farnoosh, Nata, there's a bunch of others. I could sit here all day. I have Judit and I currently, Judit's actually my teaching assistant in my current class, 52 students. And we actually talked about this topic today, that we have international students in that class that are lawyers that have to start from the bottom. And it's just an ongoing battle. It's sad, but you know, we make the best of it by showing them what they can do here, by giving them that Canadian experience. So I love Landed for Success. I love the idea that it's worldwide. And I'm so excited to be in the first edition of Landed for Success to share my passion. And my passion is human rights. My passion is international human rights. And to help those that have been wronged all over the world that don't have that voice, that I step up and I become that voice, no matter what. And that's what my story is really about, that I will step up for you. And it's hard because I've been in situations that no one was there to step up for me. And I had to figure it out on my own. So I want to be that person that, look, if we can get you an answer by going legal, then I'm going to do it. And if it's not legal and it's a different way, I'll still help you. I'll still find a way. If I'm not the person, I'll find you the right person. But that's what it's about, fighting for different rights. I have people that have been discriminated just by being a woman, just by being pregnant at work and getting fired. I have people that are, you know, their own culture, race, they discriminate against them, shadeism. It's terrible, some of the stories, the sexual assaults that I see, you know, being assaulted as a child and now growing up with that burden, and how do you deal with it? These are the kinds of things that I face. And I've really had to grow a thick skin over the years because I'm a very sensitive individual and I faced some of those things as a child myself. So going through that, I've been able to now find a way that can help people in such an impactful way and worldwide. And that's the goal. Worldwide, international lawyer for human rights. That is what my goal is, and that is what I'm doing. And then eventually I'll be a judge. So that's why I'm in it. Thank you so much for everybody that's listening. You guys are amazing. I love authors. I love that I got to know so many new authors in this book. And I'm so happy that everybody's watching. And to everybody on my wall, my students, give us a thumbs up. Make sure you get a copy of the book. Like, I don't know what you guys are waiting for, students. Come on. It's part of your marks. Let's do it.
You fail.
Make sure you take it down for the students that have got one, okay? Make sure you indicate that.
Oh, okay. So Samantha, since you just shared recently, and thank you for being you. Why don't you come up with a question? We'll go back to the lighter side of things. You can choose who gets to answer here. Come up with a question, any question. You know, we did our favorite sandwiches earlier today. We've, you know, whatever. Just choose something and then choose who goes.
I feel like this is a Lester Bailey moment. Lester, help me out here. He's always good at coming up with those questions. Give me a second here, please, your indulgence. Okay. Did we talk about favorite books? Have we talked, other than Landed for Success, obviously? Have we talked about
No, you get the question is up.
book? Yeah.
It's entirely up to you.
Let's ask that question. Let's go around here and ask, can you give us one book that's your favorite book and why it has inspired you? Do I get to choose who answers?
Yes,
the
you
question?
do.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to go right to the head honcho here because I can see he's here. Gordon, I'll come to you after. Jay knows I'm coming for him. Jay. Jay, tell us your favorite book other than Landed for Success and why it's inspired you.
That's a great question, Samantha. And I wanted to take a minute to tell Samantha's story because it is very important that I document. Samantha came to our first event on February 27th on a snowy day. And look at Samantha is like, students do that. And the day before that event, I asked Samantha to be on the stage and said, Samantha, you're going to be on one of the panelists. I only have 3 people on that day. You are one of them. This is not the Samantha that I spoke to on that day.
I can't stop laughing, sweating.
You were so great though, Sam.
You got to hear the story though. Jay, keep it PG here.
Before I wanted to, it's not I'm embarrassing you, like how Samantha has, she said, Jay, I'm not going on the stage. And then look at her today. She's a very successful in her own business, having number of students. This is the Samantha would not go on the stage and talk for 5 minutes.
Right.
But at the end of the day, like she was amazing though. Like she was taking selfies and making the crowd and rally. The reason it's very important to document that story, that is the day I actually met Samantha in person. And I also, that's the first day that I met Erika. That's the first day I met Kelly. So 3 wonderful people who are in this forum on that very day we met, but all 3 of them were doing different, they were in a different piece of puzzles. Let me put it that way. But after a 15 month of time, here we are sitting under the umbrella of Landed for Success. That's itself a huge, and I have to thank God for that. Anyway, so sorry for taking that moment to acknowledge that, but it's important. My book is like, I'm just preaching to the choir here, like Think and Grow Rich. I have literally read this book 100 times, literally, and it's almost reading 100 different books because I'm evolving and still evolving. And I'm actually a part of a book club. Every Saturday morning at 6 o'clock, I belong to a book club where we read all the chapters. So whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Actually, that is, Samantha said, don't talk about Landed for Success. That's how I started the chapter with that very quote. Like that is literally, I can say this is the book that changed my life. And it's still changing, still a long way to go. So yeah, Think and Grow Rich, Samantha. So do you want to pick the next person?
No, you have to pick the next person.
Yeah, definitely.
So Andy's been picking me all day long today. So I'm going to do the favor right now and pay back. Andy, it's your turn.
I like it, Jay. Go, Andy.
Okay, so now does this have to be a personal development book?
Mm-mm.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, because I mean,
Any book.
And this is obviously a little challenge. I assume we're all fairly avid readers, and so there's so many books that really can be inspiring to you, right? But if you ask me what my favorite book is, no, that's not it. No, that's not it, Sam. it's actually a series, and it's called the Earth's Children series, okay? And the first book of that series, and it's the name of the author is Jean Owl, and the first book of the series is Clan of the Cave Bear. And it's basically it's in prehistoric Europe, and there is the main character starts out as a child, and she loses her family. She's a Homo sapien and a little blonde girl, and she loses her family and her community to an earthquake. And she gets lost in the forest, and she is adopted by a Neanderthal clan. And this starts out her journey as a medicine woman.
Wow.
And it goes through a 4 or 5 book series that was written over 20 years. And so I read this book probably 15 years ago. I started reading this series, and I just fell in love with this woman and her strength and her resiliency, and that she broke all of the traditions and the cultural norms, and anything she was told she couldn't do, she did. And she hunted when she wasn't supposed to hunt, because that was the man's job. And they banished her from this clan, and they sent her into isolation, where she wound up living in this valley for 3 years, okay? And she rescued a baby horse and befriended it. And she also befriended a baby cave lion, which cave lions were these huge animals, okay? And so this woman survived until these brothers came along across the glacier, and they were attacked by her cave lion. One of them was killed, and the other one, she called the lion off, and she managed to nurse him back to health. And his name was Jondalar, and he took her with him on a journey to go and meet his people, okay? And so there's this big epic tale, and the woman that wrote it, she spent years researching this. She actually went out and lived on the tundra and learned all of these, all the ways of ancient Europeans. And so the thing that I find to be the most amazing is that in rereading these books about 4 years ago, I happened to have this really dynamic, beautiful woman enter my life, a blonde woman who had lost her family, who had been shunned and abused, who loved to hunt, and had been alone for 3 years with her dogs. So I believe that by reading this series and by being in love with this main character, that I attracted Joni into my life, because there were so many things that fit, so many parallels that fit together, that I believe that was my call to the universe, that I was ready for this person to come to me. And so that is why that's my favorite book.
That's beautiful.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Sandy. You're welcome. Thanks for sharing.
Amazing.
Who's up next? While you think about it, to everyone watching, Landed for Successes, Untold Stories. This is our International Book Launch Day. Woo! Okay, so earlier, fun fact, we scooted Jeff Bezos off to number 3 and Simon Sinek off to number 2. And we were number 1 in the entrepreneurial grouping or groupings category, if you will, on Amazon in Canada, which is super fun. And we have 18 incredible individuals sharing 18 incredible inspirations in this collaborative project of Untold Stories. We are doing our best and really, hitting the ground running since early this morning. Why? Because we want to help our authors hit #1 international bestseller status. And we need to do that with all of you. We are asking a favor for everybody to please pick an Amazon of your choice, hop in there and type in Landed for Success, and our Untold Stories book will come up. Please grab yourself a copy, gift it to others that you know, ask them to do the same. And for every single download and purchase that takes place, that helps us get one order and purchase closer to that status of #1 international bestseller, which is it's such a huge deal to be able to hit that, and we think we can do it. And for those of you that help us participate, please take a screenshot of your purchase confirmation, send it to the author that you're connected to. They'll get it to us, or go ahead and send it to me directly, or Jay or Gordon. And what we'll do in return is we'll say, gosh, thank you for stepping up and participating in our event and purchasing your own copy of Landed for Success's Untold Stories. And so for that, and in gratitude, we will send you a free ebook that you can download of Wallace D. Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich, where you can read his 17 principles of success. I love it. We're here having a little fun on the lighter side of things, asking questions, and all of us taking turns doing some answers. So Andy, who's up next? And then we'll have Samantha. We'll keep the question going here.
How about Erika?
Erika, your favorite book, or the book that has inspired you the most? I think that's what Samantha was asking.
Yes. Yes, I was looking around and I have so many books at the same time. And but I will tell you something, a book that inspired me, and that's the book that you were reading. And pretty much it was a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, Atomic Habits.
Yes, by James Clear. It's right behind me.
Right.
On that table.
Yeah. And you know what? I went to buy it. I read different books in the past before that, and even after, and I just enjoy a little bit of each one of them. But that one, if everything, it just changes, because you learn as you go. So that has an impact. They changed a lot of things, and a routine, and everything that I do, let's say in business, in the past year, having the kids at home, and with everything, I think it was very necessary to have some habits in place, new habits. Right?
Funny how they tend to make a difference.
Oh, and that literally changed a lot of things. So, and that's from the principles that they are in that book. So yeah, definitely is that one. So thank you so much, Kelly, because you're the one who started reading for everyone, all of us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Like, I really enjoy that.
Hint. Okay, and I've been telling you I'm coming back. I'm coming. I'll just start this. I'll just start tomorrow. How's that? Everyone heard it here. I'm going to start tomorrow. Erika lives close, so she knows where to find me if I'm a liar. I'll start tomorrow.
Well, I'm gonna make sure that I write it down. Like, we are at 6 hours and 41 minutes. At the 6 hours and 40 minutes. What did Kelly say?
What she put in the comments? Make note at this minute or whatever. This is what she said. Oh my God.
Yeah. So we have Eric. Eric didn't share that yet.
No, he sure did not.
Okay.
Been having to mull it over my head here while you guys were providing your answers, but let me see. I'm not the biggest bookworm, but I do like to read. I think one book that really marked me more than any other is a book called A Brief History of Nearly Everything. And just like the title sounds, it's a pretty big book. So again, it took me a while to get through it. I actually read it twice. There's just so much information in there, and it really is a brief history of nearly everything. It's amazing. It starts with the creation of the universe all the way into, microorganisms that evolved into bigger organisms, into humans eventually, and it just talks about it also talks about human history and the invention of certain things and the discovery of time, and how were dinosaurs fossilized, and tectonic plates, and also Albert Einstein and all these inventions and these discoveries. It talks about so much stuff, but it's actually really easy to read. I'm not big into the highly a scientific type of verbiage, but it's really it's as big as the book is. It's really easy to read, which is why I read it twice. But it's just not only did I learn a lot from it, but also I discovered that there's so many questions out there that you wouldn't even think to ask yourself. Like why are the oceans made out of salt water? And do they get saltier or less salty over time? Like just little things like that you wouldn't even think of asking. And the author explains all that really quickly and briefly. Is space travel actually possible? Is it possible to go beyond our galaxy? And there's actual answers to these types of questions. It's not just, just give it enough time and we'll be able to do anything. Well, maybe not. It's like we have a certain base of knowledge, and we can build on that, and we can extrapolate as to what's possible and what's not possible. It's just incredibly fascinating for me, anyways. Those are the types of books that I like to read. And there's just it opened I'll say it again, because it just opened my eyes to the fact that as curious as you might think you are, or you might be, there's so many questions out there that you're not even thinking of that could provide information or answers that are just fascinating. So anyhow, that really marked me for life, that type of book.
Yay.
Anyhow,
Awesome. That's good.
Who hasn't? Another question came from Samantha. Did you actually answer your own question?
No, I did not.
No, she sure hasn't. And neither have I, since it's probably good if I'm honest.
You guys are up. We'll start with the recipient. We'll circle back to Samantha. I'm pointing down because that's where you are on my screen. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
so Samantha's going, right?
Kelly's
Kelly,
going.
you're up. What's
What? Me?
Go for it.
Favorite book? Damn. Okay. Oh, that's a tough one because I could easily go TGR and Atomic Habits. Seriously, I love the snot out of that book. That's kind of gross, but I did. But I have to take it back to childhood, and I just loved equally Dr. Seuss and Shel Silverstein. And because it was, I would laugh so hard. And I remember when my parents would read these to me, or they would be laughing. I remember my dad laughing, and he would point out aspects of the drawings. He wouldn't just read the book. He would point out the artistic creativity in the drawings. And the words were funny, the pictures were funny, and it was all just fantastic. And I remember thinking, this is really funny that this makes my dad laugh, and my dad's an adult. So, as your parent, and then as I got older, I have all of their books still on our shelves in our study, actually behind Eric. And then, but it's just fantastic. It is that fantastic that when you're, someone that can write and create for kids, there's actually other messages in there. And the fact that you can still write and be tickled as an adult by funny words and just massive imaginative, creative creatures and designs is just I just remember just being mesmerized by it. And I've loved it. And I thought, it's a perfect example of keeping the spirit of being a kid at heart. That's verbatim a message my parents would say to me quite often on a regular basis growing up. And that was one of my earliest examples of that. And so I appreciate that. And part of my love for books is, I think it's pretty incredible as an adult to be able to write stories that, when you talk about knowing your audience and being able to reach people, that it's not just funny for kids, but it's entertaining for adults too. I just like, I mean, I'm sure there are people out there that are like, Dr. Seuss sucks, so does Shel Silverstein. I don't know who you are. I think that's crazy, but that's okay. But there's other authors for other reasons other people are enamored by. But I just remember thinking this is just fantastic. And so my favorite books, because they didn't, both of those authors didn't do just one. They had so many, and I just been a lover of these two authors for my whole life. And then as an adult, I'll say it just makes it fun, because then when you have kids, it's being able to read the funny word. Like, it's so, I don't know. I just love it. It's fun to tap into that, the youthful side, the fun side. And I just think there's room in life for imagination and creativity and play and fun. And I love that. Okay, Samantha, so your turn to answer your own question.
So I'm going to kind of piggyback off a little bit, because Dr. Seuss, absolutely love Dr. Seuss. Like, look, there's a book with me in it, right? Green Eggs and Ham, Sam I Am. That's me. So I love those. Like that one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Like, I love all that. And I read it to my kids. They love it. Even Owen, 13, he loves it. So, but that's not my pick. I actually was thinking about a few. I didn't personally read Hardy Boys. I was more of a Nancy Drew.
Oh, yeah.
Nancy Drew. But what I really remember now is that my dad had a set of the Hardy Boys, and he had given it to my son. He doesn't remember this. He was surprised, actually, but he gave it to Owen when Owen was young, very, very young. And probably within the last maybe 3 months, I was cleaning my bookshelf. I grabbed some of the Hardy Boys and showed my dad, and he goes, "Oh my God, you guys kept those?" He goes, "That's amazing." Like, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that I would, that we still had them. And he was in tears. Like, he was like so honored that we would.
No way.
But yeah, they're the books that he got.
Oh yeah.
The original ones that he got from his parents, and he gave them to Owen. Didn't remember, and I showed. I said, "Look, they're still here. Like, we have them. This is awesome." So he was very, very touched by that. But the ones that I'm really thinking of are, I don't know if people know these, but does anybody remember the books that were Choose Your Own Journey? Do you guys remember those at all?
Yeah.
I love those. Like, I was looking them up the other day, and I'm like, where are they now? How come we don't have anything like that? But I remember sitting at school in the playground and reading those until they were done. Like, I was really all over them. I just love the idea of I can select what I want to do, and I want to go in a different path all the time, not just the author's path, but all these different, there's so many stories within the book. And it'd be great to see somebody do that again, because they were fun. They were really, really fun. So no, I have fond memories of reading as a kid. And I've recently, during COVID, become a major book hoarder, not just legal books. And everybody just thinks that I have law books. I do. That's in my office. But at my house, I have a lot of fiction books, like a lot of, light-hearted romance, mystery, drama. Not really, like, people are like, "Oh, you have court drama." No, I actually don't have anything like that. Most of my stuff is more about just like romantic stories. And it's just, people are like, "Oh gosh, Samantha, just turn her off now." But I like it. It's lighthearted. It's different from the seriousness of the world that we're facing at all times. Like, I'm always in serious situations, and it takes me back to just sit down and relax. So I love things like that. And anything that's really just not about what I do, something different, so that I can get out of my own head and focus, refocus on something else. So yeah, those journey books, I swear, I gotta go buy them. I just looked them up. I'm probably gonna sit here and buy books now. I'm not kidding you. It's bad. It's a bad, very, very bad addiction, hoarding books, but hey, here you go.
But but it just goes back to, stories make us and stories shape us. And Eric, you spoke about yesterday that much like people talk about, we all know the phrase in the health space, you are what you eat, but in the personal development space, you are what you think. Thoughts are things, what are you thinking? And Eric, you had mentioned, that we are the collective of our life's experiences. Our experiences make us, but guess what? In our experiences are stories. So stories make us, stories shape us. they impact our lives, and they certainly impact how we impact other people's lives. I love that, Samantha. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to, Eric, I'm going to turn this over to you here. Why don't you come up with the next question? But you're muted, so hopefully we can hear you.
Got myself on mute there slowly to think of a good question here to get the wheels turning. Let me see. Trying to think if you had to choose between let me see. If you had to choose between landing on being abandoned on a deserted island or in the middle of a desert, which would it be?
Who's answering?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's start with, let's go back to Erika. What do you think?
You just got by, Jay. I was hoping he would see me mouth, Jay. You're
Maybe.
coming.
I put an easy question. I put an easy question on the table.
Oh, wow. Well, you said island, ocean, no, desert. No. Yeah, definitely no, not near the water there. No.
No water?
No.
Oh, that's right. You said you would like to learn how to swim. Was that it?
Yeah.
Swimming and skating were two things you still had to learn how to do.
Yeah.
Both of which involve water.
Let's start with that. Yeah. I have well, it's not my turn to ask a question, but when first you said on the island, right? In an island.
Yeah.
And then
Deserted island or a desert?
Oh yeah, a desert. Yeah, I said desert. And then I was thinking, no, that's not smart either, but I don't care. I'm not drowning. It's not a better answer. But for sure, I think it's better in a desert. There's more chances that walking I will get to civilization eventually. Swimming, I'm never gonna make it.
Well, some people get lost in deserts and other people go sledding down sand dunes, right? So,
or send their families down them. She's an experienced creator. I mean,
that's right.
That's what I do. Yeah, that's what I will do. So I want to know what Jay would say. Sorry, Jay, you were gonna have a sip.
No, because one of my favorite movie was Castaway. So when Eric was asking the question, I would be in the strand in an island because I grew up in an island because I know there's a coconut tree and the things that I have learned from the Castaway, like a desert, like the Mummy movies that I saw, like that's a depth for me because without water, you will die in a desert, right? My thinking is, at least if you're on a deserted island, you can catch fish, you can talk to Wilson, you can get
There's a reference.
That's a reference. So anyways, I'm going by the movie reference here, but I would be I'm okay to be deserted in an island.
One of my favorite shows growing up was Gilligan's Island. That was like it made being getting lost on an abandoned island, it made it look so much fun. I mean, how bad can it be?
You're absolutely right. Like, yeah, I love that show too with the doctor, everything. Yeah. So Eric, back to you.
Well, who else do we punt the question to? Let's see. You can pick and choose.
Kelly did not go because I think last time Samantha transferred. Maybe we should ask some questions to Kelly. And by the way, like this is a marathon. I did not know. Like I was just talking to my marketing team. We are pushing 7 hours. I did not know that this launch is going to be a Landed for Success marathon. 1 more hour, Kelly, you're going in the Guinness World Record. We need to do a post for you. 8 hours marathon lady. Live. I don't think anybody have done that. Like maybe I should call Guinness and say, we have Kelly chairs on, who can do a Facebook Live Zoom, and that's going to be the record. We need to check that. What was
Please
the
do.
longest
I'll
Facebook
take it.
Live done by a single host? Even forget about Guinness. I have the power. I will declare you, Kelly. You are the queen of marathon queen of Zoom and Facebook Live.
I've been
You know, it's-
periodically putting like water and coffee and cookies on the table, so she doesn't have to leave the screen.
Yeah. So again, like I want to give a round of applause for Kelly. Amazing, Kelly.
Thank you. You know what? It's
I was gonna
easy
say
to
for Eric too. Nobody's bringing me nothing here.
I've taken my pauses.
You know what? It's easy to do though with given the group, and Carlos, welcome back. Hola. It's easy to do with such incredible individuals, and I mean it. I mean what you see is what you get. I'm not filling you anybody full of fluff here. I'm not receiving a check on the side. I believe in stories. I believe in the power of stories. I believe in the empowerment that comes from sharing stories and the impact that they have, and they're absolutely necessary. It's necessary. So it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Jay. I appreciate the shout out very much. So, what's the question, Eric?
I gave everybody an easy one. If you were to be lost or abandoned, would you rather it be on a deserted island or in the middle of a desert?
Well, where's the desert? In the Antarctic, or is it in somewhere hot?
I didn't specify.
Yeah, you sure didn't.
I don't think I can go back and modify the question. You're gonna have to use your.
Oh, I don't want to be on an island. No. Nope, do not want to be on the island, because that if I'm going to be stranded on the island, chances are it's warm, and chances are that means the arachnids and everything like that are going to be large, and no, I'm not going to welcome that experience to be added on top of.
Someone was talking about Australia earlier today.
Yeah, Andy, and no thanks. Everything there would come and find me and eat me. However, so yeah, if I have to experience being stranded, I kind of don't want to have to add to the things that can crawl on me and like attack me. So I'm just going to assume that it's a cold desert. And I will go that route. I'll take the desert, I think. Oh, however, I don't know. Now, maybe that's naughty, because maybe on the island, the one reprieve that I'd have is the sound of the ocean waves, right? So, I don't need to hear people and birds and things like this, but if you're in the middle of the desert, other than the wind, I don't know what kind of relaxing sounds you'll have. So I think maybe I would take the island, because I think I would use the relaxing sound of the ocean waves to be my help, my piece of gratitude to build on in this experience of being dropped off in the middle of nowhere. And by the way, just got a message in, Carlos, you brought good news with you. So we are number 1 in another category in Mexico. Woohoo! Yeah. I'm telling you, that's fantastic. Yes, I love it. So let's, Carlos, you hopped in here. You're back today. We're keeping things kind of light and kind of having some fun with some questions here. So for those of you, if you're just catching us, we kicked off our international launch event here for Landed for Success's first book, Untold Stories, this morning. We are going strong. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. And here is why. Because we are so passionate about the 18 authors that have participated in this collaboration and coming forward with their 18 incredible experiences that they want to use and share to uplift and inspire, gifting every reader that hope that people are looking for. There's a reader somewhere in the world that has been asking for each of these individual stories for quite some time, and now they get to have it. And that's exciting. But we are working toward an incredible status to achieve #1 international best-selling author. And we need your help. We are asking for your help with open arms to please come in, go to your Amazon, your favorite Amazon link. It might be Canada.ca. Oh, that's not even an Amazon link. Amazon.ca. Like Canada, Amazon. I don't know. At this late in the game, does it really matter? Well, I guess it kind of does, because then you don't know where to go. But go to Amazon. Amazon, your quick links are that we have in the post and in the comments are for Amazon Canada, Amazon US, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK. We are in other Amazons, but please go there. Grab yourself a copy, grab one and gift it to somebody else that you know. And in return, if you can get a screenshot to us of your purchase, Landed for Success, thanks to our co-founders, Mr. Jeyakanthan and Mr. Gordon. So they're going to gift you a free downloadable ebook of Wallace D. Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich, where you can read the 17 Principles of Success from one of the thought leaders from the early 1900s, which is amazing. I have that book too, right on the table right behind me. It's a fantastic read. It's a quick read, but one that has stood the test of time for decades and decades. And it's just it. It's a collaborative project, and the effort to hit #1 international bestseller is definitely a collective effort. And so we appreciate each and every one of you that have been engaging with us today and plugging in and inviting your family and your friends and your colleagues and your peers to grab their own copies. Oh my God, that appreciation and gratitude is extended to each and every one of you as well. None of the downloads, none of the purchases will go unrecognized, and not one single purchase will go unappreciated, not just by our co-founders and myself and Uma and our behind the scenes marketing team, but to all of the incredible authors that said, yes, their story matters and it's important to gift it to the world. So thank you. Now hopping back in, this is a treat. It's a giant treat today. I love these people with all my heart. And every time I get to share space with our authors, I am a better person for it. I just am. And I appreciate how they touch my heart. I appreciate how they touch my life. And I'm excited that everybody else gets to, have a little bit of insight into who these amazing individuals are. And it's fun to get to know people on a different light. And so we're having fun with some different questions here. And so Carlos, you came in at a rocking good time, because you hop in here. We get the notification that we are #1 in a new category in Mexico, and my husband chose the next question. So we'll just throw you right on the seat here. Eric, please ask Carlos your question.
Kind of a lame question, but let's keep it going and let's work with it. It's an easy one. If you could choose between being dropped on a deserted island or in the middle of a desert, which would you choose?
Oh, okay. Well, here we are at 40 Celsius, so I don't think the desert will be different. So, so I think I'll choose the island to be somewhere else. No, I like more the sea, and as Kelly was saying, the waves, and it's I think it will be better in an island. But here we are. I mean, I live in the north part of Mexico, and it's pretty dry. It's like a desert, and it's hot. So when people from Canada come here, they have a lot of problems, because they want just to stay inside of the houses, don't go out never.
It's too hot. I'm
Yes,
telling
yes.
you. Yeah.
And the same happens to me when we went for 1 year to Salt Lake City in Utah for work.
Were you
And
freezing all year?
yes, and it was pretty funny because it was snowing, and all the people were like in with clothes. I mean, like the way you are, and we were with all uh, all kind of clothes and everything that everybody was looking at us like, who are they? What are they doing with all those clothes on? But yes, I mean, here it's pretty hot, and when it's cold, it's hard for us.
Right? That's a funny thing that you like the relativity aspect of it, Carlos, because you know, when I met Eric, so I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, right in the heart of the Midwest in the States, and it's like ice during the winter and like tons of snow and whatever. And when we moved to New Jersey, we lived on the South Shore in New Jersey, and I was cosmetologist, so in the salon, and they got like flurries. It didn't even cover the sidewalk, and all my clients were canceling. And like my coworkers, they were like, "Oh my God, it's a blizzard. We have to go home. Be safe." And I was like, "What?" I'm like, you can see the sidewalk, but it's all relative." Or when we lived in Colorado, and that's like summer all year long coming from the Midwest, or from Erika coming from Montreal to there, but yet you have individuals from Texas that moved to Colorado, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is cold." You know, where the snow there, I'm like, yeah, this really isn't so much snow. And for them that, you know, not experiencing snow, it's an entirely different situation. I can imagine Salt Lake City being, that's a beautiful area. But yeah, it's all relative. So you're going to the island. Okay.
Yes, I
So
choose the island.
who else didn't answer? Andy? Eric, did Andy answer?
Andy's left.
And so are you.
So I've been listening to the crosstalk here, and I think everybody chose island except for Kelly because of the arachnids. Is that right?
But I ended up going back to that because if I'm in the desert, well,
Yeah.
because of the sound of the ocean.
Well, so I was like, I'm listening here and I'm racking my brain, trying to say, why in the hell would I go to the desert? Like, because I think I'd be on the island with everybody else. But since everybody said island, you know, I'm trying to think of an alternative to what everybody else does. So I think that I would be willing to pick desert, but I have one caveat. And that is that I get to be stranded there by a very soft crash landing of a C-130 plane filled with plastic burlap bags and a cargo hold of water. And the reason is, first of all, because I actually am a cold weathered person. I was doing an inspection in 45 degrees in a t-shirt the other day. Everybody was freezing. And I was like, hey, this is pretty nice. So I actually am more acclimated to the cold. So I need some water if I'm going to the desert. But I was trying to think entrepreneurial, okay? Do you ever buy a bag of play sand or a bag of sand for the back of your pickup truck? That stuff is like $3-4 a bag. And if I'm out in the desert and I have a C-130 full of plastic burlap bags, if I make it out of there alive, I am going to be an absolute millionaire because there's just sand for days out there. So I will pick desert as long as I get to softly crash a C-130 out there. Give me some shade, give me some water, and give me something to do. Boy, when I make it out of there, I'm going to make a fortune.
I love it. All right, Andy, who's next? Eric or Pamela?
I'm going with Pam.
Okay, Eric, give her the question.
The question, again, it's an easy one. The question is, if you could choose, would you rather be lost on a deserted island or in the middle of a desert? And why, of course.
Oh, wow. I say on an island.
Why?
Because I could fish to eat as much as I hate fish. I really despise it so much. I could sustain myself by eating the necessarily.
By eating the unthinkable.
Yeah, by eating the necessarily disgustable only option. And I could filter water. I could live. I could survive. In a desert, I mean, where am I going to find water? I'm not going to start digging for it. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Amazing. That leaves you, Eric. You've got to answer yourself now.
I'm gonna have to go with the majority. I think getting stranded on an island. We were talking earlier about Gilligan's Island. I mean, they make it look so easy, you know. The Robinson, what's the name of that other movie? Swiss Family Robinson.
I mean, love that movie.
Apparently, you can build yourself a condo on a deserted island in a tree. That's where I'd go. So,
And collect exotic animals. Don't forget they had a zoo.
Yeah, of course, you make friends with everything that lives there. Nothing dangerous.
Except for the one-off tiger. Amazing.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So Pamela, I know that we had asked you earlier, but yet we're going to come back to you, but didn't. Do you have a question? What's a fun fact question you would like everybody to answer round robin?
Well, I feel like if you could choose any vehicle, money was not an option. What kind of vehicle would you choose?
Ooh. Who's answering first?
I'm juggling, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Who would you like to answer first? Yeah, we've got Erika, Andy, Jay, Eric, and Samantha, and myself, and you.
Jay's dream car, I guess.
Oh, that's okay. So actually, to be honest with you, I am a huge car person. I started my company Awaj so I can buy a BMW because when I was in high school, I bought 2 BMW after that. But my dream car is right now is Lambo. Lambo is, we'll get it. Like I have a target for getting that. Maybe 1, 2, 3, it's coming. So Lamborghini is my favorite car and that's coming. It's on its way.
That's awesome.
Beautiful car.
Okay, Jay, who's next?
Okay, we'll go with Erika.
Hard time unmuting myself. I love a sports car. One of the Formula One, is that what it is? Grand Prix.
Yes.
I love one of those cars. But dang, I'm thinking a bus. I can drive that. Maybe a bus, and I put my sport car inside the bus.
Do you hear Eric? A party bus?
I could have the next
You know
book,
who's
the group of
coming with me,
authors.
your wife.
Yeah.
Okay, I like the author party bus idea. I'm just gonna...
Yes.
Nice. With a
Pamela
disco
is coming
ball.
too. Samantha, I'm sure you're coming with us.
Well, listen, we'll be able to fit all of you. We'll just go pick everybody up.
Yeah, but I definitely love sports cars. When I was living in Montreal, I have the privilege that I went once to the Grand Prix. I thought it was the most amazing event ever. I love it. Everything. The noise and everything. Yes, I can't wait. One day I'm going to drive a car. So, and one day I will, because once they open the after COVID, I guess, because they canceled last year and this year, but usually they have like a tour. You can do that. So
Fun.
Yeah. Money not an option. That would be my car.
The Formula One car. I gotta go to the grocery store, hun. I'll be back in 3 seconds. I love it.
Right?
Kids to school in like record time. Yeah. It's amazing.
So Samantha, you want to tell us what your dream car?
Sure. So I used to want a Mustang, but actually I want an old school bus. And the reason I want an old school bus is because I'd like to convert it. So I've always wanted to build a tiny home or a storage container home, but a school bus conversion is in my future for sure. Absolutely.
So cool. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, Sam, who's next?
Gordon.
He's not here. Well, he is. He's working behind the scenes.
I know.
So we've got Erika's present, Andy is present, Pamela, and myself.
Okay, let's go to Eric.
Funny you should ask, because what's actually going on right now is our oldest is he's been shopping for a car. He's going to do his driver's license exam in 2 weeks, I think.
Coming up here, yeah.
And so he's been looking for a car, and what's interesting is his taste in cars is for a 17-year-old is pretty unique. He's been looking at these old vintage, the big box
muscle cars,
body style Cadillacs, and kind of the big, because one rule was, look, until you start your career, you're not taking out a loan for a car. So find something you can afford. So it kind of migrated him forcefully into that direction, but he started really developing this taste.
But like safety too.
Yeah, well,
like it has to have airbags.
Airbags, front wheel drive, which is a bit of a challenge, the age of the cars he's looking for. But he started looking at Firebirds, the good old Burt Reynolds
muscle cars,
smoking the Bandit type of muscle cars, and it's got Kelly and I looking at it. Wow, if he gets that car, we're totally going to be driving it too, right? So we started looking at all these older style cars, the big kind of mafia type of union boss. Anyhow, so it's been fun. I think it'd be cool seeing one of those in our driveway.
Yeah.
But what he also introduced us to is the Firebird. Just came out with it's a brand of car that kind of went away for a little while, I believe. And they brought back this new body style that has a little bit of a retro, look with the big, the Firebird emblem on the hood, and the design is just fabulous. I'm not much of a car person. I'm not much of a muscle car person, but that car looks fantastic. And at a measly $160,000, no problem. We'll get one of those in the driveway at some point in time.
Oh my God, we totally are. Like we always used to laugh at all these we're gonna need all the garages, because now there's two, there's a series of cars that we need.
There's quite a few.
Want. Let's
want, yeah.
Well, I alter the verbiage there because the linguistics matter. We don't need these vehicles. We want them.
So to speak.
Yeah, that's
a close second is the Jeep Wrangler. That's a little bit more achievable. I rented one of those for a little while when we first moved here to Canada. We had a Jeep Grand Cherokee at some point. It is a wonderful vehicle, and I love hearing people say, well, they say you buy them used, and you got to fix them up. Well, of course you got to fix them up. People, you buy them to beat them up, right? You buy them to really challenge what vehicles can do, and so you don't look at curbs. You don't look at curbs the same way when you drive a Jeep. So it'd be, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. At some point, we'll get one of those. The 2020 Firebird, we'll see.
Robert, and he's back. All right, he's connecting to audio. Okay, Eric, who's up next?
Well, let's go for who have we not? Back to the originator of the question, Pamela. You came up with the question, means you must have a good answer.
I don't know how good it is, but I'm totally a Mustang girl. As much as I'm not a Ford girl, I absolutely love the Mustang, and I have my whole life. So absolute dream car, money not an option, a 67 Mustang would make me so happy. But one day, in the not so distant future, I do plan to have myself a Mustang that I will drive around in the nice months of the year.
That's awesome. That's
Very nice.
awesome. All
You
right,
must
Pamela.
like going to car shows.
I used to enjoy that a fair bit, yes. And then my partner is a diesel mechanic, so he works on trucks all day. And yeah, I'm around lots of things.
That's awesome. You're in that's good, because then whatever you find, you can be like, hey, hun, he fixed that? Can you like help me have an awesome car if I buy this?
Please.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Or in the truck department, like I've actually started to fall in love, not started to, I always had this attraction to big trucks, but never close enough to actually admire them. And now I'm like, ooh, what are you doing? I'm gonna get up to my elbows in grease right now because this looks exciting and it's weird. So I actually have started to appreciate a lot more about all types of vehicles.
That's awesome. Okay, Pamela, who's up? We've got Andy. Who else hasn't answered?
Well, you haven't.
Oh no, I have not.
You can't.
Oh, so it's my turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love a lot of cars. So I don't know. There's a lot of cars that are fun, but that I would like to have. But my go-to is just put me in a pickup truck. Like, give me a truck. I want a truck. I right now I drive Denali XL and I love it. Fits everybody in there. But I just love pickup trucks. I just love them. You know, there's a number of other cars that I would like to see too. I love old cars. You know, like 57 Chevy, you know, old muscle cars. This newer version of the Firebird is fan-flipping-tastic. Oh my God. But yeah, no, put me in love the Jeep Wrangler too. But like for every day, whatever that I'm driving around, I'll have a pickup truck. So when we don't need the vehicle that fits all the kids, my vehicle's going. I'm getting a pickup.
I hear you on that 100%. I bought a Dodge Journey 4 years ago because it would fit the Great Danes and the kids. And that was the only reason. Like, a truck at the time was not feasible for me. It did not make any sense. And now I'm getting to a point where I'm like, okay, so that dream's over. I'm ready for the truck now. I get that.
That's awesome. All right, Andy and Joni, dream cars or your favorite car.
I'm gonna let Joni go first because I think that you guys are gonna hear an echo.
So my dream car would be a 72 Chevelle SS. My dream truck is an F350 extended cab.
Lifted.
Oh.
The bigger the better.
With some nice 33s on it.
That's awesome.
Is a big truck.
That is a big truck to do big stuff. Yes.
Oh yes.
So I think all you ladies, you want your big trucks. You're like, yeah, let's get into it, you know? So for me, see, I feel like maybe I got tainted early because when I was 16 years old, I bought a 65 Mustang.
Nice.
And so at 17, 18, 19 years old, I got to drive that Mustang, and it was pretty nice. It wasn't built back, but it was a real nice cruising car. And so like I worked that dream car thing out of my system early, and so I always wanted to make that into an electric car, which really pissed a lot of people off.
Oh no, Andy, we're losing you.
So, and I wanted to make exhaust that were speakers, so I could move it up with the stereo, you know, and that really made a lot of people mad. So now, and strangely enough, I was forced to give up the 1981 Toyota Tercel that I was driving during high school in order to get that Mustang. And so because we have these weird things that go on in our head, that's the car I dream of, is this little shitbox Toyota 4-banger, 5-speed that probably couldn't get out of its own way, but I kind of dream about getting one of those. I've even found a couple down in Florida and like played around with coming up with $2,000 to go down and grab one. So little weird, little different, but what did you
No, that's awesome, Andy.
Well, Joni wants to have the biggest truck she can get. I would love to have a little electric car that costs virtually nothing to drive. So
You could put yours in the bed of her truck.
yes.
And hers can eat yours for lunch. That's amazing. Okay, Robert, welcome back and great afternoon to you.
Hi, you guys. I'm actually in a vehicle right now as a passenger, but I wanted to chime in on my phone for just a little bit. It's probably loud. You'll hear the feedback loud, but I just wanted to join you guys for a quick minute and at least support you guys. But I'm on my way to Mexico right now to my dentist.
Woohoo!
Yes.
So while you're there, you're funny that you're a passenger in a car right now, because the round robin question is, what is your dream car or your favorite kind of car?
My dream car, I already have it, but I can't disclose what it is.
Why?
I'm kidding. My dream car, actually, I don't have one. I really don't have one. But you know what? A big Jeep would be amazing, 4x4. Usually I drive sporty cars, but I wouldn't mind having a big 4x4 Jeep. Yes.
Yeah. There's a whole lot you can do with that. All the places that you guys go for the weekends, Eric was saying in the 4x4 Jeep, see, curbs aren't even part of the equation. There's a whole lot that just is not part of the equation when you're driving that.
Neftali heard you. He's actually driving. I'm in the back seat with a couple of friends, and Neftali says, "It's a Rolls Royce, Callie." I said,
you know what? So I like old cars, old style. Get me a Rolls Royce from the 30s or the 40s, and I would be in heaven. Yes.
They're so beautiful. But those huge Jeeps, I would love a huge 4x4 Jeep, that would be amazing. What other cars did I miss though?
We've had a mixture of like Mustangs. Erika's gonna have a Formula One car.
Okay.
Plus, I think someone said
Jay's a BMW.
Lamborghini.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Lamborghini.
He already has the BMW.
That's right. Lambo in the next year or two. Samantha, what was yours? A bus that she's going to turn. You're going to convert the bus into like a tiny home kind of thing.
You know what? I just thought of my dream car. Yes, I did. It's kind of funny, but I've always wanted one. A Volkswagen bus from the 1960s.
Listen, those are awesome. Those are awesome. Okay, that'd be great. You know how much arm strength you're going to need to turn that sucker when you drive around corners? That's amazing. You like crank that puppy. It's a left turn. He's kind of cutting out here too. We lost you for a minute, Robert, but for those of you watching, Kelly Chiasson here, host and author lead here with Atlanta for Success, and we are launching today our first book, Untold Stories. And we have one of our co-founders here with us live, Jeyakanthan. Let's check in with you here. How are you feeling? We kicked things off at 10 o'clock this morning. It is about, we are 4 minutes from the top of the hour, hitting 6 o'clock. We have had great updates throughout the day with our standings on Amazon. For those of you, you can go to Amazon US, Amazon Canada, Amazon Mexico, Amazon UK, Amazon wherever you are, and grab yourself a copy of our Landed for Success Untold Stories. And every purchase, every order is going to help us, help our authors reach and snatch that ever-prized sticker that they want to see on those books of #1 international best-selling author. That's a fantastic achievement. There are 18 incredible individuals sharing 18 incredible experiences that will gift every single reader emotions of feeling uplifted and inspired. So Jay, I would like to turn it over to you and just give us a feel from the co-founder side of things, how today's been going. You're tracking the data and the analytics behind the scenes, seeing the reports that are coming in on our reach outs internationally and our standings in different categories. So please chime in and would love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Like, we have become like a CNN news. Like, I have to say, like, this Zoom, this is my first online book launch. Kelly, you are hosting from this morning. I can say, like, we are pushing 8 hours straight. Can you believe, guys? I wanted to give another round of applause for Kelly. So this close to having a marathon book launch. I don't know, I can go on the record and say, in my experience, you are the first person to host an 8-hour Facebook Zoom as a single host, and Landed for Success is proud that you are hosting with us as a team. Coming back to our 18 authors, like I said, from the morning, they've been hopping on and hopping off. The dynamics of people, like we established, we are family and we are coming together, and we were able to share the serious side of the stories of each authors, how they overcome obstacles and they become successful in their own chosen field. Now we got to get the lighter side of things with the stirring up some interesting questions. As for the stats, we are very happy on behalf of Gordon, myself, and the entire team. Canada, we are already #1 bestseller. And the category is entrepreneurship. You know how powerful that is. It's not like not less putting any other categories less, especially in our realm of things. And as we are entrepreneurs, getting #1 bestseller in the entrepreneurship is collectively a team effort, and every one of us should be very proud. And I'm very happy about that. And just to add to that, Mexico, I think on the other side, Gordon is posting and I'm following. We're with the rest of the marketing team, which I wanted to give a huge shout out. Couple of categories. I cannot read Spanish, so I'm going to say a couple of categories. But we know, I think it was in the entrepreneurship and all those things. We are
health and family. I think that's right. If my memory serves me correctly, Erika, is that right? It was health and family in Mexico.
Yeah, and self-help, we put self-help, entrepreneurship. Mexico, we are #1 on 3 categories or more. Actually, 3 categories or more.
Oh, awesome.
And this is the caveat. Like, if you go to social media, like maybe I'll post it on here. In one of the categories, we are #2. #1 is Jeff Bezos. #3 is Jeff Bezos. So the post that Gordon is posting is, we have literally sandwiched between Jeff Bezos.
We're in the Bezos sandwich.
So
that's like, if we talked about, so earlier we were talking about our favorite sandwiches. I think as far as the launch is concerned, that's my favorite sandwich, is the Jeff Bezos sandwich. That's awesome, Jay. That's like super fitting. Wow, nicely done.
So, right, if you look at the social media feeds, it's there. Gordon is posting on the other side. So yeah, it's all exciting. Like it's happening. So this marathon is continuing, and all our authors are here. And I don't know, like I just had a 2-liter coffee, and I think I'm going to go for another 8 hours. And along with the marketing team, this marathon is going to continue. We're going to dominate. And then not only like on a serious note, already Kelly and the team, on our request, people have already started purchasing the book and sending their receipts, like not only directly through our emails, on our private messages, on post. So I saw Andy's post, I saw what's her name, Linsey's post, like and even Pamela's post. Like people have already purchased their copies and sending screenshot. Now, like the marketing team have a work cut out for it. Like we have to consolidate all and come up with the list, and we will be sending the Science of Getting Rich, the book, in a PDF format to everybody. So from a stats point of view, it's amazing. Like there is a team working, and it's going to continue, guys. So we are not going to stop today. So there's going to be already, I was talking to Gordon, he's planned to go on like 5 different Zooms with the different people, like, and they're not, they're industry leaders, like Byron Nelson, John Chen, I cannot name all of them. So from an update point of view, it's all great. So things are moving well. It's very positive. Everything is happening for our authors' hard work, because I wanted to acknowledge, like they waited for a long time, Kelly. It's almost like giving birth to our first baby. It took us more than 9 months, but it's a smooth delivery. It's amazing. It's like when you hold, like that's how I feel, like having my third daughter, like having the book with amazing people, having that #1 status. So it is amazing for our authors who have put tremendous amount of time and effort and their passion in telling their stories. It's happening. It already happened. We are going to, as a team, we are going to make sure that we deliver what we promised. We promised them we will make them what we promised is we will make them acknowledge for what the success that they are doing. So we are not over-promise anything. We just said this is a family and we're going to work together. That's all we are saying. Rest of them is all stats and fluff. At the end of the day, today, 18 people came together and formed a new family. And we're going to continue to work together, and we're going to be successful in whatever the choosing that we are doing. So that is the update that I have, Kelly.
I think it's a fantastic update, and that's the kind of update that hopefully inspires everybody and moves everybody to grab their copy of Untold Stories if you haven't done so already. And let's, I'll jump in here and I'll do here our 18 incredible authors. You keep hearing about these people and you keep hearing from them throughout the day from when we started kicking off this amazing launch day event at 10 o'clock this morning. Here's the incredible individuals that are a part of this amazing collaborative project. We have Cleoni Crawford, Erika Aguilar, Pamela Geiger, Judit Schönwald, Kiran Ray, Ravi Kanagasabey, Uthaya Arumagam, Carlos Ramos Quiñones, Alisia Young, Akil Balachandran, Lucy Ruth, Rob Lawrence, Andy Alberlan, Elliot Hiller, Samantha Glass, and then of Eric Chiasson, my husband, and then of course our 2 co-founders, Mr. Jeyakanthan and Mr. Gordon. So this is incredible. And so we've been doing round robin questions, and I have got a question for everybody. And we'll start off with you, Sam. What has been for you what comes to mind when you think of inspiring others? What's the first thing that comes to your mind, and why?
Being real and raw, sharing what you've gone through, sharing those hard times that are sometimes even hard to talk about with yourself. Sharing them with others, help others. It's also very therapeutic, I find, as well. But that's what it is. It's being able to share stories of being bullied, being able to share stories of things that I've gone through that have really kind of sent me down the path that I'm on right now. So if those things didn't happen to me, I might have gone a different way. But it's interesting that, they're hard. Sometimes they're very hard things to talk about. When you read the stories in Landed for Success, you'll see that. But some people have really revealed some things that they've gone through that, look, they're brave. They're brave people. There's stories of business. There's stories of, you know, leaving your country and coming to a new country that you never experienced before in your life. And it's just being real and raw. It's not easy to do. So, you know, kudos to everybody in this book who's been able to come forward and share their stories. They are inspiring. And look, it will help you. It could help you land for success as well. So.
I love that. And that's beautiful. Thank you. Samantha, who would you like to go next?
Jay, I love you. It's off to Jay.
Jay, when you think of what comes to mind when you think of inspiring others?
It's it's like lead by example, right? Like for me, like I was the eldest in my family of 4 kids. I have a sister and 2 brothers. So always from day one itself, I was treated little differently because in my family, they say you are the eldest. The rest of them are going to follow what you are setting. So I don't know, like it is by, I don't know how to put that in the proper form, but it's always by you, rather than action speaks louder than words. So like it's another way of saying leading by example. If you're going to ask somebody to do something, you show them their way. So that is what we are trying to do. Like when I just keep bringing back Landed for Success because I'm so passionate about it. With this pandemic time, giving back, we opened up a public group to come and post anybody to come and network. So like, you know, as a small business owner, it was really hard. Like when we started the thing, we had to go to so many events where I have paid $20 for an entry and $200 for an entry. So creating something for giving back for what you have struggled with, it's what's important to me. And as collectively, like I'm amazed to have the team, and it was not one person, right? Like from the beginning itself, like Tammy, Gabby, Samantha, you, Kelly, like a lot of other people who were in there together, getting the like-minded people together and creating something that it's going to continue. Like when you create something, like at some point I won't be there, but the concept and what we create, it will take into the, as leaders, we need to create something new or take something that like Napoleon take, like it's a synthetic imagination, takes 2 things that exist and put together and just let it float. Like make that boat and put it into the river and it just floats on its own. So if somebody needs a lifeboat, just they have to hop on and take it ashore.
I like that. I like that. Jay, who's next?
Okay, so like I'm going to pick Eric this time.
Okay, hun. By the way, those of you watching, I mean, I could call everyone hun. He's my actual real life hun. We've been together over 22 years, happily married and raising 4 amazing spirits together. So the question, hun, is, I just said it. Question, hun, is, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of inspiring others?
Inspiring others. It's I don't know. I can talk just really briefly about what's inspired me and the type of people and the type of, you know, the books that I read and people that I look up to professionally and so on. It's often you know, to inspire others. I like the approach of kind of like that tough love, you know, the type of pushing that a coach will do as opposed to a therapist will do for you, right? When some people fall down, you know, metaphorically, a lot of people respond well to just being supported, to getting the love, to get back on their feet. And in my case, it's always been a little bit more of, you know, you fall down, you get just a swift kick in the pants and get back up and keep going, because falling down is okay. You know, it's okay to have a bad day. it's okay to lose a game, right? Like you remember when I used to coach baseball, at the end of the game, when we lost, we always gather all the kids and we'd have what they would think was going to be a pep talk, but it was the complete opposite. And I always explain to them that, you know, you guys lost the game today. And well,
not kidding.
But you know, you lost the game, and you know, if you feel bad about that, good, you should, and it's okay. You know, you use those feelings to trigger, you know, an improvement for the next game. It's okay. You're gonna lose. This won't be the last one you lose, right?
Yeah.
So get used to that feeling, because that's part of life, and then use that to build on and to learn. And then do better next time. And then as long as you're always improving yourself, and you're always optimizing your performance, whether it's, you know, at a sport, or whether it's at work, or at your family, or in just life in general. So I kind of that for me is, you know, sometimes it's just having someone tell you that it's okay that you're having a bad day, or it's okay that you failed at XYZ. It's okay, and because this isn't the end of the line. And as you know, I love good quotes, right? I've got a book of, when I get quotes, I write them down. I got books full of
years. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're over many years, right? And one of my favorite ones is this. Most people think failure is the opposite of success, when often it's a precursor, sometimes a catalyst. And I apply that to you know, what I've done in the past and what I do today. And that when you do fail at something, and that's kind of a general term, essentially when you don't get the result that you were looking for, you know, it's okay. It just means that maybe now you know what not to do, right? But you take that so-called failure, and failure is not a bad word. Just take it, internalize it, and live with it, and then move on. And it's kind of like I'm gonna try to keep this story short because it could be a long one, but it's, you know, as a dad, one of the fun things that I've had to do with our 4 kids was teaching them how to ride a bike. And at that time, when a kid is learning how to ride a bike, it's the biggest jump in terms of self-confidence that you wouldn't think really, but it's such a counterintuitive piece of equipment, and trying to teach a kid how to go down the street without training wheels is really tough. And every single one of them, at one point while I was trying to teach them over the course of a couple of weeks, because it doesn't happen right away, they would lose heart and they would want to quit. Every single one of them. And I can't remember what, you know, if I went through the same thing when I was learning how to ride, but they wanted to quit. And at one point in time, we're riding, we're pushing, they're falling and scraping their knees. And they, you know, Dad, this isn't working. You know, I don't want to learn how to ride a bike. I'm walking home. And it wasn't a matter of, you know, giving them a big hug and encouragement and you can do this. No, it's, you're going to get back on this bike because I said so, and you're going to learn how to ride. And today, all of them love it, right? And it is not about, you know, showing them who's boss, but it's pushing them because I knew that that's what they